good old Call of Duty. Yeah, you know, because you gotta be ready for the fork knife. But no, man, I mean, it's just so it's amusing to me to see where Fortnite started off at, what they intended to be, saw an idea come up that seemingly was hitting with people, and then their version of it took it 10 steps further, right? And then the way, like, the only thing that really bothers me about Fortnite is their cultural appropriation. Like, there's some of that just feels really weird. You know what I mean? Like, and of course, they're not compensating nobody for a lot of the shit that they end up doing, or the ideas that they take, and the dances, the different characters that they use. Like, or maybe they are, because at the same time, it's like, why not? It's just marketing at the end of the day. People, at this point, I think it would do better for you, like, for example, like Master Chief. It makes more sense for Microsoft maybe to pay Epic, or for them to have some kind of a deal, which they of course do anyway, because of Unreal and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there has to be some kind of deal cut there that has to benefit both sides in order for it to be as lucrative as it is, especially when they're doing it for 20 a skin. You know what I mean? Like, but the one thing that always like disturbs me about Fortnite is the fucking it's just the gunplay, man. Like, I it's so iffy to me. It's not consistent. Maybe because I don't play it enough, but it's just like, you know, you pick up guns, like in certain games, you pick up a gun like a Call of Duty, get an AR, it feels like an AR. You know what I mean? There's consistency. You have a certain expectation. You get into Fortnite, it's like, especially at distance sometimes, it's like, why am I playing this like it's Battlefield? Because that's how it feels, because that's how some of the guns shoot. Like, you got that huge drop off, you got, like, there's just certain things you account for. I don't know, it's just different. But my brother's nice at it. He's a god at Fortnite. I don't know how he does it, but and then they got no build, but it just makes it more attractive. Yeah, of course. I'm not doing it. I'm so good off. Did you? I should still have Battlefield, so I should be down. If I get the EA app, because, like, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you guys can hear if we're live or not. I'm pretty sure that we are, but look, I don't know what's going on with the EA app, but that's the worst app on PC right now. I cannot stand that fucking app. I don't know what made EA decide that this was a great idea and we need to go this direction but it's complete garbage. The fact that, like, right, like, it didn't used to be as bad from what I can remember about a year ago, but then all of a sudden this year, bro, it's just like, sometimes I boot it up and it pops up on the screen, I can sign in. Other time I boot it up and it doesn't come up. I can't update anything. I can't look at any games that I got. I can't, I literally can't do nothing because the app itself won't come up. But then if I go to open a game that has been updated, for an example, that I was able to get the app open up for whatever reason, oh, now the game works. But I still can't open the app. I can't see what's going on. I can't manage anything. Like, it's ass. Garbage. Oh, hold on. Cool man said he couldn't hear you.
Yeah, as
And
always.
it might be because I was swapping around some things. Let me see now.
Oh, is that what it was?
Speak now, or forever hold your peace. Can you speak
Live, raw, and
Can't see what's going.
cut.
That's why we're backstage.
Starfield. Let's go.
Starfield. I gotta get a little box so I can make some noises.
He's gonna copy fonts.
So I can be annoying. No, not so I can copy fonts. I'm not saying Starfield like that.
Sound like you were without the synthesizer.
Oh, I only did that because you did it.
Oh, but I was doing it different. I wasn't.
It sounded like Fonz. It sounded like Fonz's version.
Oh my god.
That's why I did it.
Oh, there he is. Now Toolman can hear me. See?
Hey, Tool Man, thank you, man.
Every Saturday he tries to cut me out of this show. One day
Fifth
you just
Horseman
gotta.
says you need a 65 inch to notice the difference with 4K. He
Mm,
said we went. Tim said earlier we went looking at new TVs this afternoon. I'm
yeah,
okay with our 5-year-old 55 inch, but the wife wants at least a 65 inch OLED. Well, your wife, one, has good taste, and then two, also is expensive, which is fine. I mean, hey, you got
they've gotten a lot better now. Those
they have
they really have. The LGs now are getting cheap compared to when I bought my 55
I mean,
CX.
and LGs are apparently
Yeah,
inching out there as far as like the TV to get right now.
yeah.
Saying they're kind of putting Samsung in the dirt right
Their
now.
brightness, their nits are getting ridiculously bright.
Well, that and apparently in their OLEDs, they're less likely to get burning
Yeah.
from stress tests. I'm only basing this off of stress tests.
Yeah.
People that are like really doing the most with their TVs.
Yeah.
So use that
Plus,
as you will.
Yeah, I mean they all have safety nets now.
Oh, of course, of course.
But LGs are really good, like the dimming process, and then it has the pixel clean or the screen cleanup that runs after you shut off the TV and all that kind of stuff. Like honestly, like I would not unless you've got like you're, unless you're using it as your as a monitor and you've got your you got your
Yeah, that wouldn't be
screen
a
up
good. That
all
wouldn't
the
be a good
time.
idea. That
That's
wouldn't
the
be a
only
good
time
idea.
I would be scared. Like that's the only time I would be
That
scared.
yeah, I would not get a personally. I wouldn't get an OLED screen, especially for how I use my monitors. I'd rather stay with the LED just because it's long lasting. I don't need the supreme bright. Like playing on a monitor, I'm not expecting perfection, right? But to be quite frank, though, too, I'm not the TV file that a lot of people are. I am one of those dudes who will get a 65-inch TCL TV and be kind of happy, as long as it has a good input latency on it, which is one of the reasons. Well, which is really the only reason why I would ever vouch for TCL, is because of that. They do have that fine line where you're getting decent quality and also decent gaming input, as far as that goes, without literally spending twice the money for a TV that could literally last you 10 years if you take care of it. Now TCLs could do the same. Everybody's gonna feel how they want to. Same thing with like speakers back in the day, man. Like you're gonna have your brand. JBL was mine back in the day, or Roxford Fosgate. Now people feel different. You know what I mean? So it's all personal preference. Your mic is now gone.
Car
There you
audio
go.
was something else. That was on my side. That
No,
was
you're
me.
good. Yeah,
That was
car audio was different.
Yes.
Like
It was different.
I don't know. For me, it felt like if you didn't have a Kenwood as a stereo as your head unit,
What?
you didn't have a Kenwood. We were having
Who the
some
fuck
problems.
was rocking Kenwoods? That's some South shit. Like what the
Yeah,
fuck?
no,
is
it probably is. It was fire.
It was Sony and Alpine up here. So
Oh, you didn't want to
Well,
jump in with the Pioneer.
no, we did. We all had Alpines or Sony, man. That's
Alpine's really good. I liked Alpine. I like the speaker.
I was always a contrarian when it came to that shit. So I rocked the Sony for a long time
Really?
because the Sony had the color switching on the face. So
You know what?
switch the
Yeah,
colors,
that's
whereas
true.
the
that's
Alpine
true.
at the time was locked into their classic green, right?
That's
classic
true.
green. So
They did. Somebody really did change it up when they added the color
Yeah.
change, and that was like
color changes.
they used to be really dope. I
Yeah.
mean, we have that now. Like it's
Oh yeah, it's a
standard.
standard thing. Yeah, no, but back then
It's
people
funny.
don't understand, man.
It's
People
funny.
don't.
Good times, man. Good times. I'm
Building
still.
car audio? Hell yeah, it was.
I still enjoy
Yeah.
doing that when I
Me-
can get time to do it or whatever.
I haven't done it in so long, but me and my stepdad, that's how I mean, that was a big bonding thing for us. Like he hated it. He hated it, right? But he was a mechanic, airplane mechanic.
Oh, okay.
But he hated bass, he hated
Really?
rap. Yeah, he hated all of it, right? But he knew I loved car audio. I started getting into it, so he got into it from the technical side of things, and we
Okay.
wired together.
Oh, that's
we
dope. Yeah.
Switched out faces.
He can make sure things
decks
probably
together.
sounded
Oh, yeah.
straight.
Oh
and
yeah, no, we did all of that together, and that was the cool part. Of
getting the bass locked in, because there's no
Oh.
better. I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. Like I don't know if you know, but when you get that bass tuned in,
Mm.
Like it's one thing when you first get it set up, you're just excited that it's working.
Yeah.
And then when you get in there, you start turning on some songs, you start messing with the deck, and you start tuning it, or you like pop, then you go back in the trunk, and you're like, all right, I gotta tune the amp up too, and then you really get it dialed in, and it starts hitting like you want it. There's no better fun.
No, it was a great time. And now everybody, of course, as everything goes, when things get popular, now everybody's taking it to a whole nother level. We got airbags getting set off because there's so much bass.
Yeah,
100 subs and
the glasses waving. And, dude, like, bro, that's too much. There is too much bass.
When I was doing it, we had just started the trend. We had just started that whole trend. If you had two 12s,
oh, that was perfect.
Echelon.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's it. That's all you. Yep. Honestly, that's all you need. You don't need all that. There is such thing as too much. Like when you cannot hear the music any longer, it's completely irrelevant.
Right.
Like,
and I understand bass heads. They like it. They that's their thing. That's just it's what they enjoy. They want the bass. But no, I still needed to hear my music as well.
Right. Yeah. Sure. That's me. That's on 1000% me. Yep. I gotta hear the tunes. I like everything to sound like it's supposed to. I hate when I get in somebody's car and it's just like they turn the music up and it's just all bass and very little music. I'm like, bro, this doesn't sound good. And your bass is clipping. They're like, what is going on in here? Oh, I took it to Best Buy and they hooked it up for me.
Oh God.
Oh God.
Oh God. That was always the problem. I let the tech guys at Best Buy handle it.
Oh, okay. I bet you did.
I went to Audio King. Audio King was the place.
Sounds familiar. Sounds pretty.
Yeah, I don't know if they were nationwide at one point or not, but man, and then I had another smaller shop too that was about the car audio strictly, and I went to both places. But like I said, once I learned enough, and then my dad got involved, and I just did it myself. But God, damn. What a time! Yeah,
it was fun. It's fucking good. I'm telling you, man, the way technology moves, bro, and like the anticipation that everybody has for like what they expect technology to kind of move into, or like the way that people feel like things aren't going to evolve for whatever reason. It's so funny that every time that we get to this point and then we look back 10 years later and it's like, bro, how did we get here? You know what I mean? Like it happens every time. Every time.
Oh, Stanley Francois comes in. He says, "I had 4 12s." Yeah, see you getting up there.
You had to have a GM. So what you have, man? Stanley Francois, what you had 4 12s in, man? And they wonder why people our age and older are probably having hearing problems right now.
Oh yeah, beating down the block. We definitely started. What amp were you rocking with 4 12s? You must have.
It had to be a 2,000 watt amp, at least.
No, it didn't have to be. Rockford Fosgate's punch amps back in the day, they ran such clean. They were so clean on their power structure.
Oh really?
Oh yeah, that's what I rocked. I rocked a punch amp with two 10-inch 10-inch kickers is what I had. A kicker box back in the day, and so I ran 2 10s off of that thing. Well, that was over the top. I blew 10s all the time. So then finally I moved to 12s in my hatchback. That was the best.
Oh God,
hatch, bro.
Subs and a hatch.
Oh, bro,
that's different.
Oh,
I love it. My GTI, bro.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Oh, they hit off that front windshield,
bro. It is so it's so good.
My mom knew I was coming home a block and a half away.
Yep.
It would start to shake the garage doors. The front of the garage.
That's fun. That's how you know you had good bass, though.
Yeah.
So you know you had that good bass. We got to turn it down when you're like a distance away from the crib. All right, let me turn it down real quick. That's what I love. Stanley Francois said I hated the rattling. Like I don't like any of the rattling. A lot of that is people either choosing to be kind of ignorant or not really knowing much. Because I mean the typical trick was just you getting some weather stripping and either lining your trunk, for an example, because that was one of the biggest faults. Lining your truck with some weather stripping, or for your license plate, you could also put like foam padding behind your plate so that it wouldn't rattle. Other thing too, surprisingly, is a lot of people had loose license plates. So, and that could be a big reason why I was rattling too. But yeah, there's nothing but some foam that fix those issues. A lot of people just don't. You know, it's funny because actually a lot of people like to hear the rattle. And I'm like surprised by that, or they just don't care enough what people on the outside hear because it sounds good. Oh, it sounds good in here. That's all that matters. It's like me. I like it when I got the music rocking. I step out of the car and you can still feel it. You can still like hear it. Like, damn, somebody's beating down. Somebody's beating down. But it's like it's subtle, but it's but noticeable.
Yo,
Subtle but noticeable.
First of all, Vic the Click was rocking a 94 Eclipse. Yeah, shout out to you, brother, with a GSX. Or were you just rocking regular? What were you doing?
It had to be. He was doing. It was a regular. It was a regular Eclipse.
It wasn't
no GSX.
Come on,
it wasn't
no
GSX,
man.
It was very rare that somebody had a GSX.
It was rare, but come on. Vic seems like the guy he's an enthusiast.
Man, he had the old regular schmegular.
Well, no matter what, he's probably going to tell us he had a GSX anyways.
Hey, baby.
And Nick's, yes, of course. I was blasting 2 Live Crew. They were in my
the
rotation.
Butterfly. Oh, let's go.
I knew 2 Live Crew before they were 2 Live Crew when it was just Luke Skywalker. When he went by Luke Skywalker.
Oh wow, yeah.
That's
you throwing it back, yeah.
Oh yes.
Music I was listening to when I probably shouldn't have been listening to it. Shout out to my pops. Love that man.
Oh yeah. No, I listened to music that my parents would not want me listening to. NWA was huge, of course, man.
Vic said it was the GSX, bro. He needed the twin. That's what I like. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see, Vic. That's dope. That's dope as hell. Nice.
The only thing better, Vic, is if you would have rolled up in here and said you were rocking a 3000 GT VR4. Then I would have said you were on another level.
The Mitsubishi 3000 GT is like a car that I still want, kind of. You know what I mean? Like, I want to have one just as something I can, even if I made it a daily drive. Like, I would drive it.
The only problem with it was how heavy it was. That was the only problem with it. But with the twins, oh my god, man, it was amazing.
And it was such a unique looking car too. Yeah. Like,
remember the Dodge version, the Stealth?
Yep,
that thing was so
Dodge
ugly.
Stealth. Yep. In comparison, nah, that's not that 3000. It's not that 3000 GT I'm looking for. That's that Dodge Stealth. Get that shit up out of here. I don't know.
Like a dub.
I was also back when fucking. Dodgers weren't in the greatest place either.
Oh no, not at all.
They were trying to to fit in.
I sent you the picture the other day of that Talon that I actually saw on the road, man. Remember the Eagle Talons, which they made side by side with the Eclipses.
Yep.
The Eagle Talons, man. I actually wanted the early version of the Talon. I actually liked better than the Eclipse. Body style wise, I actually did. I wanted an Eagle Talon TSI really bad. That was a freaking car and a half, man. But
no, it definitely was.
As it went through the years, no.
Yeah,
we should get things going, and we should actually talk video games. Huh?
Yeah.
Hey, thanks everybody for joining us for Car Audio.
Welcome to behind the scenes.
We're having a little fun this morning.
We are. Sounds like we're in a good mood. I will go ahead. I do have an announcement to make because I got some things going on next weekend. So I'll say it here and then I'll say it at the end of the show too, because the wife came home and got the days cleared up. I may not be here Saturday. I need to double check on some things. Next Saturday, got a motorcycle event that I'm going to. I skipped out on the last 3. And I want to go to this one. Also, my wife enjoys it. I want to do something for the birthday too. Yep. So since you got it off, we'll see if we can make that work. Again, I'll clarify those things. Probably by the end of the show, I should get some additional confirmation to see what's really truly going on, because I got to make sure other things, kids are good. We got a sitter and all that good stuff too. So if everything plans and works out, then we may be missing next Saturday, but we'll see. If anything, next weekend, since Exo Primal does release, well, not fully release, but the beta releases next weekend, the open beta.
Diablo.
If we don't end up in Diablo, but I'm gonna skip Diablo more than likely the beta, because I don't need to play Diablo to decide whether I'm going to play the game or not. I'm already going to play the game.
No, but I want the wolf backpack.
I mean, the extras are cute and whatnot. But I'd rather play Exo Primal so I can get my full time with that. Now that's not to say that I might not end up jumping into Diablo. I'm not planning for it. But Neither here or there. If we get into Exo Primal this next weekend, if I don't end up going live, we don't end up going live next Saturday. I will be doing a stream right here on Living Splitscreen for Exo Primal. Just so we can have that on the channel. You guys can come in, check out. Anybody that wants to link up, anybody that has the beta wants to try it out with us, or with me, then come and lock in. And yeah, if Pong's available, come rock out with us. It'll probably be more so or late afternoon, early evening type of thing, maybe after dinner, type of situation, and we'll just kill it for the rest of that, for the rest of that night, and so we can get some true opinions about whether Exo Primal is coming to Game Pass because the Capcom has a lack of faith, essentially, because that's kind of the conversation that's happening right now, right? Where some people do feel as though I heard Jeff Grubb and Mike Minotti talking about a little bit too, that it could be potentially dropping into Game Pass because Capcom may not be as confident in this title. So getting as many people's hands on it in another beta, I hadn't seen much from the previous beta that they did because they did do a closed beta. I didn't get invited to it because I couldn't. My Capcom account wouldn't get set up for whatever reason. But so that's something to looking forward to next weekend. If you guys would like to join us on that, tuning in, watching, seeing what we're into, I'm excited for it. But I'm also a huge dude. I love mechs. Dinosaurs are in there also. I'm excited for the game too, man, because the story elements look fun and dope to me. I like what they were doing. Then we got some stuff to talk about the Suicide Squad today. Jim Ryan essentially telling, well, not Jim Ryan specifically, Lulu coming out and specifically addressing that Jim Ryan is doesn't want to cut a deal. He just wants to block it. And people are feeling like, well, you shouldn't be talking about behind the scenes conversations. It's not really fair. There's nothing to do with the deal. All right? You shouldn't be talking about what you talked about privately and bring it to the people, Lulu. It's not okay. It is extremely unprofessional, Lulu. At least that's what I've heard. So, but definitely want to get into some of that.
Steel, is this Warframe in the background? What is
yes, it is. It is Warframe.
I knew I was right. Somebody was asking in the chat, and I was looking at it, and I'm like, Warframe. It's got to be Warframe.
It is Warframe. It is Warframe in the background. Again, I've had this gameplay on here before. I was supposed to record some more gameplay of Wulong this week. I did end up wrapping that up. I'm in my new game. I'm wrapping some little things up and then going into New Game Plus. So I got some things to say about that today too. Had some additional announcements as far as games coming into Game Pass. Starfield is going to be the biggest one. RIP to the Marchers. We'll have some conversation about that, some passionate conversation. You guys had it on PM to PM this week. Also you guys talked about it a little bit last night. I couldn't tune into the whole thing. But again, it's all about the principle of the situation. It's always been about the principle of the situation, and we're going to address the principle. Now, again, I'm not going to sit here and defend myself and my point to anybody. If you've been listening in, you know where we're coming from. If you haven't been listening in, I'll address it, tell you how I feel about it. Because at the end of the day, commitments are commitments. Disclaimers, if you want to say, oh, well, disclaimers, it's a target, and targets should be met, regardless of what you say. Oh, it's targeting. Yeah, targets should be met. It's a business. There should be targets. And I am also one of those people who believe, because I understand how business works, that in business, you have a goal. And if you don't make that goal, it is a negative thing. I know in gaming, it works out better for us in the long run. I completely get it. But it's never good for a business to have to spend additional time on a project that equals out to more money and everything else being spent. So it's just, goals are important, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you set them. That's why you try to meet them. And certain companies should have better foresight, especially big companies, tech companies should have better foresight to know what to expect, just to have better marketing speed. right? Certain things don't have to be said the way that they're said.
Did we start the show?
It comes across
Are we going?
disingenuous.
Are we going?
Not yet.
Are we going?
Not yet.
Let's jump in.
I'm trying to get.
We don't even
I'm
have to
trying
do intros. Let's
trying to
do
get
it.
the people excited. I'm trying to get the people excited.
I know you.
What else we got here? Warner Bros. I said I think I said the Suicide Squad was delayed already. And so we got a lot of things lined up for the show today. Hopefully you guys are excited. Thank you all for tuning in. 30 minutes for behind the scene. Us just getting it in live, raw, and uncut right here.
Car audio,
car
vehicles.
audio.
Let's go. Let's go.
And so
You get it all.
I think we'll end up having a good time today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get it popping for our audio listeners so we can get things on the get things recorded, right? So, Pong, are you ready to lock in? Anything you else you'd like to say behind the scenes?
I've been locked in. Let's go. I'll save my words.
All right, let's
for
get
the
it.
show. Let's go.
Let's
go.
get it. It's not.
Yeah, but neither is Destiny, really.
No, not really, but we're live, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you for being here. You like that intro? We're talking about Destiny. Got the Destiny smoke there. I got some smoke for Destiny. Not really. It's
really
been all
smoke.
right. It's been
really
all right.
smoke. We were talking about Warframe.
No, yeah, we were talking about Warframe, games getting bigger and whatnot. But I have to say, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this Saturday morning right here with Living Splitscreen. This is episode 95. And you're tuned into a non-console-centric platform that talks about everything going on with the gaming industry, where we also take that RTS approach, that's real-time strategy for those who don't know, pulling ourselves out of the world, looking at the darker crevices of the map, pulling those resources together so that we can build up that foundation to potentially reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about. This is also the home of that ECP, that's that educated consumer perspective, and also the home of we ain't got beef with nobody. As much as people try to make it seem like the Gaming Circle podcast and Living Splitscreen, because they go on at the same time, have some beef. For our audio listeners, if you're listening to this, apparently there's podcast beef that's out there, and people have tried to create. But no, it's
Brad Ward.
Yeah, shout out to Brad. Much love to Brad. Gotta show him some love this morning because he legitimately tunes into the show every time that
breaks it down.
Every time that we get into it, and he breaks it down. So much love to you, Brad, for everything, and I love your energy. But no, there's no we ain't got no beefs or nothing like that, man. We really don't care about any of that. Again, like me and Pong have mentioned here, it's not about the same 1,000 people that people tend to fight over, especially when they talk about, man, why'd you put a show on top of my show? Guys, like, if your show has any value to it, people will come, they'll tune in. There's no reason why you can't double tab it up on a Saturday morning, like me and Pong used to do all the time with different shows, being in and out of chats, if that's what you like to do, or if you could just tune in to one or the other on the back end. I know that for us, at least here at Living Splitscreen, we also do on the audio side. I put it up about an hour after the show ends. I do that for a reason. I want everybody to be able to enjoy it right around the same time per se. That's why I don't do it a day later. I try not to. I usually try to do it right after the show so everybody will have access to it same day on Saturday. So again, however you listen to this, I want to say thank you. Second of all, audio listeners, please, if you can, you're on Spotify, Apple, Google, wherever you're listening to your audio podcast, please, if you can, do us a favor and leave us a review. It just helps out with the algorithms a bit. And just let us know how you genuinely feel. I like to see those things. So because we can't grow here at Living Splitscreen without the community being completely trying to be honest with us, saying, "Hey, Living Splitscreen, we liked what you guys did here. We didn't really necessarily like these things." Constructive criticism was always welcomed right here. So let us know, tell us how you're feeling, and tell us how much you don't like us, if that so may be the case. Anyway, I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain. The T is a 7. Literally everywhere. Type it in Google is the easiest place. But I have to introduce one of the most uncanny gentlemen, not only in these YouTube streets, not only in the Twitter streets, but just an uncanny gentleman to me as a brother from another. He is the X-Men who is not Cyclops, who has Jean Grey on his side, and the Phoenix. He's also not Iceman, guys. He's not the Iceman. He's not just shooting little ice cubes and making you a cup of water, making sure it's cold. He's not doing any of that. But he is my guy, my brother. Pong. So, how you feeling, man?
Morning. It is Starfield week. Starfield week. Steel. We got a release date. You know my hype. My hype's been off the hook. Got new footage. We're going to talk about it. Of course, not everything's rosy all the time, but it's the way life is, right? But had a great week with Starfield. Lots of good news dropping in here. And I get to join my brother from the Steel Rain right here, right now, to talk about all this stuff, which I'm doing a lot of this week.
Yeah.
Gaming wise, Steel. Gaming wise, I still rocking out on. I get my sci-fi fix through Andromeda. So it is what it is. My Mass Effect Andromeda. I'm rocking.
You've been still rocking it. Okay.
Still rocking Andromeda. Still having a good time there. Been playing a little bit of Guilty Gear Strive, of course.
Okay, so you tried it out?
Oh yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I pulled it up. Rocked out. I've been watching the campaign because it's basically just an anime.
Essentially, you do a fight and then it's like a 10-minute cutscene, and then
it's anime. It's awesome. It's awesome anime. I've always loved Guilty Gear. I've always loved the series. I love the characters. I love the craziness of the story. It's just wild.
Guilty Gear.
Yeah, so I've been having fun with that. What else did I play here, Steel? I played something else as well on top of that. What else did I get into this week? Oh, of course. Resident Evil 4 demo.
You tried it out. Okay.
I did. I wanted to see. Capcom has done again, it's to be expected.
Right.
Everything we saw from the trailers and the gameplay reveals. This game is gorgeous. Like, there's just no question about like how well Capcom has done this remake, remaster, whatever you want to call it at this point. It's a remake, and it's up to date. It looks like it's running on current hardware. Everything about it is, yes, it's Resident Evil 4. So if you've played Resident Evil 4 a lot, you're going to feel right at home. Sure, they've changed some things. You can now move and fire, which, thank you, Capcom. Thank you. It's no more like stop and pop like the old Resident Evil 4. So thank God, because I hate that. I know some purists probably won't like it, but I don't care. I think that's one update that I love. It's still got the hidden secrets in it as well. I saw people last night have discovered that if it's not really a spoiler, it's actually something you should find out if you want to do it this way. The gate before you enter the village in the demo, if you drop all of your inventory, then run into the village, take a right down the path, the well is open and you can go down in the well and you can get the TMP, the submachine gun. And a bunch of stuff in there. So the Capcom's got the secrets in there, but you got to dump your entire inventory before you go through the gate. So there's secrets like that. People are still trying to hunt down the key right now. There's a secret key. So there's a bunch of little stuff in there too as well. But man, the game runs flawlessly. It's again, it
a looker.
It really is. It feels like a current gen game.
Nice.
It's amazing what they can do nowadays to refresh a game that has been put out multiple times, that has gotten remastered in the past.
This is a true remake though, right?
Yeah, this is a true remake. So, but it's still crazy. It still feels like something new. Like, you'll know all the areas, like you'll oh, okay. It's not like they changed any of that. Like they didn't.
Right.
But it just feels like a brand new game when you're playing it. And so go check that out. Again, that was Shadow Drop. We got word ahead of time that this was going to happen, but they did Shadow Drop that demo. The other cool thing, Steel, is that it's on Xbox.
Yeah.
I was shocked by that. We had a short conversation last night about this. Capcom seems to be no longer needing that Sony money. They're obviously in a great spot. And pretty strange that Resident Evil 4 marketing rights are with Sony. And this would be normally the spot where that contract would be Sony PlayStation gets the demo, nobody else gets the demo.
Right.
But here it is. It's on Xbox. So go check it out. Go try it out. Again, it's not going to be day one for me, but I will be picking it up down the road. The new parry with the knife feels good. The knife attacks feel good.
Okay.
Knife has limited use, so you can wear it out and lose it. So they added that to it as well. Really good though. Really, really great demo. And it's borderline Steel at this point for me. It is borderline. There's moments where I'm like, I really want to
kind of gets too much a little bit.
You start getting chased now, like back in the day. I think that's the biggest thing that's changed for me, Steel, is the graphics, right?
Right.
The biggest thing for me is back in the day, sure, parts were still scary, but they were still cartoonish, right?
Right,
it was still, it was still not realistic. Now we're talking realist.
Has some realism to it, right?
Yeah, it's got some realism. And that's what I think gets me more scared than anything. I got chainsawed last night. I ain't gonna lie.
How'd that make you feel?
Terrible.
Oh, okay.
Because he was chasing me, and then of course I ran into another group as I was trying to get away from him and pop him a few times, and ran into another group. And the minute I turned around, he was there, and I took the chainsaw to the stomach. Yeah, buddy.
Did it give you a little jump?
Yeah, I jumped.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, no doubt. But no, that's what my week has consisted of. Again, been podcasting a ton. PM and the PM ran 4 hours.
Yes, y'all did. Y'all went quite some time.
Xbox Ultimate. Geez, man. But there's a lot to talk about, and that's the reason why these are going so long. So had a great night too, everybody. I'm sure I'll mention it again, but PM and the PM on Thursday. If you didn't catch the first 2 hours, especially, Mav and I went 4, but the first 2 hours we had Skullsy.
Yes.
And I want to shout out. I want to shout out Skullsy because Skullsy's a good dude. He's been doing this. He started his YouTube channel in 2007. He's been rocking this thing for 16 years. He's got almost 27,000 subs, but he's still like kind of an unknown. He's getting in this community, I should say. He's getting known because he's on Boom Show a lot now.
Right.
But Skullsy's a great dude, and he knows everything about Bethesda. He knows everything about Bethesda. He's great for that stuff. And we had a great conversation about Starfield. Went through a ton of different speculation with him. So go check that out later this weekend if you want to. A great show with him. And I also want to give him a shout out because he announced on Twitter yesterday he might have to have surgery. He's got some stuff going on with his skull, like some kind of infection that's eating through.
Oh, wow. That's okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
So he's going to get,
shout out to him.
Yeah. Shout out to Skullsy. Yeah. He's going to the doctors next week. So want to give him energy.
Please.
And last thing, and I'll turn it back over to you, Steel, and get your week here. Shout out to Spooky.
Please. I was about to say that's gonna be the next thing.
Yeah, shout out to Spooky, another great member of this community. We've had to shout him out before, if you guys remember. He got attacked, was in a coma for God, what was it, Steel? Like a month, 2 months he was in a coma.
If not a little bit, if not longer than that. But
he's
it was quite some
recovered
time.
and all that. And he's trying to move to the United States. He's got a GoFundMe for that and all this kind of stuff. He's got kids. He's trying to get away from Australia. And then he found out that he had a couple tumors. So he just had surgery, brain tumors. So he just had surgery yesterday. The love of his life, Trinity, she updated last night, late last night, and said surgery was successful. He flatlined once during the operation. But they brought him back, and he's going to be out for like 3 days, 4 days while he heals up. But they did get both tumors removed. So shout out to Spooky. Keep the energy flowing for Skullsy and Spooky,
please,
for sure. Two good dudes in this community, 100%. So, anyways, chat
1,000%.
looking amazing. Glad to be here. Hope we're going to have a great show. Steel and I are going to bring it. We got a lot to talk about. Steel, what was your week like, man?
Oh man, my week has been a lot of Wolong, man. I've just been when I've had the time to really get into it. It's been a whole lot of just Wolong, Fallen Dynasty, getting that. Continue to rock out with that. It's just something about those Souls like, and we say that. I know some people they hear that, be like, stop comparing everything. I mean, but again, there's a reason why it's kind of become its own thing. It's just something about it that's just extremely attractive. I know I heard Rant talk about it yesterday. He was like, "Man, it's kind of weared on me towards the end. It got really repetitive, and not as the combos are kind of mundane. There's really not much to them." And in some ways I agree, but in a lot of ways I disagree. Again, this is one of those that they want you to get in a new game plus, so you get those extra abilities, start working on a build, because those little things do matter. There's a lot of quality of life things that they have in this game, but some of those others don't typically have up front. And this is definitely, from what I have played of Neo, it is definitely a Neo Sekiro Souls baby, 1000% in every way, shape, or form. This is Rand made this point yesterday though. It is the easiest Souls-like a game that I have ever played. For sure, 1000%. There's no refuting it. Once you get used to that parry system, it's literally, from what I've experienced in this game personally, outside of like co-op sessions, because there is something going on with the net code or whatever it is, as far as co-op play, or even when you're going against other people, invading people. To where there's something off. People are skipping around, the bosses are skipping around, and that's never a good experience. But as far as like solo play, this is like one of those games where I can't be mad at the game because I know where I messed up at. I know it's me. I know it's me messing up more so than anything. I know it's me being impatient more so than anything in a lot of those ways. But a lot of the bosses personally, again, I mentioned before, the first boss is definitely the hardest. Lubu, which is about the middle boss in the game, is definitely the second skill check. He is, and it's more so because the game kind of wants you. It has up to Lubu, the game has taught you to be aggressive. Then you get to Lubu, and if you're aggressive, it's not going to work. So you can tell that, especially for its first game, there are some things on the game design level that probably do need to be addressed and adjusted a bit, because it can be jarring for some people, right? And again, the stats now going out there with people, only 30% of the people have beat the first boss. Like, guys, these types of games are already not for everybody. And within the first 15 minutes of the game, you get to that first boss and you decide that it's not for you, then it's just not for you, and that's fair. But it is a perfect point to show you whether you should play this game or not, which I do respect, because at least you're getting it within the first 15, 30 minutes of the game, versus you spending 2 hours grinding, exploring, or whatever else. You get to a boss, and now you're just banging your head up against the wall. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
So I've had a good time with that. I've actually finished the story out. I thought there was actually a decent story here for a Dynasty Warriors-esque style game. That Eastern flavor, really dealing with those older times. I really like that perspective on it. It's not intrinsically deep or anything. And it is kind of predictable in some ways, although the last boss wasn't really predictable. I wasn't expecting that. But it was a good time nonetheless. And the last boss could be a bit of a problem too. He was interesting for sure. And just because he was definitely more aggressive and wouldn't let you chill. But
I did play some more Wolong 2 Steel. Real quick.
Okay.
As a guy who's not the Souls guy, I did rock some, because you carried me around in your backpack a little bit last weekend. We were having a good time. We had some fun. But I did actually pop it back on and solo some more too as well. And yeah, I think it is fair to say this is probably the easiest Souls game. Although I still have problems because I'm not that dude. And again, that comes down to my grazing habits. If I just stuck to Wolong for long enough,
that's the difference.
It would probably be a lot better than me hopping around and coming back to it again, because the controls, you got to get to know them. They've got to be
Yeah.
second nature to pull off a lot of the parries, especially on the quicker enemies that do multiple attacks in a quick succession. You got to get that timing down right, and a lot of that comes through repetition. A lot of that is it's your muscle memory, and it's just getting that
1000%.
natural. And again, I think that's my biggest problem. But I'm still having a great time with it. Found a new sword steel that I really like.
Okay.
I went from the duals to a single blade, but I'm really enjoying this one. Kind of upgrading my armor and upgrading my weapons. I love all that stuff. That stuff is just so freaking. It's really good. It's well done in this. But yeah, I just wanted to step in and say I am playing Wo Long, and as a non-Souls fan, I still think that non-Souls fans should try it because it is probably the most. Once you get past the first boss, it's the most accessible out of any kind of Souls-like game because of the Ninja Gaiden influence from Team Ninja.
1000%.
That's what makes the difference here in this game for most people.
In Doom, I definitely get that. The forced parry, I'm typically not someone that stylistically likes to parry either. But this one is extremely forgiving.
Yes.
In a lot of ways. There are some times when I parry and I'm like, oh wow, I parried that. Wasn't expecting that. Or where you could press parry multiple times and you can recover yourself.
Yep.
So there's a lot of forgiveness to it, whereas like Sekiro is not that way. If you miss a parry on Sekiro, whatever enemy that you're fighting is going to continue to be aggressive. They don't care. It's because there's a lot of those comparisons being, oh, if you liked Wo Long, go play Sekiro. I've played Sekiro. Sekiro didn't keep me. I don't know what it was about the game. I was enjoying it, but it didn't keep me. I also modded Sekiro, cosmetic wise, and I was looking real stylish and looking good, and had the game running great and everything feeling good, but it didn't keep me for whatever reason. I don't know why. Same thing with Neo. I played about 20 hours in Neo 1, and for whatever reason, it didn't keep me. I don't know why. But from what I've also heard from those other games, they're also a lot more complicated than Wo Long is, especially after you beat the story the first time, right? I will tell you this. The one thing that Wo Long has done since it came into Game Pass, and this is going to be for everybody, but 30 hours in, when I was 30 hours in, I bought the DLC. So I already have that set and good to go. I bought the expansion, so whenever those DLCs come out, I'll be in them. So that's
something.
I think that's impressive, especially for a game that came into Game Pass that I wasn't expecting to necessarily hit with me. But because of the aesthetic, because of the style, because of the combat, and I know there was also some people, Rand, it's another point that Rand mentioned, but I also heard other people say this, well, the enemies don't have much variety. And it's like in this game, especially for it being its first iteration in the style of game that it's trying to be, if they had too many enemies they're throwing at you, you would never get used to the game. It would be inherently more difficult. And again, I don't think that that's what their goal was with this. It was to find, I think what Team Ninja was really trying to do, in my personal opinion, was strike a balance between difficulty and enjoyment. I think they struck that balance, but this isn't going to turn somebody who isn't a fan of these game types into a fan. Unless after that first boss, it clicks with you.
Yeah.
That is literally the first determination. And I know last week we mentioned that, hey, this first boss is a little bit overbearing, but spending more time with the game and really thinking about it, now it's like hey, because once you beat that first boss, everything else literally after that, up to you when you get to Lubu the first time, is like, wow, this is kind of anticlimactic. It's not as bad, but it's also because there is variance, timing can still be a thing. Yeah. And unless you're like Pong had just mentioned, if you're not playing it consistently, you will drop off a bit, right? Because that's what it's literally. It's one of those, if you're playing on a daily, like it's one of your daily drivers, for an example, like I like to call some of my games, like a Call of Duty or a Halo or things that I kind of play on a daily basis. If it's not a daily driver for you, you're going to jump back in and be like, hey, what's the timing on these enemies? Oh, what's the timing on my own attacks, right?
Yeah.
Because all that stuff matters. But nonetheless. I also jumped into Halo. The new
season
season
3.
content dropped. That's been really dope, man. Really interesting. There's a good amount of content there. Them having the some Forge maps as part of like a community playlist now. It's really dope that you can just jump into with randoms. So I've been having a good time with that. I made a post. I platinum in the first time that I've played Halo in quite some time. So I mean, again, impressive for me nonetheless, and I'm ranked. And if it's feeling better,
did you wind up hopping in with Ains?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay, okay.
That's gonna be when we jump in with James. That's gonna be different. Because we know there's no in between. It has been better. I will say that seemingly the new ranking system that they put in place does feel a little bit better. Because before it was extremely jarring. I would get the diamond or onyx or whatever the case, and then like I'm literally playing like the sweatiest gods I've ever met in my life. Where now it does feel a bit more balanced, right? I'm still trying to get used to a bit. I don't know if it's because of other first-person shooters or other games that are kind of jaded me in some ways, but Halo is literally a high kill and high death game, right? Where it's one of those games where the best person on the team could be 15 and 10, for an example, especially when you're playing objective-based game modes and things of that nature. Yeah. That's something that I gotta get, that I've been trying to get back used to, because it wasn't like that in the past with Halo. In some ways it was, but in a lot of ways that it wasn't, especially if you were on the upper echelon. But it's been a good time nonetheless. Destiny 2.
A lot of people liking the cosmetics too, Steel.
Yeah, the cosmetics in Halo seem to be getting better for sure. I still don't like the armor core situation that they got separating everything out. I'd rather them have one selection. You could choose a base or whatever, and then customize it with whatever else that you have. I still don't like it being separated out. I still find that corny as hell, to me personally. But the customization is looking dope. Number one thing that I can say is that the fear that people had in the beginning where, oh man, nobody looks different from each other, that doesn't exist. Like, I played 15 games the other day and nobody looked like me, for an example, which is dope. That's something that you would come to expect. That does let me know that there is variety in the game as far as cosmetics go. Yeah. It's just not where it used to be.
Right. Uh-oh. Lost Steel.
Nah, the girls are getting ready to go to their grandmama house, so I was giving kisses and whatnot. Pong, take over for me real quickly.
Yes, absolutely. So chat, listen up. I know Steel's going to probably maybe talk about a little bit of Destiny here, but let's give some shout outs real quick to the chat. Chargasm, what is going on? Tim the Sorcerer, of course, in the house. Talos Ray. We got one of the OGs. Nyx is in the house. We got the Fifth Horseman V. We got Doom Reaper is in the house. What's going on, Doom? We got, who else we got in here? We got, of course, East Side Vandal is dropping on in here and saying hi. We got King Webb. What's going on, brother? How you doing today? Great to have you jumping in the chat as well. Who else we got in here? We got, of course, Jacob Novik is in here. What's going on, Jacob? Who else? We got RWK88. What's going on, RWK? Thanks for dropping in and saying hi. Jesse Darby is in the house. What's going on, Jesse? Great to have you in here. Calorie, what's going on? Great to have you a part of the show as always. Of course, the legend himself, Dragonheart Yobe, is in here. What's going on, legend? Great to have you. Dr. Dinglenut, what's going on, Doctor? Harry Balzac, what's going on, Harry? Good to have you a part of the show as well, as always. Maddie Burns, what's going on, Maddie? Great to see you dropping in and saying hi. I know you're always lurking around. Great to have you show up. Vic the Click. It wouldn't be a show without Vic. You know this. He's probably having a drink or he's working. Actually, he's probably working. Isaac Gentry, what's going on? Great to have you join us. Of course, Stanley Francois. Rescue Squad Culp is in the house as well. Casket Repair jumping on in here to say hi. All of you, thank you all for being here and joining us yet again for another Saturday morning. Web Dave dropping in here. Rain G4, of course, doing his usual sliding through. What's going on, Rain? Great to see you in here, General Spartan 27. And of course, Tom from Toonami is in the house as well. What's going on, Tom? M. Gene, what's going on? I saw you, M. Gene. You were like the first person in the chat this morning. Appreciate you all for joining myself and Steel Rain for another episode of Living Splitscreen. That's right. It is Saturday, March the 11th, and Steel is back. Steel,
All
we're
right.
going to talk some Destiny.
Yeah, real quick, because I talked about it a little bit last week, getting into Lightfall and everything. But as far as Destiny goes, it's just been kind of barren on the PvP front of things. I know a lot of people are enjoying some of the PvE content. I believe the raid did drop this week. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong in that, but if anything, definitely check out the Last Word podcast with Ebontis and Lord Cognito and Ty Guy Travis over there. They do a lot of great Destiny 2 content. They're my personal go-to if I want any information about what's going on or anything like that. So definitely check out the Last Word pod. And if you want anything about Destiny 2, but that's been all right. And to cap it off, I jumped into a little bit of Fortnite last night. They had an update yesterday. Again, Fortnite just being consistent and continuing their domination in some ways, with continually invigorating their own world, their own game. And it's an amazing thing to see, but also it's like, man, how big does their team have to be, and that Fortnite currently, I would say, is the definition of good management. Like, they are, I mean, again, I don't play the game enough to like really be like, yeah, it's perfect. But they have definitely done a good job, at least for me as somebody who wasn't into it when they had the whole building thing. I just didn't like that about Fortnite. Nothing to do with skill. I just never cared about it. But with them having no build, they had Venom in the store last night, so I had to cop me Venom. But with everything that they're doing with the game, it does feel good. I still think the shooting mechanics in the game don't feel the greatest. There's something about the aim too that doesn't just feel as intuitive on the controller for whatever reason to me, comparatively to other games that I play, right? Other shooters that I like. I don't know what it is, but I fine-tuned some things in, and I felt like I was getting to a good spot. So I don't know, maybe that'd be in the rotation, because my brother likes to frequent those streets a lot. I don't know. He has a good time.
Impeccable. Their
Yeah,
roadmap
no,
is impeccable.
and they stay. Hey,
yeah.
If there's somebody that puts out a roadmap and is true to it,
yeah, it's Fortnite.
It's Fortnite.
It's
But
Fortnite. Did I see a rumor too? Still, I saw a rumor.
Oh, what?
On Twitter a couple days ago. Somebody found some proof that they're going to implement or are testing a first-person mode for Fortnite.
They may be. I mean, Fortnite already has some of that already. Certain gun, a lot of the guns already go into first person when you shoot them. But I did see that previously.
Okay.
I don't see how that would be enjoyable at all. But personally, I'm not going to play Fortnite in first person. That sounds completely. That's not
it's
at
another
all
option. I mean,
it's an option, but it's not. It's not Call of Duty. I don't know. To me personally, I just don't see the point in it. Not saying that people won't like it or people won't play it, but I think it's personally a waste of development talent. When you could be putting it in other places, right? But again, if you have the option to do it, I guess why not? I mean, it's all some of that baseline is already there, so why not flush it out? I guess. So, yeah. Calorie says that I saw first person mode coming next season. Again, it's an additional option. They give you more options than Call of Duty does, who takes third person away and I guess never bring it back. So there's that. Shout out to COD. Eastside Vandal says, Steel, do you prefer Warframe or Destiny?
Ooh, that's a question.
I mean, but it's a question, but it's at the same time, it's not. It's easier for me. I would say Destiny because of the PvP. Warframe's PvP is non-existent, and I don't enjoy it at all. It's something that the devs haven't cared for. It's actually completely irrelevant. Nobody plays Warframe for the PvP at all. Now, somebody out there who does, correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't played Warframe PvP in probably 4 years, so maybe they did change something.
Is that what's missing, Steve?
What Warframe?
Yeah, Warframe is the PvP mode. Is that why you think? Because that was the conversation we were having before when we went live. Was
Oh yeah,
that yeah? Because I said that I'm surprised because Steel talks about constantly, and again,
yeah.
I had to double look at the footage to know it was Warframe. I
Go.
haven't played Warframe in like 3 years,
Yeah,
right? But Steele was talking about in the background how much money Tencent has poured into this. And again, you all know my feeling on Tencent and
yeah.
Steele's feeling on Tencent and the China. But they for Warframe itself as a game, Tencent coming in and being backing it has made that game into something completely different than it started. Like Steele said, they have so much content in
Yeah,
there now.
yo, there's
And that's what I said. There's
hundreds
still
of hours of content.
obviously they keep adding so much content because there's people playing it. You just don't hear about Warframe like you do Destiny.
It's
Is
under
it the
wraps. Yeah.
yeah. Is PvP the missing piece for them? Maybe they
I think
should.
so. I have been on the line because when we were playing PvP, we were having a good time with it. It just was unbalanced in a lot of ways because there is a
Right.
lot there. Now, is it something? I do think it is something that they should go into because there is a huge, at least in my personal opinion, a base of gamers that would enjoy that. It doesn't have to be based off of all this armor or these all this stuff that you grinded for. I would say, hey, take all your frames, give them, their base abilities, take them for what they are, and address them in a PvP manner. Just balance it out. And I know that's simpler said than done, but at this point, if you got that type of money flowing in, I would say at least see if you could put a team to the side on it and start working on it because there is something that could be there. It has that cyberpunk esque kind of style to it, that Blade Runner esque kind of thing going for it, to where it's high paced action. The gunplay feels good. The game just feels really fun to play overall. And if they were able to nail down something on the PvP front, I think they would really have some magic here. But it would take a lot of balancing, and I think that's why they haven't done it because there is a lot there, and it wouldn't be simple to do. But I do think it's a missed opportunity. Now, I'm going to pick Destiny over Warframe, mainly because of the PvP. But that's just me. And Warframe does look completely different now, especially with the update into for the series consoles that they've done of what the new generation consoles that they've done, current gen, I should say, has been nothing short of spectacular. The game looks, feels, is amazing in a lot of ways. And again, if you guys haven't played it, now is definitely a better time to jump in it than ever because it is more new player friendly. Whereas before, it wasn't at all. You as a new player in the past, you would jump in and be completely lost. Where now, again, now I'm not even one of the upper echelons. I would consider the guy that you probably see on screen here, BX Soundwave. He's more of the vet. Warframe is literally the only game that he plays, because that's just the one that he likes to dedicate his time to. He doesn't play any other game. This is the one. So, and every time that I jump in is usually with him. So I have a jaded experience about a Warframe. So I'm always playing higher level content. So it's going to be different, but it's definitely been a good time. Neither here or there. I saw some other people bringing up some good points. Dope reviews. Shout out to you thank you for the sub on that road to 1K. So I appreciate that. He says, let me scroll up a little bit here. He says, you think Xbox marketing deals without Game Pass deal included are dead? How do you feel about that, Paul?
Oh boy, without Game Pass deal?
Yes. Do you think that Xbox marketing
Yeah.
deals without Game Pass
Pass.
are included are dead?
I'll never say never, but I will definitely say that yes, 95% are probably at this point. If Game Pass is not a part of that deal, I don't think Xbox is paying for marketing rights. I think that's a big part of their whole goal is to get that Game Pass. Whereas Sony is still the old school way where they get the marketing deal and they want some kind of exclusive content, like we saw with we saw with Hogwarts, right?
Right.
A small mission, cosmetics, something. That's what they like. Xbox has completely moved away from those types of deals, and now it's like, hey, we'll do marketing rights, but we want Game Pass day and date. right? We want
Yeah.
Game Pass day and date. So yeah, I've got to say that I think that for marketing deals specifically, it probably is 95% done. Um, they still will go out and do third party deals where
Right.
they help
Which
finance,
they
right?
have. I mean,
Which they have, like Stalker 2, right? They'll do small timed exclusivity deals if they believe in a studio and they're going to finance part of the game. They'll do that kind of stuff still, but again, that's going to be a small portion. Everything is pretty much Game Pass, Game Pass, Game Pass at this point. So.
Yeah, I mean, I probably agree with that too. Their Xbox's play now is Game Pass because again, they had to do something different. The competition forced them to look at the industry differently, which is a large part of the conversation that's being had with the FTC, CMA, and all these other legislative bodies that we're having right now, because he goes on to say, hey, any chance CMA blocks the deal, but FTC and EU approve? If so, what are your chances on a scale of 1 to 10? Again, I think the deal is going to get approved 10 out of 10. And if it doesn't, I think it just, I talked about this a little bit with Boom this week. Also, shout out to Boom. We did it on Xbox Factor. Well, no, it wasn't on Factor. It was on Xblog. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But on that show, we talked about it a bit to where if for whatever reason this deal doesn't go through, it's at another level of corruption that I'll never understand. And blatantly letting the community know and those who are invested in the gaming space know how they look at the industry. Only Sony could be the market leader. Nintendo is not going to be part of that conversation for whatever reason, although the reason why they aren't looking at it the way more critically is because Nintendo is the market leader. So technically Sony doesn't have a monopoly, but at the same point,
they don't count.
They only are including Xbox and PlayStation in their conversation, but are using Nintendo for their benefit in converse. Like, I don't get how that's working. But again, if this deal doesn't go through, there's a lot of collusion there, a lot of deeper rooted issues that would need to be solved immediately. And to put me, I would definitely have a lot less faith in those legislative bodies, but I don't have any reason to deny the deal. I felt that way since the beginning. I just use ECP though, that educated consumer perspective. So I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an attorney, I'm not in these boardroom meetings, so I don't personally know. But from a common sense standpoint, especially when you have told me multitude of times, and from the research that I've done, these bodies can come back at a later point and address future issues if they need to. Why would you block it? I just don't get it. I don't personally get that if it ends up being that way.
And to answer the question specifically, as far as the CMA blocks and FTC is a done deal, folks. Microsoft will take them all the way to court, and it's over with. Any legal expert has said that the FTC can't win this case at all. So let's just say the FTC and the EC both approve. Even if the FTC is not really an approval, Microsoft just calls their bluff, whatever. But the CMA blocks, now that, again, neither Steele nor I are in any way, shape, or form legal experts, but obviously we've had a lot of analysts and M&A attorneys come out and talk about this. There is a way that if the CMA blocks, there, depending on who you listen to, there's multiple ways where Microsoft could still close the deal. Now, the big question is that the acquisition agreement with Activision Blizzard states that all of the regulatory bodies have to approve for the deal to go through. So there might be a renegotiation that has to be done with Activision Blizzard if the CMA were to block. We don't know for sure. Michael Pachter brought up the fact that there's a way that Microsoft could create like a PLC, it's called, which is kind of like a separate company, in which case business in the UK specifically would run as it always has, just the UK would not receive any future Call of Duties. And then they would let the people complain. They would just not sell Call of Duty in the UK.
Yeah.
And they would let all the consumers cry and go to their representatives and put pressure on the CMA, etc.
Yeah,
that could happen. Microsoft could also pull all of their business out of the UK. And for anybody who doesn't know, the entire UK government runs basically off Microsoft. So they could do that too, or it could kill the deal. So again, we're not experts, but again, I've listened to enough people now describe it. There are ways that if the CMA does move the block, that Microsoft could still pull off the deal. Whether or not they do, that's a whole nother question. And we're going to find out at some point here, one way or the other. And it's coming soon. So we're a few weeks out from getting a real good picture of where this is going to go. And then we'll go from there. But as Steele said, overall, I think the CMA is posturing a ton. I think the posturing is over the top because they want to look tough. They want to prove themselves now that they have broken away from the EU. They want to make their statement. But at the end of the day, I don't think they block this deal. I think they take the remedies. Maybe they ask for a couple extra ones on top of the EC remedies that Microsoft has proposed. But overall, I think this deal does get done. And I think the CMA does approve at the end of the day. So we'll see. We'll see.
Nah, don't come to the law offices of Steel and Pong.
No,
Omar. We will probably not win
good.
Your case. I'm just letting you know. Again,
we'll come with the energy.
Yeah, we will. We definitely will. They'll have to listen, and they'll be excited to listen. But I don't think we'll win any good points. But
we'll talk a lot of nonsense. We'll do a lot of objecting to everything, even if it doesn't make sense.
Again, we'll come from the consumer perspective for sure. But yeah, again, that's just my kind of perspective on it. But and that's also coming from somebody who likes talking about this whole engagement because it's fun. And if we don't talk about it, who else is going to talk about it in this manner, have this type of energy for it, this type of excitement for it, and talk about it in such a manner that does at least seem interesting. And even if it doesn't have anything to do with me directly, it does have something to do with the industry, which I deeply care for. And like I say here all the time, since we care about the gaming industry in totality, it's something that we're always going to speak on and keep you guys updated on, man. So
Tom says, what a slogan. We won't win your case, but we'll bring the energy. That's right.
Hey, I like that. I like that.
Right, and Blue Moon, yeah, if something like that were to happen, you'd probably there'd be a whole lot of people hooking up VPNs in the UK.
Yeah. That's going to be, if that ends up happening, that's going to be a weird, really weird time.
Dramatic like that happens. Yeah.
We're going to be in a really, really weird time if that.
Yeah. And the only reason why it makes sense, folks, if you're wondering why, is because honestly, if you look at the UK's market percentage, it's like 3%.
Yeah.
See, when we talk about these other countries, unless you're talking about it as like a whole, like the entire Europe continent, when you break it down by country, pulling out of the UK is not that big a deal because it's like 3% of the market.
Yeah.
Right. It'd still be a big deal because it'd be a huge process to make that happen. Like,
right.
This wasn't going to be just like, oh, yeah, no, we're just not going to do the UK anymore.
But if that's the route that you choose, I mean,
that's why some people suggest, like Michael Pachter, that, that's exactly what Microsoft's going to do because the deal is too big to worry about 3% of the market. The deal overall is way too big to worry about that. You go through the hassle to make that happen because overall the deal means so much more to your future goals. And you assume down the road they change their mind.
Yeah, and I mean, that's exactly why we're not seeing all these games trying to be exclusive or anything else like that. And the constant, hey, where we're trying to give more access, they're playing nice for a reason because it is going to benefit them in the long run. And again, it's going to be for competition's sake. And I think,
oh my God, Eastside Vandal, Steel and Pong Bird Law Incorporated. Yeah, it's from Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
You stupid. You're so funny. That's funny.
Great show, by
That's
the way.
funny. Yeah,
great call out, guys.
Good show.
All right, Steel. So, shall we move forward, sir?
I think it's time for us to get into our upcoming games. Let the people know what they can at least come to expect in this upcoming week. I saw some more people talking about Exo Primal again. I don't know if I mentioned it. We'll talk about it when we get to it. I'll mention it again right here before we get into our upcoming games. Again, as far as right now, Saturday, plan on us not ending up being here. Got an event that I'm going to next Saturday. It's going to be early in the morning. But with that, in turn, what I want to do, if I have the opportunity to, I shouldn't have too much going on this next weekend. Girls on spring break this week, so I should have plenty of time. But on Saturday, since Exo Primal open beta will be next weekend, anybody, I mean anybody. Now, don't get it twisted. I like to win, and I do like to play at a certain level, but this open beta is an opportunity for us to check out a game that we may have some interest in a game that some people are saying that Capcom may be putting into Game Pass because they may not have the most faith that it's going to do the greatest. I don't have anything to say, oh, that's credible information, but we'll see. I'm excited for it, have been excited for it since I've seen the gameplay. I'm also jaded in that matter because I am a mecha fan. So got mechas in there, you got some mecha mobility in there, and you got dinos, and you seemingly have a good backstory, in the backdrop story, I should say. I think there's a lot of good things working for it, man. I'm excited for it. I want to check it out. That's part of the reason why I'm kind of excited to jump into this open beta versus Diablo 4's open beta, which is also next weekend, because I already know what I'm getting out of Diablo, right? Diablo's a day one purchase regardless. Whereas Exo Primal, although I'm intending to buy a day one, I do want to get a feel for what they're trying to present to us. Make sure that it's going to be worth it.
None of that stuff matters. Steel, you can control a T-Rex.
That is true. That is true. You can control dinosaurs. It's kind of dope. I'm not gonna lie to you. And Decado, in this gameplay clip, yes, this is a Nova that I'm playing as in Warframe. My favorite frames in Warframe, my number one is Chroma, just because he's more of a tank. He can take the damage and also deal out the damage. Having that where you take damage, and as you take damage, you end up dealing more damage. I love that. Love that aspect of it. My next favorite is probably going to be Nova in some ways, just because I like the aspect and a lot of content being able to slow down or speed up the enemies, and also they take additional damage regardless. So that's super dope. But yeah, that's two I like. But anyway, either here or there, let's get into these upcoming games, ladies and gentlemen, so you guys can get some preparation for what you may be coming to expect in this next week.
Yeah, not a big week. Not a big week at all. But there's some cool games in here. So let's go. Starting. This is going to be the week of the 13th of March, everybody.
Oh!
That's what we're talking about here. So starting off with the Legend of Heroes, Trails to Azure. Another JRPG. It is skipping Xbox. This is coming to PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC. And this is developed by Falcom and published by NIS.
You say Trails of Azure? When is that releasing?
Trails to Azure.
Oh, Trails to the Legend of Heroes. There we go.
That's what I said. Legend of Heroes, Trails to Azure. You're not listening to me again, Steel.
No, I'm not. No.
NIS is one of those publishers and developers that are resistant to Xbox still in the East. That I hope changes over time. But right now, that one is skipping Xbox, but it is coming to PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC. So if you're looking forward to a new JRPG, go check out that. Then we've got The Wreck coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC on the 14th. This is by the Pixel Hunt, developed and published by the Pixel Hunt. Now, Game Informer had this listed as a genre of adventure. But then I went to the actual website, and this is a visual novel. Okay. This is a visual novel. Pure and simple, The Wreck. So if you're into visual novels, the main artwork, the title here, it looks very interesting.
Yeah, it looks dope. I like the art stuff.
But it is a visual novel. All right. Then I got one that I am definitely going to be checking out down the road, probably on sale, depending on what this comes out as, called Vulcan Lords of Mayhem. This has been out on PC since 2020, February 13th. This is a Diablo clone. This is an action RPG with loot. You know me, Steel. I don't care. AA, single A, indie. You give me an action RPG with loot, I'm going to try it out. So this one looks really cool. I want to check this one out down the road, but it is coming to PlayStation, and it's only current gen.
That's interesting.
So PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles. And so go check out Vulcan Lords of Mayhem. I did watch some videos on this earlier this week, and I definitely want to check it out. So that is coming March 15th. And then one game that I have been talking about here that isn't going to be for everybody, but I don't care. Anno 1800. This is a city builder that does actually have some combat. You can actually play multiplayer in this game as well too. You get some naval combat. You got to defend your cities, that kind of stuff. It's light. It's very light.
Okay.
Let me tell you that. It's more about building the cities.
Okay.
But I've got this pre-ordered.
Oh wow.
This is
Okay.
a Ubisoft game. This has been out on PC and has done very well on PC since 2019. It is now coming to console, and it looks fantastic. I watched a breakdown. They did, I think 2 weeks ago, they did a breakdown where they showed the console version live. They did a fabulous job with it. I can't wait for this Anno 1800 this week. And folks, I'll remind you, I brought this up last week. Ubisoft announced the first week that this drops. So this week coming up, for the first week, they will make it free to play for everybody.
Oh, wow.
So you can jump into the entire game, Xbox, PlayStation, and PC.
Check it out.
You can download Anno 1800, check it out for a week, and see if you like it or not.
Nice.
So it's $39.99 for the base game, $49.99 for the deluxe game, which gives you 3 sets of kind of beautification, I'll say.
Okay.
It just updates the visuals that you can put down while you're building your city, like different parks and recreation sites,
Okay.
That's all it is. So it's cosmetics for city builder, basically.
That's still dope. That's still dope.
Yeah,
either way.
it's dope. So $39.99 for the full game. Otherwise, play it for
Not
free
bad.
for the first week and check it out. The Dark Pictures, Switchback VR, PS VR 2 getting another game. And of course, a lot of people love the Dark Pictures series.
Yes.
Switchback coming to VR March the 16th. Go check that out if you got that VR 2 action going on. And then One Steel and I have talked about here a couple times.
Yeah.
Bayonetta, the origin story. It's Syriza and the Lost Demon. Okay. So everybody knows, or most people should know, what Bayonetta is. And this game is completely different from that. This is a top-down, cartoonish version of a little girl, Bayonetta, growing up, where she actually is you control her, but she's a support character. She doesn't actually attack. Her demon attacks. And you cast different things to help the demon attack, right? That you're a support character role. This is an Origins. It is developed by Platinum Games. Again, Platinum going way different genre here. So I can't wait to kind of see how everybody likes it. But this is not what I want from a Bayonetta game. But who knows? It might turn out cool.
Be good.
But it's locked to Switch, of course, because Nintendo pays for it. So, but that's coming out this week. So you Switch players are getting a little extra Bayonetta. And then, of course, for all you wrestling fans out there, WWE 2K23 dropping on March the 17th. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC. I've seen some people throwing up some stuff about this already, that they've made even bigger improvements than they did last year. A lot of people were happy with last year's edition.
Yeah, they were.
It's been a while since people had that game for wrestling that they really loved. A lot of people said last year they came back. They said this year they made even more improvements. So for all you wrestling fans out there, I know you guys are going to be hopping into this. It's looking good for you. And then I wanted to check one last thing here, Steel. I sent you, hold on for a second. Where did I send that to? Xbox Wire. Let me just double check the Xbox Wire because they did another good breakdown this week of things coming to Xbox. So I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything here. The Forest Cathedral is coming March the 14th. First-person environmental thriller set on a remote island. You play as a scientist, Rachel Carson. You must figure out why the island won't let her leave. The game tells the reimagined story from the attempted silence of Rachel Carson leading up to her discoveries on the harmful pesticide known as DDT. Well, damn. That just got deep. So this is based on a true story about the discovery of DDT or the harmful side effects of DDT. Okay. All right. So that's the Forest Cathedral, March 14th. And then, yes, Valheim is showing up to Xbox in Game Pass. Game preview, March the 14th. Valheim, of course, was a big game. Still a lot of players over on PC. Certainly doesn't get the pub that it did at one point when it first dropped on PC, but now it's expanding to console. It's coming to Game Pass, Xbox Game Pass. Valheim is March the 14th. I will be checking that out as well. Vernal Edge, also March 14th. This one looks like it's a pixel art Metroidvania. Vernal Edge coming to Xbox as well. We already talked about the Wreck. We talked about Anno 1800. A game called Big Chick. Pause. Ooh. Big Chick coming March 15th. This is going to be, I don't even know what this is. The islands are sinking. Chicken folk can't swim, and fox bandits won't miss an opportunity to gobble up a bird or two, even on the verge of apocalypse. What a disaster. Fortunately, Big Chick is here to save the day. Use poultry magic to summon new patches of land from the ocean depths, and micromanagement skills to lead your people to the safety of the sacred Big Barn. So this sounds like a strategy game where you control a magic chicken who can summon land to move your other chickens to safety. Okay, Big Chick, March the 15th. Then we got some other craziness here. We got Kung Theory Street Rage Ultimate Edition coming March 15th. Get blown into another dimension as you experience the gut-busting fun with Kung Theory Street Rage Ultimate Edition. Beat up Nazis and stop the evil Kung Führer. Oh my, I can't believe they actually wrote that. The Kung Führer, and uphold the law the only way you know how, with your fists. This definitely sounds like a brawler. Roll with it. I don't know where people come up with this. Tricky Thief, March the 15th, coming to Xbox Series, smart delivery. Take the role of a slippery burglar as you hug the walls of each room and collect coins while outwitting the patrolling guards across dozens of top-down single-screen stages, presented in a charmingly minimalistic 3D style as you navigate the brain-teasing chambers of Tricky Thief. Backbeat, coming March the 16th. Stephanie Watson, an aspiring bassist, bounced from audition to audition, never finding music that really resonated with her until she discovered the magic of funk. Caught up in the groove, she recruits a group of hometown amateurs to take on art school darlings La Tormenta and the Battle of the Bands. Okay. Defend the Rook, coming March the 16th, a roguelike tactics board game. Combat with tower defense elements. Defeat the invading hordes to stay alive and save the land by deploying your heroes to outsmart the enemy. That sounds like a game I might be interesting. Okay, all right, Defend the Rook. Okay. My Little Prince jigsaw puzzle game. Yes, I don't need to say more. Jigsaw puzzle tale, March the 16th. Peppa the Pig World Adventures, March the 16th. I know we got a lot of Peppa the Pig fans.
Everybody's favorite game.
Listen, Peppa the Pig World Adventures coming March the 16th. We already talked about wrestling, and that's it from The Wire. So there was some nice games in there as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, it definitely seems to be a lot among the horizon. Again, in a year where we're going to get just a crash of games coming in. I know, again, people are running with the conversation that, oh, man, where were all these games at last year? Again, games are games. I'm sure there's something in there for everybody to enjoy. So there is your upcoming game segment, and hopefully you find something in there that you like. And again, we'll definitely get into a little bit more information. I do want to include Exo Prime as part of that conversation, since they have an open beta coming up. Since I do have genuine interest for it. Yep. That's kind of upcoming next weekend type stuff, but we'll talk about that when we talk about the Capcom show, because they did have a showcase this week also, demonstrating some games like Resident Evil 4, letting people know that there was a demo, Ghost Trick coming back, Monster Rise, Sunbreak coming to new platforms, and Street Fighter 6, Mega Man Network, and things like that. Definitely a lot of good things to talk about. All right. So, Pong, man, where would you like to start today, man?
Dealer's choice, baby. Let's go.
You want to start with Suicide Squad, or you want to start with a game that we were all hyped for, and then all of a sudden everybody else says it's complete garbage, and they had to go back in, and now they're going to change the complete game. It's going to be something different. Now we're going to get Arkham Combat, and the game's going to be perfect.
That ain't happening. That's why none of this makes sense. It doesn't make sense, Steel, but sure, we can start there. We can start there. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. Yes, sir. Let's start.
So the rumor thus far, and this is coming from Jeff Grubb, I believe it was also solidified by Jason Schreier.
Jez actually had it first on Twitter.
Jez had it first. Okay.
Yeah, he had put out a tweet hearing some things about Suicide Squad, maybe potentially delayed, and then Schreier showed up with his information, and then Grubb on one of his shows talked about it actually moving further out. So that's kind of the lay of the land.
So shout out to Jess too, by the way.
Yeah.
So the rumor currently is that Suicide Squad could potentially be delayed further into 2024. Which is kind of crazy to see. And this is apparently due to the backlash from the community. Now, I have quite a few things to say on this topic because I am a proponent of studios creating a game that they want to make. And the only true problem that I have with them going back in and saying, hey, well, the community doesn't like what they've seen. Let's go in and try to do something different. I don't know what else you could do different. What I mean by that is the main thing, one of the main points that people were expressing some concerns about was the live service element. Now, on one hand, I don't get that argument because, again, it's all cosmetic based. It's something that's optional. It's something that you don't need. And nobody ever said that there wasn't going to be any in-game cosmetics. Nobody ever said that. They never did. We don't know. We don't know what's anticipated for them to have in this game. We do know that there's a battle pass that's going to have, as they have clarified, Rocksteady, that it's only going to be cosmetic. For a delay of this stature, especially if it's delayed back into 2024, I don't know if what they plan on changing that is going to make the community more accepting of this game. Because the other side of the conversation that people were having an issue with is the fact that it felt like Crackdown. The fact that it was a shooter all of a sudden and not what they expected from something that is supposed to be within the Arkham verse. Yeah, you're good. One of my main arguments for this point is going to be, and again, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, maybe you have more information. I'm not a DC fan, typically. Suicide Squad has had multiple movies that have not done well. Suicide Squad is full of a cast of characters that not many people are going to be familiar with or care about. Suicide Squad's only character that people really recognize, more so than not, if we're talking about, oh, well, you got these characters and it should be the other way around. It should be the Justice League killing the Suicide. That wouldn't be a fun game. The Justice League is obviously more stronger than the Suicide Squad is. Right? So to me, I feel like it's obvious that they had to take a different approach. I'm not necessarily saying that this is the best approach, but I did like what I saw from the gameplay. Whether it had been the grittiness of it, the story element of it, the traversal, all that good stuff felt great. And I'm somebody who typically, I don't like Crackdown. The last Crackdown I played was 1. I don't like it. I played a little bit of 2, didn't like it enough, didn't keep playing it. So I can't necessarily draw that parallel, and I don't necessarily see it that way. For the Suicide Squad, I thought their approach on using guns and using using their abilities in other ways was unique. Because again, they are fighting the Justice League, a strong group of heroes that are brainwashed by Brainiac. Oh, I believe that's his name. Again, not a DC fan, so correct me if I'm wrong. And Vandal, I get you. King Shark got guns. Why has he got guns? He's more of like a Hulk kind of character. He likes to throw hands. I know that about King Shark. I get you. But you have to do they had to do something to make the gameplay loop attractive. And at least it worked for me. I don't want the Suicide Squad to all of a sudden fight like Batman or fight like any of the other heroes. And there's a lot of things that, again, as people who are fans of the DC verse of these characters that you're not going to like. But there has to be something done differently if this game is going to be attractive to anybody. Because it has been blatantly made obvious that nobody wanted the Suicide Squad, the same way that nobody really wanted the Suicide Squad movies. Or maybe we did, we found out they were average, and now nobody really wants any of it, right? So, for what they presented to us, I like what they did, right? Not only that, but to me, Rocksteady has not missed. I know people have left the studio and they're making other games now, so it's not the same Rocksteady who made the original Arkham trilogy, so we can't give them the same faith that you gave those other games. Rocksteady themselves have not missed, regardless of whatever you want to throw out there. So I personally don't have any belief that this game is going to end up being miss. Though the community wasn't happy with what they saw. I don't know. Hopefully, they can definitely get some things changed within the game that may make it more appealing for people. I don't know if a delay or what they're going to change on this game, because again, they didn't address anything specifically and say, from the community backlash, we're going to work on A, B, C, or D, and they could be potentially working on how to address that to the community, right? These are the things we heard, these are the things we saw, these are the things we're going to do. So that's potential. And I can't say that it's going to flop or drop the ball because, again, from what I saw, I thought it was interesting. From a cast of characters I typically don't know anything about, didn't find any genuine interest in, but that story seemed to be A1 like Stay Saw. And it's one of those things to where I just want the studio, because we have this thing, and I have to use Gears of War as the biggest example, because people go in and say, oh man, since the coalition joined Xbox and here their games aren't as great as they used to be. And I'm only making this point because I am a stickler for these studios making games that people are going to, that not only that people are going to enjoy, but making their game, right? And for us to take it for what it is or not. I also understand that they're spending years of their life working on this game. Again, I'm one of the main people that say gaming is art and should be treated as such. And when you do open your title up to more of a games as a service aspect, you have to listen to what your community is saying, because you've blatantly came out and stated, hey, this is a games as a service. We are doing these things to try to appeal to you guys. So you leave yourself open to scrutiny. Although this game is more co-op based, there's not a real PvP or any multiplayer or anything like that. It's just more co-op based. And although the live service elements, which I do think were overblown because they are cosmetic based, and again, like I mentioned earlier, there's nothing proving that there wasn't in-game cosmetics. They were just adding hey, here is a battle pass system with additional cosmetics and all these other things that they've added on, because again, WB might have wanted them to monetize the game in some way. Eastside Vandal says, it's just very disappointing to see a studio that made one of the best combat systems follow up with a generic looter shooter. And see, that's the thing I just don't agree with. I don't think it's going to be generic because of how the heroes are being used. Like, to me personally, again, and if you feel from what you saw that it looks like it's going to be generic, and I can't in one hand say that I have the faith in Rocksteady, and then on the other hand say that, oh, well, they're just making some generic game. I can understand the perspective, and I understand why people are saying that, and why they're not as up as high on the scale for this game. But for what they've presented thus far, I think it's a good direction, personally. And I don't know what you can change within 1 year
That's a
if
fact.
that, to make the game any different.
That's a fact.
So I don't know what people are expecting to change. Oh, they're going to take out the live service elements. Why would they do that when it was only cosmetic based? Okay, they take out the live service elements. Now you got more cosmetics in the game. It's still the same game that it was before. This with more cosmetics in the actual game now. So are you going to play the game now that it's not a games as a service? And part of the reason I personally believe it is a games as a service is their way to say that, oh, this game has to be online because of maybe how the game was made, or how they're doing the co-op, or maybe they're doing it for cheating perspectives, because this is another game, especially for looters, where you have to have the game have some kind of online element, or you have games that we've had previously in the past that people hook up a USB stick, put a bunch of cheats on it, and now they got every best weapon in the game, and they're breaking the game, and now people aren't having a fun experience and aren't enjoying the game for what it's supposed to be. I personally get those things. Now, did they make any of those things vocal? No, they just said it's a game as a service, and people, this is something that I've heard Ty Guy Travis say here recently, and I do agree. I do think that people have this tainted view as games as a service for games that call themselves games as a service, and have a very jaded opinion on what that's supposed to be, or don't truly understand what that means and write it off as some bad thing. So far, again, for me personally, I don't know what they can do to make it more appealing to everybody who's complaining about it.
Yeah.
Because you're not all of a sudden going to have all these characters fight like Batman.
No.
That's just not going to happen. And they didn't show any combat. Harley Quinn seems like she had some melee potentially, but they didn't show any of that. So that is a mistake also, because as much as I can kind of read between the lines and say, hey, well, maybe there are some of those elements there. Hey, you get up close to an enemy, maybe you hit them with a quick 3-piece, then back up, shoot them with a gun or shotgun or whatever, hit them with a shockwave like King Shark did in that gameplay little demo that they showed us, where he jumped in the air and slammed down on the ground. I felt like that fit. A lot of other people don't. So, Pong, from what you've heard me say, from what you've seen from the community, from what you know of Rocksteady, right? And again, people are bringing up that, oh, these people left, and it's not the same Rocksteady from before, and it's they made these Arkham games, and now they're just making some shooter that, who wants this?
It's fine.
What do you say about this game? How do you feel about the delay? What do you expect to change, or what are just your general opinions about what's going
on? There's a lot here. We talked about this a lot when the last showing happened, and because you and I were on board, and again, me as the non-superhero game guy, like I don't care. Like, and again, Arkham, I understood why everybody loved it. Great game, great combat system for back in the day. They revolutionized a lot of things. I could not stick with Arkham, and even for me as somebody who doesn't finish games, right? I couldn't stick with Arkham, and I tried multiple times. I don't know what the disconnect was. I don't know what happened there. Maybe again because I don't have that love for Batman, that it wasn't that big a deal to me. I actually enjoyed Asylum, I think, more than I did Arkham, but I still understood why people think it's one of the best games out there. I really do, and I'd love to see it come back with 60 frames. I think that a big part of this is because Rocksteady's name is attached to this game. If this was any other studio, I don't think that the backlash would have been as swift and as harsh as what it was. I just truly think as fans out there of Rocksteady, everybody just wanted a different game than what they're getting from the studio. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Again, if you love a studio like people do Rocksteady, and they come out with a game that doesn't look like a Rocksteady game, that doesn't seem to feel like a Rocksteady game, or what your expectations were to be, I think that there is some recoil of, like, ooh, wait, this is not what I wanted. This is not what I was expecting from Rocksteady. This is not the game I was looking for. And I think that's okay. It's a natural reaction from human beings, and
Right.
especially gamers. Like if Bethesda all of a sudden came out with a Diablo-esque style game, Steel, and said, here's our new Elder Scrolls. We're now doing Diablo like game, right? I would be like, wait a minute, whoa, what happened to my Bethesda Western RPG? What are you guys doing? Would
Yeah.
I still have some faith in the studio? Of course, and that's what that's your point. That's my point. Rocksteady hasn't dropped the ball. So I got to have faith that this is a good game at the end of the day. And again, what I saw got me excited, but I have a more unbiased view because again, I'm not the biggest superhero guy. Again, I don't have any expectations for Rocksteady outside of I know they're going to make a polished, good game, right?
Yeah,
So I was excited for that. But I understand why. But I will say that if you flip flop Gotham Knights and you had Rocksteady make Gotham Knights, right? And the other studio, what studio was it? What was WB studio that did Gotham Knights?
That was WB Montreal.
Was it Montreal? I couldn't remember. Anyways, but if you flip flop it, right, and you had Rocksteady promoting Gotham Knights, and the other studio, if it was Montreal, doing Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, I don't think there would have been anywhere near the kind of fan feedback that they got out of this at all. I think people would have been happy to see Rocksteady do a Gotham Knights, right? With that melee combat. I think that people would have been much more excited for Gotham Knights. Now, WB's in a tough spot here because they had their best studio, rumor was, working on a completely different game, a Superman game, supposedly, which would have been freaking fantastic because I do love Superman. But anyways, they were supposedly working on that, and then they said, no, you're not working on it anymore. You're doing this. And they kind of forced Rocksteady into doing this type of game. I don't have a problem with games as a service. I like games as a service. I don't have a problem with battle passes. I don't have a problem with any of that stuff. So again, my view is different. My perspective is different. I'm not one of those haters of games as a service. I actually think they're kind of cool. But they have their best studio doing this. And their other studio, again, Montreal, I think, believe it was, that did Gotham Knights, right? Kind of dropped the ball with Gotham Knights, right? With the 30 frames, people had some issues. It didn't hit the way that WB wanted to hit. So now you come out with your best studio after 7 years of nothing, shows off Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, and the fan base goes, whoa, we don't like the games as a service. We don't like the non-melee based combat that you're showing us. We don't like the bright city atmosphere. We want a dark Arkham back. Like, the list goes on and on for what people did not like about this trailer. Well, of course, as WB, are you going to launch that thing end of May, right before Diablo 4, where June heavy games coming out, and just have it die? I think they did what they had to do here. Mm-hmm. Regroup. Now, to your point, Steel, this was my first thought when I heard about this delay. Well, I mean, if you're going to address all the issues that the fans had, that's basically remaking the game. You'll have to rebuild the game. There's no way you're going to fix what a lot of the fans had a problem with. Sure, you could strip out the games as a service. Maybe you could strip out that. Maybe you could change the UI so that people don't look at it and go, it's another Destiny UI. Oh, we hate that, blah, 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 blah. Sure, you could do things like that. But man, oh man, you just paid your best studio for 7 years of work on a game that you were hoping was going to come out and be monetized and make you a lot of money. Again, I don't know if that was a dev choice. I don't think it was. I think it was a WB choice, personally.
Oh, no.
So to your point there, Steel, this studio making the game they wanted to make, well, they were supposedly working on the game they wanted to make, and WB said, no, you're going to make this game. So at the end of the day, that thing, I don't know. I don't know how much of that is there. I'm sure Rocksteady put their heart and soul into this game. It looks phenomenal. I thought the gameplay looked fun, polished. But yeah, I don't think this delay is going to help them, Steel. What are you going to do? You're going to remarket this thing? Yeah, I thought about that too. Maybe the level that they showed off with the bright kind of city atmosphere, this whole, crackdown looking game, which again, I did have that feeling too when I first saw it, wasn't the best showing. Maybe they show the Batman segment where you're hunting Batman, where it's dark, dirty, gritty.
But then the whole game's not going to be that.
Right. No. You and I are in the same wavelength, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying to the fans.
Not speaking up overall.
Right. But what I'm saying is maybe that was the wrong way to market. So maybe they go back to the drawing board with the marketing. Like I said, they show you hunting down Batman where it is dark and dirty and gritty. Maybe it gives you a different feel. Maybe they have some more close quarters where it isn't the open skyline and it's all about flying around and doing all that kind of stuff. Maybe they give you the close quarters aspect. Maybe that wasn't showing off in that trailer. And maybe they come back and show it from a different light. Maybe that helps alleviate some of the fears. Maybe it shows the fan base that did have a problem with it, that there is more to the game than just that, what we showed you, high flying gun shooting, that kind of stuff.
Right.
Maybe there is more to the game that we just didn't get to see, and they come back with that. But outside of that, Steel, no, I don't know what they're going to be able to redo to this game to fix it. I talked about with 3-bit last night. I said 3-bit. This close to launch, that means the game's done, right? The game's essentially done. Like, what are you going to do? And 3-bit was like, yeah, there's not a whole lot, unless you're going to go and take another 2 years to redo this game. There's not a whole lot you can do.
And that's the thing. But it's like at this point, if there's this much of an uproar about it, it's not even worth going another 2 years, like going in extra development for it to try to change it. Like, that's the other thing that I think people are like kind of, God damn. Can't talk right now. I need some water. Good gracious, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, are you thirsty? Do you guys need some water?
Whatever the hell you were eating.
That's what it was. Gotta get your daily mix of nuts. Pause.
Yeah, salty ones. Let's go.
Yeah, we're real salty. But no, for all the other thing for me too is just like, because people were saying, oh well, why do you give these characters, how are they supposed to fight these superheroes with guns? How else are they gonna fucking fight? They can't fight them by themselves. You think King Shark is going hand to hand with John the Green Lantern? No. You think he's going hand to hand with the Flash? No. You think Harley Quinn can throw hands with Batman? No. Like, there's that. I think that's the other side of it too, where it's just like, maybe I'm just being a little bit more understanding of like what they're trying to create.
Yeah.
By taking an IP. Again, if the case is that they had to work on this game and they were pulled off of something, they were pulled off a Superman game, which I would have to put it in the Rocksteady's hands with that, because I still don't think that we can get a good Superman game outside of making it feel like the old Hulk game used to feel, where you just like super powerful, blowing up stuff, ripping stuff apart. Like, what are you gonna do? Make it Smallville?
No.
It's gonna be a Smallville story?
No,
where you tell Superman's young years and he's all these problems and he's dramatic and he's just some dude that is dealing with a bunch of emotions and don't know who he is, and we're going to turn it into a Last of Us Superman game?
Yep.
Sad Dad Superman game?
Yeah.
I don't, personally, I think a Superman game would have been worse in some ways. You also can't monetize that kind of thing because it's like, oh, well, let's monetize all these suits. And again, as far as the live service element goes, giving you a live service element for a game that's only cosmetic based, I just don't get why. What is the problem with that?
There is, Steel. We got to understand that there's gamers that really do hate games.
I get that. But I think the bigger point of contention is the fact that the game has to be online to be played.
Yeah.
And there's more that goes into that than you just saying, oh, the game should be single player because I need to be able to play it whenever I want to.
But
I get that, but it's just like there's so many things as far as like piracy and other things that have to be considered. I'm not saying that this is the best way to go about it. It could have been on a game design level, how the co-op works, whatever the case. There's no telling.
I think that was just an additional complaint, Steel, that people threw on top of this, that honestly, if they liked the game, there wouldn't been a whole lot of backlash to it. I think that's just another thing that they add to the list when they start hating on the game. And again, you don't have to like the game. I think WB made a giant mistake. Like I said, I think these two IPs should have been flipped to the studios. I don't think that they should have put Rocksteady on a IP like Suicide Squad, which is already, you're diminishing your fan base, because how many people actually are interested in Suicide Squad? How many people?
After multiple movie flops.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Apparently, it's not pulling that attention.
No. So they should have had Rocksteady work on the Gotham Knights.
But I also
Rocksteady done Gotham Knights.
But I also feel that WB made the right choice in trying to bring something that's already in development, or something that's already paid for, to bring it to life. Who else would you, given WB Montreal the way people feel about Gotham Knights, if they would have done that with Suicide Squad, bro, that would have been a complete garbage fire.
But look what they're into now, Steel. But look at it from the standpoint. Look, that's what I'm saying.
I get it.
And again, hindsight being 2020, right? Again, I'm not trying to listen. It's just, if I was sitting at that boardroom and I was making those decisions, there's no way I would have said, yeah, Rocksteady, you get Suicide Squad. WB Montreal, you get Gotham Knights. Hell no, I wouldn't have done that. I would have been like, Rocksteady, you know Gotham. You know Arkham, you know these characters. Yeah, we're not going to have Batman in it, so that's already going to be a negative. But this is going to be a melee-based combat system. Who else are we going to put on this? No, we want Rocksteady doing this. Like, if we're going to do Gotham Knights again with characters that aren't, they are much more loved than the Suicide Squad.
Yeah, I
mean, they aren't as beloved as Batman for sure. But if we're going to take Rocksteady and say, you're not making another Batman game, we're going to at least give you Gotham Knights so you can work with these characters within that universe, right? That would have been the smart move. And from my standpoint, and I think that again, Steel, I think that's a huge part of this backlash, is because it's Rocksteady working on an IP that nobody really wanted at the end of the day.
I mean, and the other thing too, Soy 2 Mange brings up a good point.
Yeah.
He says, but who in reality wants to kill their heroes? That's the thing about these superhero games. That's never the case. They never end up killing the heroes. Yep. They're not going to end up killing Batman. They're not going to end up killing Superman. They're not going to end up killing Green Lantern. They're not going to even end up killing the Flash. I know that they make it seem dramatic, and maybe they will end up doing these things.
Yeah, I thought the story looked cool.
I like the story. I like the darkness of it. I like the fact, because that's something from what I can recall actually has happened, where Brainiac comes in and tries to take over, and now you got to defeat Brainiac or whatever the case to make sure that this doesn't happen, or figure out a different way, right? Which is why the Suicide Squad exists. There's supposed to be a band of misfits that don't fit in with nobody, of typically villains or of that esque, and they're trying to make something shake, right? Mm-hmm. And what they presented, it made sense for what they're trying to accomplish.
Right.
You're fighting heroes with specialty gear, because you can't just use any old average gear.
Yep.
And Rocksteady created a story, created a baseline, created things around it that would be tailored towards that experience. Trying to take down the Justice League, right?
Yep.
I understand it says kills the Justice, but I understand it says that, but that is never what happens in these games. Mm-hmm. They are not ever bold enough to do that.
Sam, you're right. Harley is the one exception to this rule within Suicide Squad.
That's it, though.
Popular. That's it, though. Right.
That is literally it. Outside of Harley Quinn, what else is there? Who the hell is Captain Boomerang? I don't know. The world don't know. King Shark, he looks like a fucking shark. People like sharks. There's shark games out there. People can get behind that.
And he's super smart.
And he's smart. He is smart, even though he comes across like an idiot.
As a tank.
And Deathstroke or Deadshot?
Yeah, Deadshot.
Who is that? No, nobody knows these people. So you can't ride just off of Harley Quinn, who is literally the Joker's underling, who's never really been a true standout by herself, although she is a unique character, right?
She has that appeal.
She does, and she's attractive. Let's be in that aspect. It gives you that kind of mentality, right? That's just kind of how I'm looking at it. I don't know what's going to end up being changed within this time span that they're going to end up addressing this. Hopefully Rocksteady can make something shake. I
Yeah,
just think if they do address it and they do change things, that it's still going to be something that people aren't going to be happy with, and
and
that's
it
just
doesn't
going to
feel
be a
like that.
reality of the situation.
Yeah.
And this could be also another game that ends up being a sleeper hit.
Right, correct. It comes out
That
and it
could
crushes it. That's you and I talked about this.
people
That's like it.
people
That's
like
what we
yeah,
thought.
people could
Yeah.
this game could come out, they could have all this negative stigmatism behind it. The game comes out, it's a 7 or an 8 on Metacritic, and people are playing it like, damn, well actually I thought this was just going to be a Crackdown clone, and it actually feels good for what they're giving you in this world. There's
Yeah.
variety, there's a lot of things going for it. The story is A1. Like that's what pulled Gotham Knights together. That wasn't the greatest game in the world either, right? And they still haven't made the game 60 because WB is in a standpoint right now to where making a game like Gotham Knights, which is why I understand why they gave WB Montreal Gotham Knights, because that's not as I don't think that they had to pay as much for that game. Where they are with Suicide Squad because
Yeah.
of the IP. It's been in movies. It's been more of a recognized thing now, and because of that, I have to put my best studio behind this to make it happen.
Mhm. Yeah. No, I
And
agree with that.
and,
Yeah.
and if it was any other studio, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think they would have been given this time, right?
No.
Where they could
No.
step back and say, I
And I
can
think
guarantee they look back at their at the WB was like, look, man, we got to go to the table. We got to figure some things out how we're going to address this problem. Because if this is the heat that we're getting right now, I don't think it's going to hit the mark that you're looking for.
and I think Hogwarts gave him some breathing room too, Seal.
And yeah, I think so. Yeah,
I think now that Hogwarts
I
blew
agree.
up
I'm
the way it blew up, I think that I think without Hogwarts, they might have just pushed this out the door because they had to.
Yeah.
But I think Hogwarts has given WB enough of a cushion bankroll wise. Because again, WB, I'm not saying that they're in trouble like Square Enix is, but I'm saying that WB, the situation that they're in, with trying to probably sell at some point again as well in the next year or two, uh, they have cut a lot of costs. We've seen it in their movie side of things. We know what they've done over there. They've been trimming the fat left and right. They're trying to bring back DC, obviously, with James Gunn now being involved and all that kind of stuff. So they got a lot going on. But I think without Hogwarts, I don't think they would have delayed this game. But I think that they took a little deep breath and said, well, we got Hogwarts printing money right now, left and right. Let's give Rocksteady some more time to try to see what they can do with this game. At the end of the day, I just want to see the game come out. I was excited for it.
Yeah, I mean,
Whatever they do, I'm cool with it. If they feel they got to go change something, I just don't know if it's going to be enough to satisfy the fan base.
I don't think it is either. And again, because Rocksteady hasn't missed, I'm willing to give them this one. Especially from what I've seen, I think it's going to be a decent game overall. And for that, if it does end up being a miss for them, and again, I can't, because I do see gaming as art, and I do think it should be treated as such. I have to have the belief that when you haven't put out a game in 8 years, almost 8 years,
Yeah.
and knowing that devs spend their lives creating this experience, that this isn't just some afterthought that they created, like, oh, we just need to throw a game together. No, this is something they've been working on for some time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So it's not an average. This isn't going to come out and be an average ass game. I just can't see that happening. And if it does end up happening, then it is what it is, and WB is going to have to take that for what it was. I don't know if I could put that against Rocksteady, because I still think that Rocksteady is going to put out the best game that they possibly can.
Exactly.
Regardless of who's left the studio, like, they haven't missed. So why would I doubt them now?
Correct.
Regardless of who left. Oh, these other key people left, so we gotta doubt them now.
Again, that's all extra stuff. I think at the end of the day, people are just doubting the IP and
That's
what
it.
they saw and what they saw from the combat. That's all they're doubting. It's the combat and it's the IP. That's period. And it's because it's Rocksteady making it, and people love Rocksteady and wanted something different. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. Again, I hope they do find a way to change it to maybe give a different impression the next time around, because I do want to see this game succeed.
Yeah.
I do want to see Rocksteady do well, and I want to see WB continue to do well. Again, Hogwarts shows that they still have a lot of talent over there.
Yeah.
That studio, again, was making
Wasn't
Disney
expected.
games,
Wasn't
was
expected at
making
all.
Disney games, and then came out with one of the best RPG games in recent memory. So, I mean, again, for a lot of people, and took an IP that is gigantic and actually lived up to the hype and maybe surpassed some people's hype as well for
And
Hogwarts.
Vandal,
So,
that's an incorrect statement. CD Projekt Red has missed, and they have continued to miss. Their games come out completely broken, and then they get better over time. Like, that's the other thing. CD Projekt Red isn't up there. They're just up there because they are ambitious and because their games do end up being really good.
yeah.
But when you're putting out games that are broken when they release, you haven't hit anything. You, if anything, CD Projekt Red are missers. They just, what's the best way to put CD Projekt Red? CD Projekt Red would be like, trying to think it was a good comparison. They're kind of, it's kind of like I don't want to necessarily say that because it's like that sounds kind of nasty. I'm gonna say they're like a not like a mold because that doesn't sound good.
I don't know where you're going with
this. I can't draw any real comparisons right now. But CD Projekt Red, they drop games and they are a good studio, but they're very ambitious also. And because of that ambition, they tend to overshoot a lot. And when they do end up overshooting, it causes problems up front, which is why they get the negative stigmatism they get. As great as Witcher 3 may be for a lot of people, I don't feel that way about it. As great as Witcher 2 may be for some people, I don't feel that way about it. Though I do feel that way about Cyberpunk. Regardless of what everybody else.
They made all their money off of Witcher 3. Right, they made their reputation and their money off of Witcher 3. CD Projekt Red is a lot like DICE back in the day with Battlefield.
Yes.
CD Projekt Red is a lot like DICE. DICE earned a reputation with their Battlefield games, but those Battlefield games, a lot of them didn't come out right.
Gene, thank you. I don't know why I couldn't think of nothing. I'm not on my second cup of coffee yet. He says CD Projekt Red airballs and then hits the game winner. That's how I kind of see it. Well, or they're like Westbrook, right? Where you can get those triples, you can get those triple doubles consistently, and then for whatever reason this season you're like not hitting those numbers or you're just not consistent, but then now you're with a different team and you're back on the ball. You're really getting it. You're hitting those shots. That is definitely a better comparison. I don't know, man. I am interested to see what ends up coming out of this. It is also very interesting to see because of the backlash, they have backed off of it. And seeing things like this happen within this industry is why we continue to talk about it.
Crazy this close to launch, though. I will say this is rare, this close to launch to do this big a delay, especially if Grub is being real. And it's moving to 2024 now, like this close to launch, and you're gonna all of a sudden say, "Oh, bye, we're going back." Again, it doesn't happen very often. We talked about it though. Bethesda did it with Oblivion. They announced a delay a few weeks before launch and said, "Nope, we're pushing it." So it has happened in the past. I just don't know what they can do to fix this game to make the fans that are unhappy about it happy. But we'll see. We'll see at the end of the day.
We'll see. It's gonna be interesting to see how this continues to play out. I hope the game ends up being done well.
I'm looking forward to it.
I hope it's good. Anyway, all right. That has definitely been an awesome conversation. I love seeing everybody's opinions in the chat, coming from different angles. And again, it's a good conversation to have, especially for a studio that a lot of people hold to a high regards, which is why this conversation is happening, right? We wouldn't be having this if we didn't have that utmost faith for them, and didn't have a possible belief that this could end up being a good game. So I think from here, it's going to be a good intro to another fantastic topic.
What are we doing?
And I think it's time for us to get into Starfield.
Yeah.
I think it's time for us to get into Starfield because One, as you guys did, well, PM to PM, putting the marchers to bed, drinking the Kool-Aid. I love when you play into the to the BS and say, yeah, we're drinking the Kool-Aid. So, and again, and then y'all also gave the basis behind it, which we will also do here on this show. Starfield gave a release date this week. Todd Howard came on stage and also stated that, hey, we know that you guys are excited to get this game. We know that you want it, and the reason I bring
waiting
up
for a long time,
and he say that specifically that you've been waiting for a long time. So that let me know at least that he does see what's going on through the communities, right? The conversation that's happening, and I also think that's part of the reason why this game has gotten this delay to September. Now, whether you want to look at it as a delay or whatever the case may be, that's personal opinion. Look at it as how you want to see it. I think it's a delay, but it's not a negative connotation. When I say something is a delay, I'm not going to just all of a sudden be up in arms and be mad about it. Delays need to happen. Of course, I want games to come out in their best light.
Make that very clear, Steel, because people hear what they want to hear, Steel, as proven on PM of the PM. So once again, let's preface all this conversation about Starfield. Neither myself nor Steel have any issues with delays whatsoever.
No,
delay your freaking game.
Never have, never will. Because I want you to give me the best game. And Elite Cruise, in case you didn't see the trailer that they put out, I don't think the game's not going to be at 30 FPS cap. Nope. It's in third person, not just first person. It is in third person, looking like it's running at 60 from what they were testing. I think it will have options to where you can have that more visual fidelity,
of course,
30 FPS, and then also have the 60.
Todd loves it.
So I do think this is going to be another game that does give us options. But there's a lot of time, passion, and effort being put into this title also for a game that Todd Howard has even said himself has been an idea of his for quite some time, at least 20 years. And from what I have, again, seen from Starfield this time around, has solidified the fact that as someone who is a Bethesda light kind of fan, or a player, I should say, who really only saw the true light of what a Bethesda game is through Elder Scrolls Online, this got me extremely excited. For a game that for someone who had just recently played the Mass Effect trilogy through the Legendary Edition last year, Mass Effect 2 being the greatest game that's ever made out of the trilogy. No, but Mass Effect itself just being a completely historic trilogy, I would think, and I would put amongst anybody's top 5. I'd put Mass Effect against anybody. But as far as a Space Odyssey type game goes, telling a story and also being very expansive, I think this is going to be that next step. And a lot of what they've shown, especially with the third-person gameplay that they had playing in the background, which was extremely telling to me.
I dropped the videos in the DM if you want to play it while we're going. I dropped the original gameplay reveal from the last showcase, and I dropped the new one in there as well. So.
Yeah, I'll actually go ahead and let me put that up on this other side here so I can have that playing while we're you guys are watching.
Yep.
For a game that's going to be that Han Solo simulator, for a game that's going to be your next great Space Odyssey, for a game that is not going to be, for whatever reason, people think it's just going to be a No Man's Sky clone.
Yep.
I think you might want to check what you've been smoking, but this isn't going to be that. This looks to be extremely expansive in a lot of ways that I don't yet understand, especially with the way that they opened it up. It does give me a lot of Star Wars, Star Trek kind of a feel, right?
Based in reality.
But it is more so based in reality. I think somebody put up the stats that it's like 200 to 300 years in the future or whatever the case. Yep. Humanity coming to understand, as you have mentioned, Pong, who we are, where we are, and where we kind of come from, and what else is out there within the universe. This is kind of the aspect that they're looking to chase down. And I think this is the older one. I'm gonna let this play, but I'm also gonna play the other one behind it. Let me go ahead. I gotta start up a new meeting here for us. Give us a moment here. Oh man. situations like this happen. You can't predict everything, but man, when it happens, good Lord. I don't know what caused that to happen, but we had a little blip in there that caused us to have some issues. So on the audio side of things, it might be a little broke there. And I'm actually going to start recording here again, and kind of kind of give that pause that happened there for our audio listeners some recovery, because I will have to do that on the back end. A little additional work for me, but it should be perfectly fine. Let me see here. Let me see if we are back live, just to make sure I'm not talking to myself. Really quickly. Again, I greatly appreciate you guys for staying tuned in. Yeah, looks like everybody's still tuned in with us.
Yeah, we lost some people, but that's to be expected. Sorry, y'all.
That's fine.
Nothing we could do.
Greatly apologize for that. Don't know what caused that to happen. Was a little blip in the system, in the matrix. Let me actually go ahead and start recording. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry about the slight cutoff there on the audio side of things. We had a little blip, power cutoff that cut back on from me on my end. I don't know why it ended up happening. But hey, things happen, we recover, and when things have to move on, I do have to get some things set back up for us as we dive neck deep back into the Starfield conversation that we were having. I don't know how this is going to come across on the YouTube side of things. So hopefully that recovery does make sense. It did allow me to stream back in, so hopefully it just picks back up. It didn't give me any errors or anything, so that gives me some credence that everything's going to be fine. But let me get things set back up here. And again, I greatly appreciate you all rocking out and working with us through our technical difficulties here. Shout out to the power company. They're trying to shut us down. They said, look, all that good Starfield talk that you having right now, we need to get that up out of here. Right? You can't be too excited about any of these games. Community says you can't be excited. You don't know what Starfield is. Shut your mouth. Wait for it to release. It's been delayed 6 times, and kind of got to go from there. But looks like I'm getting everything back up on my end. I am going to get the Starfield gameplay back up for us also. But Pong, I'll go ahead and pose a question for you again for the audio listeners and for those who are live again. For Starfield, as somebody who is the main proponent, as somebody that's kind of, at this point, since I've met you, Pong, you haven't quite steered me wrong, especially for games that you've kind of recommended to me, right? Mass Effect was one of those. Cyberpunk was another one of those for me. And so far, you're definitely a home run hitter, at least for me. So Starfield has definitely been, the hype that I have for Starfield is definitely, and I can be honest in saying this, it has been generated off a lot of what you've spoken about, Bethesda, but I can also say from personal experience, from my personal experience of their world building. So with that being said, from the gameplay that they've put out this week, from what you saw in the background, from how Todd's spoken about it, from the kind of alien-esque kind of things with the rings and all these other aspects that we're kind of seeing from the game now. How are you now feeling about Starfield? Do you feel like, are you up in arms about this delay? Are you mad that it didn't hit March? And why do you want broken games, Paul? Why? Tell me why, Paul. Tell me why you love broken games, Paul. But no, seriously, tell me why you're excited about Starfield, and address some of the conversations that's been kind of happening around it.
Yeah, I'm going to address some of the conversation in chat right now, too.
I'll definitely do that, please.
As well. For sure. Elite Cruise. Hey, well, thank you for joining us, first of all. I don't know if you have popped into our shows before, but we appreciate all types of... Yeah, we appreciate all types of opinions, as long as you don't get personal, as long as you don't get goofy. We good with you, okay? So if you come in here and you want to say that you believe that Starfield will flop because of an example like Fallout 76, I welcome that conversation. I saw you state that you do have experience with Bethesda games. Then you will know that Fallout 76 is not the A team, number one. Todd Howard did put his name on it, but it's not the A team that created the generational type games before. And I would challenge you to go back and look at all of their other launches, Elder Scrolls and Fallout, and tell me how any of them flopped. So Fallout 76 is an enigma. It was created because the ZeniMax shareholders,
Needed to.
they were planning on selling, and they wanted a cash grab. And they wanted to get a Fallout 76 MMO going like they had with ESO, which ESO has been extremely successful for them. But again, they didn't have ZeniMax Online create Fallout 76. They went to one of the Bethesda B teams, which did a lot of the work, most of the work. And that's why Fallout 76 is the one that you can point to. But if you play Fallout 76 now, completely different game. They've done a lot to improve it. And actually, they have a pretty solid fan base for Fallout 76 at this point. But go back and look at any of Todd's A team games and tell me which one flopped out the gate. Because you won't even Fallout 4, which didn't normally do what Bethesda titles do because they changed some things and not everybody was in agreement with it. Even Fallout 4 sold 12 million copies in nearly 24 hours.
Yeah.
So there has not been a flop, and I will challenge you on that one. But thank you for being here, and again, appreciate the conversation. Let's see what else. Let me address this one too. Shane G, love you, brother. You're always coming through.
Yeah,
You disagreed with me the other night. Xbox hasn't earned any goodwill while Sony and Nintendo has. Company giving 45 day one games a year has earned the most goodwill with their fan base. Shane, this is a perception deal, right? And I know where you come from. I again seen you in chats and stuff, had conversations with you plenty of times about this stuff. I know where you're coming from. And if you think that for yourself that Xbox has done what it's needed to do, and you have all the love in the world for Xbox, and you believe that Xbox has developed that goodwill, fantastic. I got nothing against you, bro. Again, as somebody who's a grazer, I will never say that Game Pass has not been the number one value in gaming all time for me in history. And what Xbox has done for me as a grazer, as a budget gamer, Xbox has earned plenty of goodwill with me. When I talk about that stuff, I'm talking about the overall mind share across the globe. All you got to do is look at the percentages to know that Xbox hasn't earned it the way that Sony and Nintendo has.
Right.
That's just a fact. Microsoft talked about it during the ABK deal. Okay? They flat out said it themselves. That's what I talk about when I'm talking about overall. Right? And then that goodwill that they can spend. And again, if you listened to me the other night, I said during the 360 generation, they actually earned quite a bit because their fan base stuck around even through the Red Ring of Death.
Okay? Yeah, this is crazy.
So they had earned a ton of goodwill during the 360 generation. They spent some of it during the Red Ring of Death, but people still stuck around. Whereas, like I said before, PlayStation was spending their goodwill during the PS3 era due to price point, due to cell processor, due to all the issues that they had at that point. They were spending it left and right. And like I said, it flip-flopped last generation to a large degree because Xbox was not in a good position during the Xbox One generation. Okay, studios, they were almost closing. They were talking about getting out of the gaming business at one point. We already know the story.
Right.
So that's what I meant about that. No, go ahead, Stu. But I, again, appreciate your perspective, Shane, and that's great. I'm glad you feel that way. Again, for myself personally, that's why I have an Xbox Series X. That's why I don't have another console right now, is because Xbox is giving me everything I need and more, right? So tons of value, tons of goodwill there. All right, as far as Starfield goes here, what they showed off is freaking amazing. What we got to see, and we're going to talk about the other stuff later, but from what Todd did within the studio, that opening trailer, right? We open up with a giant, class ship in front of these planets, giving you scope. Again, we got to assume that's going to be a ship that we're going to be able to visit and explore. The size of this game is beyond anything. Right now, you can say No Man's Sky, procedurally generated an entire universe, right? We can, again, that's giant scope. But when you get down to handcrafting things, when you get down to a controlled actual narrative story that Bethesda is building within their own universe here, the scope of this game is well beyond anything that Bethesda has tried before, and Bethesda has made some of the biggest Western style RPGs to date. Now you take that and you multiply that 1,000-fold with 1,000 planets out in space, and you start to get the idea of what they're going for. So this whole opening trailer, harkening back to the original gameplay trailer that they revealed at the showcase. There was little details in there if you want to go back. There's a ton of videos out there breaking this down at this point, but this is what Bethesda does. If you go back to the original showcase gameplay reveal that they did last year, last year, you will see that structure, that the artifact that we believe is the artifact, those spinning rings that open up a wormhole or whatever the hell it is, right? We don't know for sure yet, but they're giving us clues and hints. That structure and those rings, there was actually a diagram within the ship in the original gameplay trailer reveal when they showed, kind of that cutscene or whatever with character walking through the ship, hanging up, explaining all that. That's what Bethesda does. They always like to give us little teases to what's going on, build up throughout the marketing. And they did that yet again in this one. We got to see what we believe is some type of alien technology with those artifacts. We got more clues as to the hunt. We got to go on to the actual space station that was in the original teaser. We actually got to see us going into that space station and actually hearing some, words, from the dialogue stating that we are going to use those types of space stations to search potentially for the artifacts that we're looking for in the main story. But beyond that, again, they showed off scope. The gameplay behind Todd, while he was talking about it, the gameplay that we got to see a little bit closer up on the desktops that people were working on and playing on, showed off different biomes. As Steel mentioned, a lot of that gameplay was 60 frames for sure. That was definitely a positive sign. Again, Bethesda doesn't do things by accident in their trailers. They want to show people certain aspects, even if they don't come out to your face and say, hey, Starfield is going to be 60 frames. They like to give that to their audience, to their fan base in little bits and pieces in these types of showings that they do, trailers, etc. So the 60 frames, showing that off was a big thing. The other big thing I picked up on, and I don't know if you all picked up on, was their focus on the third person aspect. Now, Bethesda's always had first person and third person views, but third person to me has always felt kind of tacked on, right? Some people loved it, some people hated it, but it always felt tacked on. The animations weren't as well done as they should have been. They weren't as polished as they should have been for the third person view. The first person was definitely the focus of Bethesda in the past. We saw a lot of third person being shown off. And I think that was on purpose as well, because there's a lot of people like Steel, and he'll talk about it, like Steel, who one of the aspects about Bethesda games was that the third person wasn't up to par with a lot of other games, and Steel likes to play in third person. Steel loves to see that customization of his character, which is going to be another thing in this game. The customization is going to be huge. And again, they're putting effort into that third person mode. You can tell by the animations, much more improved, right? Much improved.
I was making the comparison that their previous titles were kind of like Dying Light, from what we experienced, where it was kind of like the third person, like when I was looking at you do certain things, it was like mad janky, or you could tell that's not what they were kind of going for. Whereas previous titles came across more so like, especially to me, again, outside looking in, being the Bethesda Light kind of guy, where it was more so just an option. Whereas this one, it's like, it's baked in. It's we thought about this. We wanted to be well done. With you enjoy first person games, you like third person games. We want you to feel like you're 1,000% within this universe that we're creating.
And you can play how you want to play this time around, right? That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to make sure that was a big thing. And I think that they did a great job throughout this, even if it wasn't in our face. Again, Todd didn't go into details during this video. He didn't be like, oh, check out our third person mode. None of that. But this is what Bethesda does with their teases. They always like to bring, on purpose, little hints to the community about what's going on, what they've been working on. And again, you could see the improvement even from the last showcase, where we saw the game running at sometimes 15 frames per second. People were worried about that. We saw a little jank with some of the animations, right? We saw some problems with shadows and that kind of stuff in the former trailer. when we first got the gameplay reveal. So what have they been doing this entire time, Steel? A whole lot of polishing, as Todd had talked about last year, right? They were already in polishing phase. You can see the work that they've been putting into this game. The other big thing is Todd's words, and we talked about it when Steel was introducing this topic. Todd, listen, the confidence that oozes off of Bethesda is ridiculous, and they've earned every bit of it. No matter what you want to say, again, you Bethesda people out there, it don't matter. Go look at the scores. Go look at the sales. Again, this is to be expected from games that are this large. And again, as much time as they are getting, I've seen a lot of people out here going, oh, this game's got to be perfect. This game's got to be. It's not going to be. That if you are thinking that even with a September launch, that this game, I'll be happy to be proved wrong by Todd and his team. I'll be happy to be proved wrong. But if you think this game is going to come out perfect and you're already setting that expectation due to the delay, let me tell you something. You're probably going to be disappointed if you're setting yourself what this game is going to be perfect now.
What do you say to the people that says, oh, well, that's an excuse for a Bethesda game? That's an excuse. How's that? How can you just say that? You make the exception for this game?
I make exceptions for big, ambitious titles that are huge open worlds at all times, because go listen to any developer, go listen to David Jaffe talk about it, okay? The difference between making a God of War Ragnarok experience and something like a Skyrim, like a Starfield, is completely different.
Please.
Every moment in God of War is controlled, is scripted, is planned out. You can QA those levels to death when you have a God of War. When you say we're opening it up to an entire planet or entire landmass that is gigantic, or now an entire space where you have thousands of planets, there is no way to QA test every single scenario like you're going to have when millions of people jump into this game day one. You can't. It's impossible. You can limit, you can try, you can get rid of the big stuff, you can obviously look for the game-breaking bugs, right, that are going to cause a lot of problems. Again, I'm not down with game-breaking bugs. I lose time. No, if you don't respect my time, you get uninstalled. Okay, I will say something. I don't care if it's Starfield or not. I will say something. I'll be talking about it. But that's never been an issue outside of the PS3 version of Skyrim, which was broken. But this is to be expected for Bethesda titles. It's big. But let me get back to my original point. Todd, what he talked about in this video, and again, Steele said it as well, he said, no, you've been waiting for a long time to jump into another one of our games. And he said, we have been too. And he thanked everybody, for all the hype and all the celebratory. He said, we've been pouring a lot into Starfield. He goes, in fact, we're surprised how much we could pour into this game.
Yeah,
and then he kind of chuckles. And then he kind of gets that look in his face.
That says a lot.
He's like, this game's huge. Like when Todd says that, for us, like that's
even for us,
that's saying something. And again, Todd has been known in the past to say things like it just works and all that kind of stuff. Again, he can overpromise. He can overpromise. But again, that ambition is there. Right. But the fact that he mentioned that and then followed that up with, we have so much more to show you. Yo, they showed us in the last showcase deal, shipbuilding, base building.
Well, Pong, they didn't show us anything.
Mining,
I've heard that they didn't show us anything.
NPCs, parts of the story. They showed us all this, and Todd is still looking in the camera and saying, we have so much more to show you.
But Pong, but they didn't show us anything.
Yeah, I know they didn't show us anything. We don't know.
We don't know what the game is, Pong. People say it's Skyrim in space, but what does that mean?
It's a sandbox. It's what you make of it. That's the easiest way to put it.
Fallout in space, but what does that mean?
So they announced the deep dive is going to be June 11th, which is the same day as the Xbox showcase, right? And funny enough, Xbox showcase, it's not Xbox Bethesda showcase this year. It's just Xbox showcase. That's another interesting little tidbit. But so we're going to get the Xbox showcase June 11th. And then right afterwards, we get the deep dive. My God, Steel, that day of streaming is going to be crazy, bro. I don't know how I'm going to survive all the hype that day.
I'm going to have, it's going to be a pizza day. I'm going to have drinks ready, water going.
So they announced this. Right. And then obviously during the first part, they gave us the release date, which was September 6th, which is great. Again, if they needed it, they needed it. If they wanted it that way, if it's part of the roadmap because they don't want to drop it in June because June's not a good time to drop it, so be it. Whatever the case, Bethesda is going to use the time. They're going to continue to polish this game. But still, this raised, again, what is already monumental hype for me. This is my most anticipated game. It was Cyberpunk and Starfield. I got Cyberpunk,
But
again, problems, whatever. But now Starfield is my most anticipated game over the past 2 decades. Between that and Cyberpunk, these were my 2 biggest ones. Starfield is finally becoming reality. And what they showed here still, what they talked about, even in not saying anything, but now that I've seen the deep dives, now that people have broken down the trailer, now that I got to talk to Scalzi on Thursday night about this, somebody who understands Bethesda and loves Bethesda as a lore master and followed Bethesda for a very long time, my hype is going up even more, Steel. Because the things that I believe are going to be potentials in this game are coming closer to reality by the way Todd's speaking, by the things we're seeing on the screens, the customization, individual armor pieces, not full armor sets, having to have certain armor to go into certain planets because you need certain protection.
but Pong,
Yes.
but I was told that because it's procedurally generated, all these planets are going to be there's nothing going to be there.
No.
It's going to be just like No Man's Sky, and we have
got
this
to see the
game already,
dinosaurs.
Pong.
We got to see the dinosaurs.
But
you know,
that's
we got to
that's
see the
just they made
wildlife.
sure they wanted to
Yeah.
make sure you saw that, Pong.
Yeah. Of course they did, because that's going to be a part of the game. But as we talked about with Scalzi, he also believes too, like I do, that there's going to be handcrafted content for a lot of these procedural generated.
It's all going to be dead.
They're going
Pong.
to have missions. There are going to have places there, and I don't care. I don't care. I'm an explorer. I want to go explore. I don't give a shit if.
But you could do that in No Man's Sky. You could explore.
Nope, not the same. Not the same as a Bethesda title in any way, shape, or form. It is a very good game. I was a No Man's Sky from day one, actually. I got it on launch. I like No Man's Sky. I really love No Man's Sky, and what they've done over there is unbelievable to build that game.
They could have just did a Mass Effect, Pong, and just made you go. They could have had you hover over a planet and you just gather resources, press a button. Now they're gonna make you go to empty places, Pong.
Yeah,
like, why would you do that?
Because I want to go build bases and shit. And modding community is going to have a fun time, which is going to increase the playtime. This is going to be a 20-year.
I'm just telling you what I've heard, man. Like you know.
So all of this was a great showing. This got my hype up
Same
even
game.
more. I can't wait until June 11th. Steel. I can't wait. I got to throw this in there too. Shout out to Tom from Toonami. He's a great dude, right? Tom from Toonami is a great supporter out in this community. He sent me something during the show.
Oh, okay.
That just came out. I sent it to you in the DMs as well, Steel. It's Spanish translated, but people are breaking down these. This is what happens with any game, but especially Bethesda titles and big games. People look at the videos and zoom in and try to see every little piece of information. And a lot of this, some of the videos in this was actual dev workstations. And there is dev workstation with code up.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's blurry, it's small, but people do their deep dive
due diligence,
investigations. And somebody pulled out of this on one of the screenshots, a screenshot actually with the dinosaurs that we were just talking about. Somebody pulled it, posted on Reddit. A savvy Reddit user has found that in the Starfield trailer, according to the game's code, we can have AI-controlled ships still. So we can have pilots flying ships. Now this opens up possibilities, Steel. Like if you really want to, are we going to be able to set up stations on different planets and have AI shipping materials elsewhere?
That's dope.
That's
kind of dope. I ain't gonna lie.
Listen. If this is in the game, and again, take it with a grain of salt. They're just pulling AI code, but my mind's starting to blow because again, Todd said we have so much more to show you.
Yeah,
and they've already shown us a ton.
I'm excited about the customization.
Right, customization, crafting, all this stuff. But if this is as big as we think it is, and again, it's going to get bigger as time goes on because modding community is going to add everything that Bethesda didn't add. They're going to add to this game and more, right? So this game is going to live on. This game may turn me into a PCMR at the end of the day if I can't get all the mods on console.
You
and I get
won't.
my
You won't
PC.
be. You won't be able to. If you
Yeah,
want
I
that
know.
true experience, yeah, you're gonna.
It's gonna. I'm gonna have to. But what I'm
Unfortunately.
saying is the potential here, Steel, is endless for this game. This is going to be the biggest Bethesda title in history. That's
Yeah, I think
already a
so.
given.
I think so.
It is. And I think it's going to be played by more
Well,
people than any other title has ever
stat
been.
wise, it is
Yes,
too. So
stat wise too. I think this game is set up, and I think that Todd does have a lot more to show us on June 11th. I think there's things that we have no idea about that they've put in this game that we're going to be able to do. And so I am freaking so excited, even though I have to wait extra time. Even
yeah,
though
it
it's
is what
not,
it is.
even though the marchers, we died on that hill.
Which is
We had a fun
yeah,
time
we had a
with
good
it.
time.
No matter what, no, it was great. It was a fun time with the community. Even though all that happened, September 6th, I already put in my vacation time again. I put in my vacation time as soon as this came out. I've got at least 5 days of Starfield.
Okay.
I've got at least 5 days. I'm because I'm going to take Wednesday through Sunday for sure off, and I might take the following Monday as well. We'll see. But hopefully it launches midnight on Tuesday or midnight on Wednesday, I should say, so that we can go to New Zealand on Tuesday night and get an extra time. I'm hoping for that. But no matter what, Steele, now that we have a date, and this date, again, I know there's already people going, it's going to be delayed again. It's going to be delayed again.
No,
This
I
date
don't.
is stone.
I don't
at
think
least
so.
for personally, this date is stone for me. Now that we have this deal, now it's the March to September. Now it's the March to June 11th when we get that deep dive. Like no matter what Xbox does at their showcase deal, that day will be overshadowed for me by the deep dive of Todd. That you want to see me excited, you want to see me giddy like a little kid, come watch us on June 11th, because when they get into that deep dive Steel and they start showing off all this extra stuff that I think is going to be in there that we're going to have a chance to see up close and personal, bro, it's on another level. But for you, Steel, you kind of talked
Yeah.
about it, but what you kind of talked about a little bit, but we brought up the third person aspect, which is a big piece for you, right? As somebody who is not the biggest Bethesda fan, who is a Bethesda casual, who has watched his wife play more Bethesda titles than he's actually played, right? So as somebody who came into this kind of not expecting a whole lot out of Starfield, but as we've podcasted together, as you've heard me talk about it, and you piqued your interest a little bit, and we've seen more and more, and you've been like, okay, all right, I'm starting to see some things I like. What did this video do to add to that for you, Steve?
For me, the biggest thing that it added is that there's going to be this grandiose thing that's kind of in the background, right? That we kind of got to figure out. Scolzy made an excellent point on the PM with you guys, to where the whole ring aspect and what that means, and just the idea of, humanity trying to understand itself, and also knowing the perspective of, hey, this is us getting out into space and trying to figure things out, is so intrinsically interesting to me personally, because it's a different aspect from other games that we've had, right? Other games, like if you go for like a Halo, if you go even a Mass Effect, more so in comparison, although you're going to have ship battling and things like that, flying and whatnot in this game. They're more so based in the far future, right? There's already alien colonies in existence. We've created a federation around them where we're having conversation and whatnot. We're all sitting at a table. Where this is literally going to be like, okay, what if we get to a point where we run into some aliens that aren't like that? They aren't friendly. They don't want to be understanding. They don't know who we are, right? And just that whole ring concept, knowing that's kind of there, has me additionally interested, because that's especially how you guys talked about it, because they did make it seem like, especially if you look at some of the gameplay that I'm showing now, they do make it seem like that's more so something that you're working towards. So if that's something that you're working towards, knowing that there's going to be all this space in between, right? The custom ships, the custom base building, all the different planets, even with the procedural generation, guys, like I know when people hear procedural generation, it's like, oh, everything's going to look the same. And that's not what that means. Not at all. Procedural generation is just a tool that can be used to fill out things quicker than you doing everything stroke by stroke, like they will also have for maybe certain planets, for maybe certain areas of planets, maybe, along with like the creatures and things that we've also seen. Starfield for me, as somebody, again, as a noob to Bethesda, as a casual to Bethesda, is telling me that this is my next grandiose space adventure. This is what maybe I wanted out of Mass Effect to an extreme level. Like when you go into Mass Effect 1, right? And they let you land on the different planets. And you land on, when I got to landed on my 6th planet, I figured out like, okay, maybe there's not really much here, right? But I also came to understand, I didn't have to do much research. When you look at when that game came out, 2006, right? 2006, 7, Mass Effect 1 released. And you think about the technical resources that we had at that point, right? And then you think about what we have now. There is no way that we're going to go to any one of these planets and it's going to be a Mass Effect 1 situation where you're like, okay, yeah, no, I don't need to be doing this. Or like what they did, because obviously that was a problem, which is why they changed it in 2 to where it was just like, hey, hover over this planet, shoot this space pod, and here you go, scan it, here's the resources, right? Obviously, there was a problem with that. This is so much different than that. Even if you use the comparison to a No Man's Sky, which I personally haven't played, though I can understand why people make the comparisons. No Man's Sky is more so procedurally generated. No Man's Sky is more so based off of collecting resources and like that. No Man's Sky, to my knowledge, also does not have a central story that is grandiose in such a way where there's other AI that's involved. There's all these underlying systems based off of your conversations from, again, me as a casual.
They've added NPCs, they've added missions, they've added stuff to it, but
But it's not like going to be to the level. I can't be ignorant and say just because I haven't played these games, I did play Elder Scrolls Online, and I know that all the NPCs in that game have unique dialogue. I know that the world is extremely unique in many different ways. I know out of Bethesda games that they take their characters in their world building very seriously. And I also know, because of my brother from another, and also from the research that I've done on myself, that this is Todd Howard's baby. This isn't, this is the next Fallout. This is the next Elder Scrolls. This is the next this. No, this is new IP based off. This is a chance for them to demonstrate and display the things that they have learned over the last 30 years that they've been in the business. This is what this is. To take it not only just one world focus, to now making it a universe focus. How do we as humanity see ourselves going on this grandiose space adventure? And that is exciting. To see that the Han Solo simulator in some ways, although Star Wars is also way out in the future, but the fact that I may be able to become a space pirate, the fact that I may be able to, make these deals with certain people, as I know is possible because of previous titles. You know what I mean? That all those things already exist, where you can be friends with one clan, and if you do something with another clan, this clan knows what you did, right? They're like, oh, why'd you do those deals with those people? And to think that concept is going to be 20 times in this game, especially with all the dialogue that's going to be in here, already with their style of games, people have many varying stories. There are so many people where I talk to about these games where a lot of games you expect a similar kind of thing from people. Like, oh yeah, I got to this part, but intrinsically it was kind of all the same. Like, right, Hogwarts Legacy kind of does some of that, where it's like, it makes you feel in some ways where it could be different, but you find out that it's kind of the same no matter what class, no matter what house you choose, no matter what choices you make, it all kind of ends up the same. like in the Sky L just mentioned, over 250K lines of dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know that might not mean to a lot of people, and I know a lot of people like, oh, well, I don't really care about the story. And if those are things that you don't care for, and if this gameplay doesn't look like something that's going to be up your alley, if you're not a space fan, then I can get why maybe you don't have interest. Why you might say that, oh man, well, I could just get these things in this other game. But I have to let you know that this just isn't the case with this game. And based off of their previous games, I can't be ignorant and say this is just going to be these things. Same thing that journalists have said. Oh, so how is Starfield going to cut its way through when you have all these other games that draw compare? Oh, it's going to be like the Outer Worlds.
They got to justify its existence. What? Do
you? So you don't listen to what these, like, the actual devs are telling you. And I understand they're supposed to sell their game, they're supposed to make it sound great and everything else. But I am starting to come to face with, yeah, this may be one of the biggest or the biggest Western RPG to date.
Oh, yeah.
Point blank, period. From what we've heard in conversation to what I'm seeing in gameplay, and this is just snips, right? This isn't keeping in mind how much time you might get caught up in. I'm not a base builder per se, but if it's going to have an impact on the story, maybe I might be. I'm not a ship builder per se, but if I can control my own ship and have space battles, you don't think that I'm not going to want to really take my time and have a 20-hour, 30-hour, 100-hour experience just building ships? That is a possibility. You think I'm not going to try to recreate the Millennium Falcon? You goddamn right I am. I got plenty of space to have all my resources on the ship. It's big as hell. It's going to be amazing. If you don't think that I'm going to do these things, I don't know what else needs to be there, along with the whole teases of whatever these rings are, the potential of there being a whole other element, potentially even after the game, or maybe you get midway through the game and then it's like it opens up a whole nother layer. And if at 40 hours, 100 hours, you now unlock this whole other side of a game, you better buckle your seat up.
Right.
And then also seeing the customization just die. I know they just showed helmets. Again, y'all talked about this in PM2. Yep. I know they just showed helmets, but that was a piece that showed me that, hey, okay, they're doing some mixing and matching here. They're going to allow you to really be creative with what you're trying to bring to life. The whole third-person aspect thing, the fact that they even, like you mentioned, they do things traditionally from history on purpose. To let you as the consumer know that, hey, this is the angle that we're trying to take, this is what we're looking at. And in fact, they could have just showed all first-person gameplay in the background, right? They did third person. And I don't know how anybody looks at these trailers and says, oh man, this looks like the same creation engine. I wear glasses, but I can take my glasses off and still see pretty much the same thing. I mean, I got astigmatism, so some things get blurry. But even with my glasses off, I can see a night and day difference between Fallout 4 and this.
Of course, Creation Engine 2 showing up.
This is at least 10 times better from what I've seen from those games.
Mm-hmm.
Just
the
on
lighting and everything else.
Trailer aspect.
Ridiculous.
Textures.
Yep.
Faces. Animations. It feels like they're really trying to pull you. They want you to be part of this, right? Go Review, so we better be getting Master Chief 117 Spartan armor. They should make that a Game Pass perk. That is a high pop. You could literally have you could have that Mjolnir armor in Starfield. Yeah. Who said you couldn't be able? There could be a Halo ring, and who knows? The rings in Starfield could be a dimension to Halo. Who knows? I don't know.
The modding community is going to be. We talked about this with Skullsy too. The modding community already does so much. All you have to do is look at the Skyrim mods. The the Fallout mods. Skulls talked about right in the beginning. He's back on Fallout 4 again for the 100th time, and he's got an 800 mod build, right, for Fallout 4.
Happens, yeah.
Like, and Starfield, again, take it to the nth degree because of 1,000 open worlds of just basically palettes that they're going to be able to work with, right? It's going to be insane what the modding community does. Again, this game, Skyrim's lasted over 10 years now. Starfield? Yeah, Skyrim. Starfield?
Look at Skyrim.
We could be playing different versions of Starfield for 20 years at this point with the way the modding community works. Again, all of it, especially on the PC side, right? Star Trek, Star Wars, you're going to have whole things. The Death Star could show up.
Yeah.
Like literally, like it could be that crazy. And the PC community is just licking their chops right now. They are
1000%.
Oh my God, they are so hyped because that's where Bethesda made, that's their bread and butter is the PC side of things. That's what people forget.
Yeah, and it's like, the conversation of, oh, well, where would Xbox be without Bethesda Studios right now? And that's fair. But it's also, you have to be fair in that conversation and say, well, they've been kind of doing dealings with Xbox since the very beginning. From PC, they went to Xbox. So this partnership that they had has always been there. So if you want to use this as a negative mark, and Starfield is saving Xbox isn't saving themselves, ooh, I get it. But if I was going to choose a hero, I mean, this is one great hero to choose. And again, this is just me speaking on it from a casual standpoint.
Yep.
This is also me talking about it as a gamer who understands what he likes and my experience with games in totality, right? I don't just look at one game versus another game and then not look at what these creators have made previously.
Right.
I can also say that, yeah, things do favor more so in my aspect because you could say, hey, well, if you didn't like those other games, you're not going to like this. Well, the difference is, this is in space. The difference is, I got a custom created character. Difference is, I mean, of course you had it in other games, but there's more customization in this. The difference is, I can make a ship. Like, what? Yeah, like, and to see the level of detail that you can do, and the fact that it's like part of the experience, I don't know, man. There's a lot of things that, at least for me, especially over the years, looking at single player games differently. Because I mean, 10 years ago, this game could have released and I wouldn't have gave it a shake because type of games that I was looking at. Whereas now, I've kind of changed my perspective on how I look at these style of games. I have become more open to, and I do look for a new flavor for what open world games can be, right? Because I am getting tired of the open world syndrome. We've had that for quite some time, and there is something to say. I mean, I'm dealing with it right now in Hogwarts Legacy, where it's just like, I get to a certain point, I'm 80 hours in, and it's like I still haven't finished the game, and it's not because the game's not good, but it's because there's just a lot to do. And as someone who likes to throw themselves in these worlds and really be part of it, this is going to be another example of a game where it's just like, I don't know where I'm going to be at in it. And it could be like I did a little bit with Mass Effect, although what I'm hoping for something to carry over from Mass Effect is to make me care about the universe around me. Mm-hmm. That's what Mass Effect did. From game to game, even in the first game, I felt like I was building a relationship with the team that I had. Hey, Rex, like when you have that first option for Rex, and you're just like either shoot him or not. I felt like when I got to that point, I felt like that choice meant something to me, right? Mm-hmm. I felt like it was like okay, how would I treat this situation? I let him live. And come to find out 2 games later, you dapping him up, he's leading his own thing, and he helps you out.
Right.
Whereas, what would that experience have been if I would have shot him? I don't know. But there is plenty of things out there to tell me or to show me, and that experience is bar none. And I'm expecting to get something similar or of that ilk.
Yeah. To a different degree, because again, it was much more linear
Right,
style
right, right, right.
focused narrative, right? Whereas this is more expansive.
And
But
the
that's
AI is going to have more
right, and that's
impact and all that.
the thing. Still, you just never know. Like every experience with a Bethesda RPG is different for every single person. Like almost literally. Like we can all get together and talk about what we played, and we could have played. Each of us could have played a Bethesda title for 1,000 hours, and we still could have things that one person experienced that nobody else ever did.
Yeah.
Like that's the magic of Bethesda. For
Yeah.
some people, it doesn't work. Again, Bethesda titles aren't owned by everybody. It's not for everybody. But when you get into it, you don't know what it's going to turn into for you. We talked about that with Skullsy. Some people mainline Bethesda titles, right? Mainline the stories and then go explore. And then there's those of us that go off and explore and may never come back to the mainline story ever again because we're experiencing so many other stories that it feels like a whole game unto itself, just a side quest because there's so much going on.
Yeah. And
That's the difference.
Mixum, shout out to Mixum. Appreciate you for joining us in chat, man. He says we don't want midfield on PlayStation.
We got some fans coming in.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, nothing wrong with that. And again, if you think that Starfield is going to be mid, that's fair. Again, if you haven't intrinsically liked their games previously, and I'm one of those, then I can understand. If a space adventure isn't something that's for you, I get it. But can you say that it's midfield when Sony was trying to cut an exclusive on this game?
Right.
I mean, they obviously
PlayStation wanted it.
I mean, they obviously saw something to be willing to cut the dollars to make sure that this was going to be exclusive to their platform. And we typically, from what I hear and what I know from Sony traditionally is that they value good games, right? Games that their community is going to love, right? Third person, over the shoulder, action adventure, maybe some open world facets to it that really pull you in and draw you in and cause you to really love what you're experiencing, right?
Yeah.
So why would this be any different now?
Right.
Again, and if it's just because it's on a separate platform that you don't taking everything.
Yeah, there you are.
And if it's in a platform that you don't believe in, that you don't trust, then I can understand that, right? Everybody has their preferences. I get it, right? I like Xbox because the ecosystem has been great. The multiplayer aspect of it that I've been a part of since 2001, even before that with Xbox Connect, has been a great experience. And no other company has offered me that up to this point. And it's continued to be a good experience for me. Personally, I like Xbox because I do believe in the underdog. The underdog to make a difference in the gaming universe, which they have, right? They've made Sony look at things differently, right? They're making Sony kind of trying to double down and quadruple down on their current strategy and how they view games. Yep. Things are different.
Right. But when you come in here, when you come into a chat, though, I will say still, when you come into a chat that you haven't been into before, that maybe you lurked in before, and you throw around a term like midfield, it shows your mentality out the gate. Like,
true.
Why give up the fact that you have a less than mentality when it comes to games that are on maybe consoles that you don't like? Again, I don't own a PlayStation 5 right now, but I don't look at games like God of War and say, "Oh, that's mid."
Yeah, Shane made that point. Like,
I don't do that kind of stuff because I don't have that mentality as a gamer.
At least not here at this platform.
Right. I can appreciate. Yeah, there's other places that do that, and there's plenty of chats you can go join in. That's the running joke. That's the running game.
Yeah.
It's not about that for me as a gamer. As somebody who's been gaming now over 40 years, I don't play that. Even if I don't enjoy the platform, I don't call Zelda mid just because I don't appreciate Nintendo.
Yeah,
that's like dumb. Like I don't have any interest in Zelda. At all. Like I would rather play 100 other double A RPGs than ever jump into Zelda.
You stay on that.
But I certainly don't turn around and go to Nintendo chats and go, "Oh, I don't want Zelda. I don't want mid Zelda anyways." Like why? It's a game.
Breath of the Mid.
Yeah, Breath of the Mid. Right, that's even better. That was better. I couldn't come up with anything on the spot. But that's a weak mentality to me, in my opinion, to come in. If you are a gamer, just because you don't like another platform, on a game that's not even out yet. Who knows? Starfield, I've said it. Starfield could
could
come out and completely miss. It could completely miss. Like I don't believe that in any way, shape, or form.
I
but
don't see it,
again, I
but-
don't ever do absolutes.
No.
There's always a chance that they screw this up.
I can get 3 hours in and say, damn, I don't really like
No,
this.
Yeah, right. Exactly. But that is a fact when it comes to looking at these games from all platforms, even when
Tears of the mid for the next
what I just, as a gamer, I want to appreciate all games no matter what. At least give them the respect that they deserve, because there is a whole fan base that does love them. I don't care. That's fine. That's cool with me. I'm glad people love Zelda. I really am. I again respect Nintendo and their place in history. So to walk into a chat that you haven't been into, to talk about a game that isn't even out yet from a studio that has proven themselves
multiple times,
to have generational game of the year type games, games that are still decades later being played to this point, consistently beyond even some new games that show up. Like you got to give that respect to Bethesda, and you got to give them that place in history for who they are. And yes, they can screw up just like any other studio can screw up, right? They can flop just like any other. But until the game's coming out, I don't know why you'd ever use the term midfield just because it's not on your platform. It's just
and again, if that's what you're into, you like to have, the smoke, and you like drama and whatnot. Again, Living Splitscreen is a non-console centric platform. We cover everything that's going on with the gaming industry. We take that RTS approach where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, and pull in those resources to try to reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about, and that the gaming community seems to want to try to reach out to, right? Whether you consider those mobile gamers or whatever the case, you think they're less than, I mean, that's a personal opinion. But it also blatantly shows me what we care about here about the gaming industry, and what you may care about is blatantly different. But again, there's other platforms that entertain that kind of conversation, and I don't mind you making those points here either. We're one of the most welcoming platforms in my belief, right? Yeah. Where we have people all the time. We have people who are fans of Sony. We have people who are fans of Nintendo. People who are fans of Microsoft. And we all just have conversation to say, it even opens up some good conversation, right? To where it's just like the varying opinions allows us to speak on multiple variances of different topics, right? Because it's not a very one-sided industry. It is a multifaceted industry, which is why this is unique, which is why when me and Pong come here on a Saturday, we get excited to speak on it, because we do care about the entire industry, not just about my personal interest. Because like I've mentioned here before, if we're just going to talk about what I care about, like what matters to me, we're going to have an extremely short show. Right? Like if you're talking about my personal wants, needs, and everything else, we're going to have a really short show. And we're going to have a lot of smoke. I could give smoke to single player games all day and shit on Sony all day and do all these great things because I've been part of that experience.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And if yours is different, then that's fine.
Yeah. And come in here and try to give an explanation to what you feel. Don't come in here with just slanderous language because you think it's funny. If you honestly think that Starfield isn't for you, or that it is going to be
if it's a midfield, why? Why is it midfield?
Right. Explain why.
That's what I want to see.
Have that discussion. Again, it's just a weak mentality. And from my perspective to come in, it just shows a weakness in your thought process when you come in, and that's the only thing you have, and you can't explain yourself. Again, more than welcome. If you get personal, you're out of here. That's the way we run this chat. But otherwise, again, just come in, explain your side of things. If you have some great comments about reasons why, Steel and I'll bring them up. We generally do pull comments out of the chat and talk about them. So anyways, welcome all. Thank you all for being here. Again, we got over 50 people solid once again for another great conversation. I think Steel, we killed that portion of the Starfield
especially with the technical difficulty that we had there. On the audio side of things, hopefully everything will come across smooth. Right. It does seem it did on the YouTube side of things. Thank you for Psycho for letting me know about that. But again, great conversation to be had.
Yeah, like Shane G says, I disagree with these guys all the time, but I try to be respectful. Shane G, and you know that we respect you and always have, even when you do come with the with the other side of things, hey man, always welcome. And again, we've
about?
been respectful to you. We don't, don't do anything bad to you. So that's all we ask, right? Just be respectful. Doesn't matter. Again, we have different opinions, different perspectives. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. And we're gonna have
but I can also say on my platform when I feel like a take is disingenuous. Like this take right here makes them. I don't know if you just. Hey, again, I feel like you're just doing it to call smoke, which I like. I don't mind. He says midfield doesn't look next gen. I've seen better looking indie games compared to midfield.
Okay.
Oh,
name those indie games. Number one,
please,
and then make sure those indie games are of the same scope and size as Starfield. Please
or any other Bethesda game.
Or any other Bethesda game.
Please, if you can give me some examples, I'd love to talk about it right now on the show. Please, because I mean, again, it's another perspective I like to understand. So, but other than that, we will.
Yep.
So
you want to talk about the rest of the Starfield stuff real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go.
Okay, so let's talk about the date. This has been a contentious topic within the community. We knew this was going to be. I had talked about that I was saving my energy if the game did get delayed again.
Right.
That I was going to have some comments about it. Again, 100%. I have zero problem with games being delayed.
Zero.
If they come September and they say we need another year, I will be disappointed. I will have something to say about it, but at the end of the day, will have zero problem with it if Todd and his team believe they need another year and they delay it until November of 2024. Fine, do it. Whatever you got to do. If the game needs to come out in a better shape than it was going to because you didn't have that time, fine, so be it. Take your time. Steel, same way. Steel has zero problem with delays.
Yeah.
That's not what any of these conversations are about, even though people have tried to turn it into that. I'm going to talk about this from the perspective of the 12-month commitment that Xbox made.
Oh, but the disclaimer, Pong.
Correct. There was a disclaimer, right? Great. I take people by their word of mouth. And Sarah Bond and Phil, both during that show, said they'd be playing these games within 12 months. Okay. This is something that, again, we praised and have praised Xbox for all the improvements that they've made about setting expectations, their marketing, their transparency. We have praised them when they have done the right thing. And again, you don't want to know what? I continue to praise Xbox as to be one of the few giant corporations out there that are front facing with the consumers, that are actually in the community, that the higher ups actually do interact with people. That is something that is special. That is something that is not found elsewhere, anywhere. And if you want to just keep it to the video game industry, Sony and Nintendo don't even try to be a part of their community.
And don't care.
At all. They don't care. Okay? So that is already a win for Xbox and where they come from.
I'd get factions if they cared.
With that, and Xbox knows this. They're not dumb. Okay? These people are all highly intelligent, well-paid people. They're not dumb. When you do that, there's positives and there's also consequences to that. And one of that is that your consumers will feel a different type of attachment to you as a company and will expect things different from you than are expected of other corporations. So you do get wins, but you also do take on more responsibility when you are one of these few companies that do it this way. And they know this, okay? So going into that showcase last year, the conversation in the community, not everybody, again, general sentiment was Xbox was having one of the worst years they possibly could have from the first party side of things in 2022.
What else did they talk about last year, right, Pong? That about since I've stepped into the community, I've heard consistent conversations about Xbox's marketing.
Yes, correct.
The way Microsoft treats Xbox's marketing and their strategy about how they communicate to their players and saying things when they may not necessarily have to.
Right. And you know what? They've actually taken on some of the stuff that we specifically talked about with the developer direct, right, Steel? They started to tackle that marketing problem by starting to do the smaller show, like we talked about that they should do with a Nintendo Direct style, state of play style type of showcase to put focus on games. They actually take some of that. But yes, the consensus is that they needed to do a better job in those areas, right? And again, this is something we talked about, but last year was one of the worst years you could possibly have. I'd probably say it's probably the worst year that Microsoft ever had from a first party perspective. Not overall, but first party perspective. It was bad.
And me and Pong have talked about like because I definitely feel different like that. As Shane has mentioned those things too, where me and Shane are more along the lines is like the amount of games they released last year in the Game Pass. Game Pass is the exclusive for the Xbox ecosystem. And so, yes, me as a gamer who looks at games in totality, and I don't really, the only time that I really reference games first, second, and third party is when we're having these conversations.
Correct.
Or when I'm looking at the type of style of game. Depending, right? Or the quality or whatever the case. I don't look at it any other time. I just take games for games and what am I getting? Not only part of my service, but what's available to me on the platforms where I have access to it, right? But it is fair, and I do agree with Pong in this, that you can be critical and say that their first party was shitty.
Non-existent.
And you could say again, like I mentioned with the Starfield conversation earlier, when we were talking about the game, the principle of the game, where you could say without this studio, then where would Xbox be? Correct. But before Pong continues, I have to ask the audience and anybody else that's listening, what else were you expecting Xbox to do in 2017? You thought they were just going to make a Starfield out of nowhere, for an example? Right. That they were just going to create games out of the studios that didn't have, when all they've heard is Halo, Gears, and Forza is all you have. You wanted them to cut more second and third party deals rather than buy a studio, a publisher that they've doing business with since the early 2000s.
Right. Correct.
And say that that's not good enough. So where would they be this year without these guys? But that is why they bought them.
Correct. Shoring up holes.
Where would Sony be without Insomniac?
Right.
That is why they bought them.
So, absolutely, 100%. No, it's quite all right. So again, when they came into the showcase last year, they had heard the sentiment. They had known what was going on, and they needed a win. They needed a positive spin for what was happening. And part of this, again, I'll go back to and say that part of this, I do believe, is the ABK deal. I do believe the attorneys were involved in a lot of decision-making for how quiet they went for a lot of the decisions. Again, we'll never know for sure, but overall, they needed to go into that showcase and pull out some kind of win. They weren't going to do the hopes and dreams of the future. They weren't going to do that. They had already done that with the 2019 when they showed off Fable, Perfect Dark of that year, all that kind of stuff. Was it 2019, 2020? One of the two. They'd already done that. They weren't going to do that again. So what did they come up with? They came up with this 12-month plan. A plan that was unnecessary. A plan that was not forced upon them. Nobody made them make this commitment to 12 months in any way, shape, or form. This is something they decided to do to get their fan base excited, to get the news, to get the articles written by the mass media to say, oh, Xbox promises all these games within the next 12 months. And again, you can say, well, we already know development doesn't work. Yeah, we do. And so does Xbox. And they didn't have to put that time frame on there. They could have said, all these games you'll be playing in 2023. If they were that confident.
Going into 2020 or by the end of 2023.
By the end of 2023. There's a ton of different terms, but they specifically said 12 months to get this win. They specifically set everybody up for this as if, hey, we know we don't have a lot going on. You're not going to see anything outside of Pentiment from our first party at the end of the second half of this year. But those first 6 months of 2023, we're going to be knocking it out of the park, baby. You're going to get third party. You're going to get first party. You're going to get everything. We're going to make it up to you. And this was the win that they went for. And I understand why they did it. But it's an unforced error. If you were not 1,000% sure, that does not work. That degrades customer trust. Consumer trust is a metric in business that is analyzed, that a lot of money is spent on by all of these corporations. Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft, they all spend a ton of money other industries spend a ton of money on analyzing and seeing where they are with consumer trust. That's what Microsoft is trying to build here. And they're coming from a place that is behind the other two major players in their industry. So when you do that, you want to continue to step up. Again, I have zero problems with delays. I have zero problems with any of that. The main focus is here is that Xbox set a commitment time with an asterisk, which nobody cares about the asterisk. You guys all do, that's fine. Again, it's there. Nobody looks at that stuff. That was a disclaimer, okay? Everybody heard Sarah Bond. Everybody heard Phil and what was happening. And outside of Kojima's game, everything was supposed to be out in 12 months.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have to do that. They did it. And now we see that for their first party titles, they've hit a lot of titles. We even got an extra title like Hi-Fi Rush came out of nowhere, Shadow Drop, extra game. But for the main first party titles that were announced, Starfield is now outside of that for sure. Forza is expected to be the next one that's going to move outside. So out of the three main games, I'm not going to, Aura is another one that was in there, but it's a niche. It's a niche game. It is what it is.
I mean,
I'm not going to include that one. So out of Redfall, Forza, and Starfield, your three big players, at least for most people. Again, I get Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, and I got that in January, and that's a huge game for me because I've been playing that forever. So, but I'm saying out of the three main first-party titles that everybody was kind of expecting, most likely only one of those is going to hit within the committed time. Again, after coming off 2022 with 0 titles, if you're going to tell me that you're going to delay 2 out of the 3 big titles out of the 12 months and you're filling the gap for the rest of the year, it's still going to be a great year. It's still going to be one of the best years all time across the entire industry. It's still going to be a great year for Xbox, probably their best year of all time when it's all said and done. But you degrade your consumer trust, because if they come out now, let's say they come to this next showcase deal and they come out again and say, we're showing you games you can play within the next 12 months. Nobody's going to believe them. Nobody's going to believe them. Everybody's going to be like, yeah, okay. We heard this one before. We heard this one before. That's what you don't want. That sentiment builds over time. It's not what you want. You want to hit your deadlines as any company does. And yes, with game development, it isn't a for sure thing. And that's why I say, don't put this commitment out there. Don't do that to yourself. Don't put yourself in the corner. Because again, as a company that is front facing with their consumers, that is out and as active as they are, it leads to more responsibility on your side as a company, as a corporation, to make sure that when you are speaking to your consumers, you are speaking with truthful things. And that's all I'm saying at the end of the day. Don't ever, as Matt said, don't ever do this 12-month thing again. Don't do it. Don't put that timeline on yourself. You can still show games that you believe are going to be out in the next year. You can still do that type of show. Just don't say that they're going to be out within 12 months. That's it. Just don't do that anymore. It was unnecessary. It was unforced error, and I'm done. Again, I know a lot of the community doesn't like to talk about this. Some community understands. Rand talked about it in his video, said the exact same thing. King is going to talk about it tomorrow on Iron Lords. He's already set that up. That's his thing. Keep your word. King's going to talk about it. Many people do agree on this point that this is something that Xbox just should not do in the future. Don't commit. Don't commit to that type of time frame when you are unsure, because anything can happen when developing a game. So don't do it. And my last thing that I'll say, and I've said this before, I hope the entire industry, not just Xbox, I hope the entire industry goes away from telling us any release dates. I hope they go away from giving us any release dates until it almost is gold, until they know it is coming. Go away from this whole, oh, we got a window of next 6 months where this, stop that. Don't do anything. Show us the games. Don't say anything about dates, and then surprise us. Or if you want to give a date, start under promising and over and delivering. Say the game is 3 years away when you know it's potentially going to be out in the next year and a half. And then if it gets ready and it's out next year, surprise everybody. Be like, guess what? It's ready to rock and roll. We told you 3 years, but we're a year early. That would be fantastic. And I know people are going to say, yeah, but people will complain about no dates. If the industry as a total goes away from it because of the pressure it causes for the publishers, for the devs, for everybody involved, for all the negativity it brings when you don't hit those dates, if the entire industry does it, everybody will get used to it. And we'll go back to the old days where we used to wait for a magazine and hope that we were going to see, hey, this game's coming out next month. And we were all happy, right? That's what we used to do back in the day before the internet. So go back to that. That's just my idea. It's my opinion. It's my idea. I don't expect you all to agree with it. I don't care. It's fine. I'm just putting it out there. But again, Microsoft, at the end of the day, if you're hearing anything, don't do this commitment again. Don't do the 12-month thing again. Please, just don't do it.
Yeah, and a lot of those points I definitely agree with. And again, from my perspective, it's ironic that this conversation has continued, has happened, right? And again, like I made the point where, when I stepped into the community, and was more community focused, coming in, a lot of the conversation, even before I stepped in, was around Xbox's communication. And to be fair, they do get the more crucial side of it because they are the main ones that do communicate with us in this space. So fortunately or unfortunately, they're going to either bite the bullet or be the shooter. In this instance, I just don't get why you as a $1 trillion company don't have people sitting in these boardroom meetings and can't come up with a better way to say that these games are anticipated, expected, planned to release within the next 12 months. Because with any of those terms, well, it's planned, it's expected, it's anticipated. Maybe something could change. But if you lead with, and again, things do change. I'm not ever refuting that. But if you're a company, this is anybody, where you're trying to work on becoming better at a certain part of your business, at what point do you not address the flaws, right? As many great things as Xbox is doing, as many great things as Microsoft is trying to do, many great things that a lot of companies are trying to do with giving people access to games in more ways they've ever had before. It is unfortunate that in this situation, Microsoft decided to pin itself into a corner for an unnecessary reason. Just off a statement flub. It was unneeded. It just, in business, everybody has a deadline. Everybody has an expected date for this to be done. And sometimes you got to push out that date. But you know what that causes? For you to be called into a board meeting and explain why that this is the case. And can we afford to continue to push this out? People also talk about how Xbox just throws money at every problem that they have and they don't ever address anything. And, oh man, all their studios are in question because they have these people leaving. And, Perfect Dark is in question because this studio was made to do this thing and all these people are leaving. And, Playground, man, they're supposed to be working on Fable and the next Horizon, but they had these top people leave. And man, we should all be worried. There's something going on that's terrible at Xbox. When you do things like this, it doesn't need any good favor for you. This creates an additional articles that say, look at Xbox continuing not to fulfill their promises or continuing to not fulfill their deadlines. So what is Xbox? The delay box? Well, we know, because we know PlayStation does that, Nintendo does that, other platforms, they have done these same things. But unfortunately, Xbox is the communicator. And again, I just cannot agree, no matter if you want to, look at the disclaimer. Well, look at the show. Well, look at what the marketing team or the communications team decided to say that this was okay to pull out. The same thing with, they looked at these things and said, oh yeah, show Halo at E3. We agreed that that wasn't okay. So why is this okay for some people all of a sudden? Oh, well, these games aren't going to hit within the 12 months. Things happen. Things get delayed. Well, they didn't, they made an entire show based off of this premise. And, oh man, it just, things happen. Then why in the hell did you create the premise? So you created an idea and didn't plan to fulfill that idea? If you knew a game like, for an example, Starfield, wasn't going to make it within that time span, you don't know how long the game was going to take. As Pong mentioned, why wouldn't you just over promise and then deliver?
Under promise.
Under promise and over deliver. Why would you not just take that aspect of it? How much longer do you need to be in gaming to understand that under promising and over delivering is probably the best thing that you can do within this community to solve 99% of the problems that you currently have, especially coming from Xbox, a system, a platform that is having issues keeping up with some of its competition. Now, not saying that they're not making money. I'm not saying that they're not doing good things and earning good favor. Microsoft is doing a lot of great things. And they are, in my belief, moving in the right direction. And yes, there are some things I'm not overly critical about because I can't be overcritical here and then not be overcritically everywhere else. It's like the reasons I say the things I say about PlayStation is because I expect better. They have not met my expectation. They might have for you, and that's great. Xbox might have met your expectation, and that's great. Well, in these water cooler moments, when people are having conversation, because this does happen at work, and people say, yeah, what about this game? I thought it was coming out this time, Oh, it got pushed back. And then people ask, well, why did it get pushed back? Weren't you hyped for that game? You were just talking to me about it the other day. Oh, yeah, Xbox said it was going to do this and this, but, they pushed it back. They needed more time. Well, why? Oh, I don't know why. They just needed more time.
Dev.
The dev said it.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. So is there a problem going on? I mean, I kind of tend to notice that there's all these games that continue to get pushed around to do all these great things. I just, and Andrew Wilkins makes a point. He says PS has always been the best, has always been the best in gaming since 1994. Not an opinion. That is an opinion.
100%.
Gaming is all based off of opinion. It's not. That's not a fact.
There's Nintendo fans who will disagree with that through and through.
There's Sega fans who will disagree with you. That's not a fact. So Andrew, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I am going to tell you as a fact, what you're stating is an opinion.
Right.
Just because that's what you grew up with, just because PlayStation is more popular, does not mean that they are the best. They're not the best.
It's an opinion.
It's an opinion.
And it's fine to have that opinion.
And it is also the reason why PlayStation is at where it's at is because a mass has made an opinion that this is a better platform.
Right.
To them.
Right.
That's opinion based. What else can you do? You gonna throw numbers at me? Oh, these games sold all these numbers.
Well, yeah.
Okay, how many millions of people bought that? And if that's the case, if PlayStation is the best, end all to be all, why isn't everybody playing it?
Right.
Why are there other platforms that exist? Goes on to say, it's not an opinion. Sony crushed Nintendo with the PS1, and Nintendo has forever been in their shadow. No, they haven't. Actually, what that did was create competition. Yeah. Nintendo understood that they couldn't compete in that same way, or they weren't ready to, or didn't want to. It's also an Eastern thing where they can be very hard-headed in their ways sometimes. Nintendo started going about it differently, and everybody else has been in Nintendo's shadow ever since they have went game strictly more so the line of gaming handheld, being looked at as more of a not just a kid's device, but being a more accessible device to a mass of people. Sony always outsell Nintendo in hardware games sold every gen. Now you're just saying stuff to say. I'm gonna stop addressing you. Because again, you can't say things are factual information and you're giving me incorrect information. I'm not gonna ride with that. So, hey, Andrew, appreciate you for being here, but you're not gonna sit here and tie up the show with incorrect information. That makes no sense. 7th gens, anyway. With that being said, again, you can believe whatever you want to believe.
Yep.
Perfectly fine.
People do.
All the time.
Right.
Gaming is supposed to be a space to where you can have those opinions and we can have open conversation and that be all right. Yeah. But when we start talking about facts, we got to talk about facts, not like my guy 108 Dragons likes to say, shout out to Lemon. It's all facts. And you're not quite pitching it right now.
And the numbers are only one aspect when you start talking about best.
That's the other thing.
Numbers are only one aspect to judge that. Again, most of it is going to be personal preference.
It's all opinion.
It's all opinion. It's all personal preference. Again, Dreamcast is the best console to me in history. How are you going to argue that? Oh, well, it didn't sell the most. Well, obviously, because Sega stopped making it, so obviously it's not the best. That's not true. To me, it's the best. To me, it's the best.
That's some of the best games in existence.
Right. To a lot of people, it's the best console ever made. But again, there's no way to argue opinion. Again, It's just opinion. Yes, that's all it is. And again, that's the problem with the community. That's why this conversation is even happening right now the way it is because this community has a severe issue with, oh no, my opinion is the only one that matters. My opinion is right. Your opinion is wrong, and you shouldn't talk about it. I have zero interest in what you're talking about, so therefore you're a crybaby, you're bitching, you're whining, you're pathetic, you're stupid, you need to grow up because your opinion is something I don't want to hear. Okay, well, nobody's forcing you to hear anything. Nobody's forcing you to engage with somebody that you don't agree with. Nobody's forcing you to do any of that. What you're trying to do in those moments and what happened this week in this community is because some people don't think this is a delay. Some people think that when we speak out or criticize Xbox for their communication and for setting this arbitrary deadline that they gave us of 12 months, that is all of a sudden us saying that we don't agree with delays, saying that we wanted the devs to crunch, saying that we wanted Starfield to launch early and be buggy. No. I can say that delays are good and also say at the same time a competing statement that I think Microsoft put themselves in their own box that they shouldn't have by saying it should have been 12, that they were going to release all these games within 12 months, or that we would be playing these games within 12 months. Both of those things can be true. Period. It's not either or. It doesn't mean if I say I don't want Xbox doing 12 months or I think that Xbox did delay the game because they said 12 months means that I hate delays or that I'm against delaying a game. That's not how this works. So again, that's what got conflated this week. And that's when people started trying to shut down and gatekeep conversations. And that's a big problem in this community. It happens all the freaking time. It happens all the time. People try to shut down communication.
The only thing that stats prove is what's popular. It doesn't prove that something's better.
Right. Because better is subjective to your personal opinion and taste.
Now, if you don't get that concept of what that is, I can't help you with that. And then, no, stating stats isn't bashing, but stating stats is someone trying to justify their opinion. And in gaming, which is extremely opinion based. Because if it wasn't opinion based, there would be 120 million copies sold of God of War.
Spider-Man.
And Spider-Man. Maybe even 50%. I'll be nice to say maybe even 50%. That is not the case. It's opinionated.
Mm-hmm.
What's popular? I can sit here all day and say, man, Jordan is better than every other pair of shoes that I've ever worn. Now, I don't believe that. And I can say, oh, stat-wise, everybody buys Jordan. You see how quick they sell out? They gotta be the best shoe. No. What if I tell you my Adidas are better shoes than, or my Supras, or whatever other brand that I could bring up is better than that to me? Because maybe it fits the foot better, maybe it looks better, maybe it could be so many other things that add to that conversation.
Popularity is fleeting. Popularity
Always.
changes all the time. I grew up before Star Wars was one of the most popular brands in the world. I grew up when that was still niche and geeky and nerdy, and people bullied you for liking Star Wars. I grew up during that.
Is Star Wars Pong? Is Star Wars the best space odyssey IP ever created in existence? In your opinion?
Yes.
In your opinion.
Right.
But does
Empire
that mean
Strikes
that
Back is
Stargate,
my favorite movie of all time?
Does that mean Stargate's irrelevant? Does that mean
why do I
Star
hate
Trek's
Stargate?
irrelevant? Does that
No, I love Star
mean
Trek.
that any other space game
But
is
that ebbs and
or
flows.
IP is
That
irrelevant?
ebbs and flows, right? The new Star Wars movies,
You don't like.
big part of the fan base don't like them. New fans do like them. Some old fans do like them, but that's popularity. That's and it's opinion, and it's subjective, and it will always be changing. This isn't a sports league where there's winners and losers all the time. Sure, you can use sales as an example of what is popular, but that still doesn't mean that Xbox isn't beloved. That doesn't mean that Nintendo isn't beloved. That doesn't mean that there's people out there that consider them the best. That, again, that's just not how it all works out. We don't have a win-loss with a championship at the end of the year like we do in sports. Right? We don't. Right? But even then, sometimes what the majority, the popular pick is for the best team in whatever sport you're talking about, doesn't win the championship.
Yeah.
Right?
The Cowboys are supposed to be America's greatest team,
Oh,
right?
God, Jesus.
When have they been consistent?
They were. Shout out to Mav. Mav's listening right now. He's fuming.
Just an example. I mean, I was a Cowboys. So there is that example there. But we can't just, we can't use stats as that's factual information. And not in this conversation. Now, if we're talking about how many people have died from cigarette smoking, that's not an opinion. That's factual. We're talking about people who drive more Hondas than Kias. I mean, that's factual information. That's not based off opinion. Now, if we're asking, what car is better, or what team is better, or what medicine is better, it's gonna be opinion based.
Right.
That has nothing to do with stats. And stats mean literally nothing in the gaming space outside of sales.
Mm-hmm.
And the ebbs and flows of popularity. That's what it displays. Because if we really want to take it that far, I can say that, nothing's better than PC. Why would you buy a console when you could just buy a PC? If that's truly the case. PC outsells everything. Does that make sense? Yeah, from a stat perspective.
Yeah. Some people's opinion.
That's an opinion.
Is best. Yep.
There's a reason I still have an Xbox Series console, because I have a PC also.
Right.
Do different things that now do some similar things, gaming, but it's not the same.
Right.
It's all opinion things, man. And this is part of the thing that I love about having these conversations with you guys. And again, there's no tea, no shade to anybody that comes through and wants to express how they feel. But
I can't stand when people start throwing numbers and using that as a backing for absolutes. That's not how this works, and shows me you can't have a conversation. Anyway, the problem about facts, the problem about these things, the things that are being brought up is that they are debatable topics.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's all it is. It's an opinion. And everybody can have different opinions. It doesn't mean anything that somebody doesn't share your opinion. Doesn't mean they're a bad person. Doesn't mean that it's some derogatory thing. It doesn't mean any of that. But again, that's where we are now in a lot of ways.
That's fine.
Society in general. Again, whoever put that out there originally, Twitter is like the only, or we should just say social media in general, is the most ridiculous place, because you can show up and say that day, I like waffles, and you'll have 10 people go, why do you hate pancakes?
Yeah. And it's not what you said.
Like, that's the conversations we're having. And that was the point of this Starfield, is we have an opinion. We had a criticism for Xbox. It's just opinion based, that we believe they could have done something different to avoid the situation and this discussion. They didn't need to do it. If you disagree, that is fine. I don't hate you. I will not use derogatory language towards you like you're stupid or grow up. Of course, that's the conversation. It's just an opinion, and we hold it, and we're going to talk about it because that's what we do on our shows. Again, just like all the other shows, fun speculation shows, the shop with PTK Blam, boom shows. You show up here because we're real. We have plenty of actors, snakes out here that fake their entire persona online, on podcasts. They are not who they say they are when they're in front of the camera.
Shout out to y'all.
Yeah. Steel and I and the Fun Speculation family and Boom Show and all the shows that I've been a part of. That's the reason why I love them. That's why we hope that you come here, is because we talk about the real stuff that we want to talk about. This isn't just created nonsense like some people like to say. Oh, you guys are just creating problems. You're just creating, criticism. No, this is stuff that we actually talk about behind the scenes. This is stuff that we think about. This is stuff that we want to talk about. If you're not interested, totally understand. Love you. All the same. Never say you have to listen to us. Ever. Ever. We're just two dudes talking some shit. That's what we like to do. So
that's it. Now, I mean, I could literally, like Google post says, console warring is fun though, and yeah, it can be. I can sit in a party and we talk about what we like about the different consoles all day long. Why you feel this is great and why you think that this is great. We could do that all day. I don't necessarily mind that, but at some point in that party, I'm gonna ask, when are we gonna start playing some games? Like, what game are we playing today?
And
what are we jumping into?
When it gets personal. Let me tell you something. When it gets personal, from my opinion, I hate the console war shit. But when it gets, I can still laugh at stuff. I still listen to WBG and those guys over there. When it gets personal, is when it turns into the clown show for me. When it turns into the circus. When it gets personal over video games,
but
I don't care. And I think the same way. And everybody likes, it happens in sports too. And I think those people are just as stupid. When I see fights up in the sports, when I see fights at a sports game, no matter what it is, football, I think that shit's stupid as hell. And you see the disruption it causes to the people there just trying to enjoy the game. That's the same thing that happens here a lot of times, is that spills over and it disrupts the regular community that's just here for a totally different reason. That's why I call it the circus. That's why I call them the clown show. And that's why I call them out as actors and snakes and all that kind of stuff, because that's what they are to me. But again, that's just an opinion for me. If you enjoy all of that, plenty of spaces to go do all that. It's all out there. You can go do it. I just won't give my energy to it outside of calling it out and saying that's stupid. But that's it. That's as far as I go. I don't jump into those chats and be like, you guys knock this stuff off. I don't do that. Like, I talk about it on my own show. That's it. End of story. But I'm not trying to call people out and tell them, going into their places in their spaces and telling them how ridiculous they are. It is what it is.
Yeah. So. And that's 100%, man. Like, again, we do, as a civilization, need to understand what conversation is and how to have conversation, and not speak in absolutes all the time. And I don't know if we ever really had it, because in a lot of ways, in many different areas, people lack conversation skills. They cannot
And it's been like this with jokes for a long time, right? Where people say jokes to people and whatever the case, and then automatically one joke hits a little too hard, and now, oh, well, that's not what your mama said, and all these, it's like, okay, well, now we got to fight because you just talked about my mama. Like, why? Why'd you have to do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's other aspects to it, man, and that's the biggest thing. Having a conversation about numbers and all that great stuff is great, but like numbers don't mean anything to me when my personal preference or my personal opinion matters to me more than, because it's popular, this is what I'm doing. I grew up with folks that were like that. I never understood that. We as a society continue to do these things. Hey, let's just run with what's popular. Just like what people do with Apple. With the whole Apple versus Android thing. You're a broke boy if you got an Apple phone. Oh, you're a scrub if you got an Apple phone. Like, what? Why? Popularity contest. And this is in high school. Unfortunately, and to my knowledge, kids these days ain't even going through that same thing like I used to have to deal with back in the day, where brand loyalty was more of a major issue, right? Back then, it's like, if you weren't wearing certain brands, again, I make the point with Champion, I've made this point here before, Champion used to be sold in Walmart. People used to get clowned for wearing Champion. People used to get clowned for wearing Starter, for an example. And now Starter jackets are cool. Now Champion is cool. Now, and they cost an absurd amount of money. Just because of popularity, now all this stuff that's made the exact same way that it was made before, now those things are great. That's fine. It's the ebbs and flows. Really, that's the reality of the world. So, anyway, that's neither here nor there. I think it's a good conversation again. It's all about perception as far as the Starfield conversation goes, and I do want companies to be more thoughtful about the way that they communicate, especially when you are one of the main communicators within our industry. There's a reason why you hire a marketing and communications team, and those teams should be doing the most to make sure that when you give certain information to your community, that it's understood properly. And this is another situation where it's not that, and I feel like it's inconsistent personally to say that, hey, Microsoft has advertising and marketing issues and communication issues for years and years on end, and then say, oh, now that it's Starfield, it's a different conversation. Oh, now because it's this game, now it's different. No, it's still the same, and it needs to be addressed. That's it. It's okay to be critical. Nah, I don't run Microsoft. They can do whatever they want. I'm going to continue to support, and as long as they give me reasons to support. And if they don't, guess what? I won't. But correct. That's me as a gamer. Yep. Nothing 100%. Is keeping me here other than in the certain aspects of my certain ecosystems that I'm a part of, other than value.
Yep. Because I have zero loyalty to corporations. None of them. All of us are numbers to them. No matter how front facing they are, no matter how customer centric they are, we're still a number at the end of the day. You don't earn my wallet. You don't earn my purchases unless you're giving me value. Just like Steel said, zero loyalty.
Yeah, Nick says, Living Splitscreen, you might have to dumb things down and display a disclaimer throughout the whole podcast, letting newbies know that conversation is like what conversations like up in here. Hey, that might be the case. But to put a disclaimer, put at the beginning of the show, Living Splitscreen is a non-console-centric platform that cares about the entire gaming industry. We speak things.
We will have conversations you will hear nowhere else in the podcasting community about random topics.
We take the RTS approach. If you do not favor that approach, please leave now.
Oh my God.
And that's what I love about this whole thing. Because again, I'm pretty sure I can speak for Pong on this too. Again, and I mentioned this multiple times. This is part of the reason where the educated consumer perspective came from. In our professional experience, dealing with sales, dealing with customer service, just dealing with people, as we have over the years. it's kind of that's where we're coming from, right? I like to think that I have an understanding of how consumers like to think, their perspective, and especially when it comes more to the sales front of things. It's you have to think about those things if you're going to be good at those jobs, right? So, this is my thoughts. We are getting quite up there in the show. There is quite a few more things that we can definitely dive into. The one thing that I would like to get into next, a little bit on a lighter side of things, is the Capcom show. So, one of the main points that I'm going to pull out of the Capcom show that we hadn't seen yet, well, one is going to be the Resident Evil 4 demo that released. So if anybody is interested in that, it's available to you now. Go play it, try it out, see if it's for you. The game looks beautiful. I don't know if I'm going to jump into it again. They are getting to a point to where these games are kind of making me want to revisit them because I hadn't played them in a very long time, and they look completely different than they used to. But Resident Evil 2, starting with Resident Evil 2, is where I want to go. And my younger memories of Resident Evil 2 aren't necessarily the fondest on a scary side of things. So maybe I'm slightly jaded on that, but I do want to try it. But obviously Capcom is in a place of strength right now, right? They're not in dire straits like they were almost not even 5 years ago, where we didn't know what Capcom's position is now, right? They also showed some more from Street Fighter, I believe. What else was shown there? Because I'm gonna get to Exo Primal last. I'm also gonna gameplay on that. I'll show some gameplay for it.
I dropped the link in there. So if you need,
I had it pulled up, but everything's all over the place now.
Yeah,
okay, I got it here.
you got it.
So Resident Evil, gonna get into that last. Ghost Trick, Phantom Detective returns.
Yep.
Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak was another one of those. Sunbreak is the DLC for Monster Hunter Rise. It is on Switch already. I don't know if it's on PC. I can't remember, but it is coming to it's coming to PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. So excuse me. On April 28th. So those still playing Monster Hunter Rise, enjoy that. I'm currently more invested in Wild Hearts than I am Rise. So it talked about a theme park. Oh, the Street Fighter 6 thing that was mentioned was the commentator. I felt like that was the most underwhelming announcement that you could have made. Although I know that she is a influential communicator on that side. So again, she's known. It's dope that they're bringing her in. And then the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection. I thought it was really dope that they added like a super mode in there. It kind of made me interested to see on possibly
Xbox, which is stupid.
Oh yeah, that doesn't make it. But it's basically they're bringing the entire Battle Network Legacy Collection over. It looked kind of cool. So if you're interested in that, but the biggest highlight from that show was Exo Primal for me, mainly because when they originally showed Exo Primal, it was one of those games that I had some genuine interest in because of the whole mech kind of concept, right? And that's always going to be a main interest for me, right? And yes, Ham, it's a Game Boy Advance game that's coming over, essentially, that they're kind of putting everywhere other than Xbox. Again, it's weird, but again, whichever. Maybe they couldn't figure something out, and that's why it's not there. But Exo Primal. So let me tell you a little bit about Exo Primal. So what you're going to do is, in this game, you're going to be holding firm against the dinosaur swarms and survive your mission. In this game, it is a third-person shooter developed by Capcom, and it's a multiplayer action game in which the player must fight against massive hordes of dinosaurs and mutated prehistoric creatures. This game is going to be a PvEVP game, essentially where I believe it's a 4-on-4 is going to end up being, but you start off with a team of 4. You guys to have objectives. You get the objectives accomplished. And then what I saw previously, because they didn't show it here, but previously in the gameplay snippets that I've seen and whatnot, I've watched about 15 minutes of actual gameplay. They do have that on YouTube. What I've actually seen from this game, when you get to that last objective, that's when it becomes more of a PvP scenario, right? Whereas, because you're not only, well, honestly, you still have that PvEVP, but what ends up happening is not only are you pushing to your objective, and Ham, you said it reminds you of a bit of Lost Planet. I can see a little bit of why you might say that. Not necessarily, because there's nothing like Lost Planet. They need to bring, if there's one game they need to bring back immediately and make a complete remake of, an online experience and everything,
Reboot it.
It is Lost Planet. You like you are literally sitting on a gold mine for Lost Planet. What a fucking great game. Oh, every time that game comes up, I want to go play it. I want to go play it for like a week. Get some co-op in there or some multiplayer in. Although those servers probably won't be up. Jacob Novik says he draws a kind of a parallel to Anthem in some ways. I hope not. Because Anthem, as great of a game as it was, the end game was very dead, and there was a lot of content issues that they ended up having with this game, where this game kind of comes across to me like it knows what it's trying to do, right? It's more so mission focused. It's very streamlined, and
from the character designs and the classes, some of the classes, definitely, because that's the first thing we see.
Yeah,
too.
no,
So when we first saw Exoprimal, there's some Anthem to this.
Yeah, 100%. With how the mechs are set up and everything, the tank classes, the faster classes, and all that. Yeah, there is definitely something that has that.
That's what surprised me. Steel. What are they up to? They're up to 10 different classes.
I think it's
10 different. Whatever you want to call them.
Because it's 8 and then I think 8 and then the additional 2 that they're bringing in. So yeah, they have 10 in total.
That's crazy. I had no idea they had that.
I was only expecting 4.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Because they only showed 4. I was like, all right, well, get 4. Everybody has a chance. You get more of an understanding. But they said 10. They said 8 and then another 2. I was like, 10? Really? Yeah. That much variance?
Yep.
Wow, that's kind of dope. So that kind of lets me know that there is going to be some build diversity in there. Going to be understanding abilities kind of concept in there too. But just having that aspect of where this game has a potential, I don't think it's a negative, because we also got the information that it's coming to Game Pass. Yeah. That wasn't expected. And I know some people were running with the idea that, this is coming to Game Pass because Capcom doesn't have any faith in this game. To me, personally, I think they're bringing it to Game Pass because Capcom understands it does need since it is a more multiplayer focused game, it needs a base. And what's the easiest way to create a base? Putting it on a platform that's traditionally known for multiplayer gaming, where people are more than likely to get their friend, hit up a friend and be like, yo, you should come try out this Exoprimal with me, man. They got these different mechs. It's even like a person like myself. Oh, Steel, it's PvE. Oh yeah, that sounds cool. I like the mechs, and we can have a good time destroying some dinosaurs. But then as soon as they said, but it has player versus player too. Oh, what do you mean? Like it's its own thing? Like it's a different game mode, and maybe they still may do that, which would be interesting to see if they do. But I'm thinking, it's its own game mode? Like, no. Capcom says it's part of the experience. Really? Well, that gets Steel's mind going. Now Steel's excited. He was like, okay, so not only do I get a group like me, Mav, Pong, Psycho, Jasper, Fancy, whoever ends up jumping in, not only can they enjoy the PvE aspect, because maybe they don't want to sweat, right? It's more so team focused in a manner to where, hey, you understand how to use your mech? Great. When we get to this end, we got to make this final push. So, hey, you're the Titan, throw up the wall, I'll stand back, I'll shoot, Pong sitting over the corner, he may be flanking. There becomes a whole nother level of diversity to the game style, strategy, course, that makes this extremely interesting. This game is different. That's the main standout for me personally.
Yep.
So from this Capcom show, that was my biggest pullout from it. It actually like quadrupled the kind of excitement that I have for it now, because it is doing something a little different, right? Streamlined in some ways, but also adds a level of story that seems interesting. It seems like there's some time travel there, maybe some parallel universe kind of thing going on with how with how homie was like interacting. He saw himself on the screen. It was like, yeah, this is you from this universe. He was like, or when they brought up, hey, what was it, like his sister or his daughter or something? Hey, your daughter is alive. And he was like, how? Oh, in this universe. You're like, okay, well, I don't like the concept. That's messed up. That's not technically your version, but but it's an interesting concept that they're diving into, which is super dope to me at least. And the fact that they were bold enough to even say, hey, here's a beta, it's open beta, it's coming out. It's going to be, make sure I get my dates on that. Yeah, 17th. Next weekend, but so there's going to be the 17th through the 19th, if I'm not mistaken. I think it actually speaks some confidence, right? Because this is literally, the game comes out, what, April, May, June?
No, July.
Oh, July
14th.
4 months. So 4 months out, you put an open beta
and it's
out
crossplay.
And it's full crossplay. PC, Xbox, PlayStation, everything. Full crossplay. This game has the potential to hit some big numbers. 1,000 if it ends up being really good, right?
Why not? It's fun.
They also introduced the battle pass and everything else during the show, which seemed to be kind of interesting with the different cosmetics that they have. And that's kind of outside of
free and premium.
Yes, free and premium. So there seems to be quite a variety of there for expression and things to that nature. And again, like I mentioned in the beginning of the show, next weekend on Saturday, we may not be here due to an event that I got going on. And if with that being the case, that weekend, I do want to either get on stream with the community or whichever the case, but right here on Living Splitscreen, I will go live and stream the game so that everybody can get an experience or maybe see, even if it's me and Pong or whoever, maybe I'm solo, whatever the case may be, you'll get to experience what we're jumping into. I know it may be difficult because Diablo 4's beta also comes out this next weekend. So whichever way that you're pulled, I completely understand. Again, I'm already convinced about Diablo. I don't need to play the beta, although they are offering some things. So maybe I'll jump into it. But my main thing is going to be Exo Prime. So Pong, what were some of your standouts from the Capcom showcase? Do you still feel confident with the way Capcom's kind of moving? And was Exo Primal also a standout for you?
Absolutely. It's been a standout for me from day one. I think we were both on board with it. I love the idea. Again, this to me shows Capcom's position when you speak on that. This is Capcom's position now in 2023, is that they can take chances again. They've come back so far that they can go out and do the wild, wacky Capcom games that we used to get back in the 360 era when we did get your Lost Planets, right? When we did get that style of game. And that, I love to see Capcom going back to that. And that's why I like Exo Primal. It's different. Some people can look at it, well, I'm just not into the dinosaur mobs. Okay, well, that's fine. For me, sure, I want Dino Crisis Remake as much as anybody else. I love Dino Crisis. But if Capcom's going to go weird on me, I'll love it. And they bring story, new characters, and again, the customization on all this stuff with all these mechs or whatever you want to call them, suits, whatever the case may be, looks phenomenal. The different abilities look phenomenal. And again, you sold me. I don't remember when it was, Steel. It was sometime last year, but you sold me, Capcom, when you showed me going to a special spot and ordering up a T-Rex and sending a T-Rex after the enemy team. And I can control the T-Rex and I can charge into the enemy team. I'm done. I don't care if it's gimmicky. I don't care if it's like a one-time, like, hey, it was cool. You give me control of a T-Rex that I'm charging the other team with, I'm all about that. We're going to have some fun with that. So no, Exo Primal definitely was a standout. Again, Resident Evil 4 continues, even though I'm not day one on it. Even though it is now borderline too much for me, I thought it was still great that they're continuing to push this. This is going to be a big, giant release this year. And that they shadow dropped. Well, it got announced beforehand because some leakers leaked it, which I'm cool with too. But they shadow dropped a demo for both PlayStation and Xbox and PC, I think too, right? Still, it's coming on PC, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, I believe so too. The fact that they put out a demo, the chainsaw demo, they call it, is cool as hell. So that people can go in and start seeing what they've done. Again, I already believed what I saw on the screen. Every time they showed it, I said, it looks phenomenal. They are taking the time and care with what is considered by many, many people the greatest Resident Evil of all time. And a lot of people consider it one of the best horror games of all time overall. Listen, they're taking their time with it. They've done the work. It looks absolutely phenomenal. And the fact that I could jump in the demo on Xbox, again, this back in the day when Capcom wasn't in this position, would have been one of those instances where Sony upped the money a little bit and they got the demo exclusive to PlayStation, right? We've seen that before, and that's exactly what I thought when I heard they were dropping a demo. I'm like, oh, it's gonna be a PlayStation demo because PlayStation has the marketing rights.
Yeah.
Nope. Came to everything. So the fact that I could download at the same time on my Xbox and try it out, kudos. Kudos to Capcom. It plays great. I love that. I talked about it at the beginning of the show. So those were my two standouts. Street Fighter 6 continues to look well. They showed off more. I don't need to see any more Street Fighter 6, right? It is what I'm going to jump into it eventually. I still am more excited for Tekken than I am Street Fighter right now.
That's me.
But the customization, be able to create your own character, this kind of hub world that they have in Street Fighter looks really cool. And as a casual fighting fan, it's something that appeals to me. When you give me more stuff to do as a single player, as somebody who's not going to competitively go in and start fighting people, that's all the better for me. But I'm already sold on Street Fighter. Street Fighter I'll eventually have. It looks great. So Capcom overall, great show. The Phantom Detective game that they showed looks interesting. I got a lot of other indie games, smaller games that I'm going to hop into. It looks interesting. I'll check it out later down the road. It does look kind of cool. But overall, great show for Capcom. I mean, as a spotlight show, they did what they needed to do with this one. So,
yeah. Then speaking of events, the Nacon event also went live this week, where they mentioned games like Raven's Watch, supposed to be releasing April 6th.
Phenomenal looking game. That is from the developers of Curse of the Dead Gods, which was a roguelite that became popular before Hades. Curse of the Dead Gods, if you've played Hades and you love Hades and you're looking for a roguelike experience with a not similar theme, because Hades is its own thing, but art style popping off the screen, really cool graphics, really great mechanics as far as what skills you build up over time as you make your runs. Go check out Curse of the Dead Gods. Love that game. This is by the same developers, and they're doing their own spin on fairy tale characters. You're going to be able to choose from like Red Riding Hood. Their spin on Red Riding Hood. Their spin on like Snow White. Their spin on all these different characters, right? That are going to have their own unique abilities. It's still a roguelite. It's more action RPG-ish with loot and that kind of stuff. And this one is also going to be multiplayer. So you're going to be able to jump in with up to 4 players. In this game as well. This game looks phenomenal. Go watch the video on it from the Nacon event. Looks really, really good. They're going to add more fairy tale characters as they go too.
Oh, wow.
There's going to be more options. Yeah,
Damn, that definitely is an interesting concept. I don't. That seems dope. The another one is going to be Capes. It's supposed to be releasing this year. It's a turn-based, like superhero-based game. It seems to be interesting. Again, not my typical style, but
yours. Tactical.
But I can see
the tactics games.
I can see a lot of people jumping in there and having fun, especially when Midnight Sun seemed to do pretty decently.
Yeah, this is not going to be card based.
Yeah, it's not going to be card based.
Will be straight up more XCOM style. So, yep.
Then they had Ad Infinitum.
World War One. It's set up kind of like the Medium minus the split screen aspect.
Okay.
But you're going to jump back and forth in like time frame. So 1 minute you're going to be kind of exploring memories of like a regular time, and then like the next second you're going to be thrown back into the trenches of World War One with like all sorts of weird shit happening, like awful. So it's going to be like this dichotomy of 2 worlds that you're going to be kind of experiencing at one time. It does look really cool. Not my type of game, but I know a lot of people are going to love it. The developers are super passionate about it. They had a big interview during that show. Looked really cool for the people who are going to want to jump into it. And Ad Infinitum, shout out to Jasper. Jasper's interested in this one as well.
Yeah, that sounds dope. And then they also showed Clash Artifacts of Chaos.
This is that weird one I was talking about, Steel. This
Yeah, we
is
talked about
it's
the last
this
Saturday a little bit.
strange, weird. If you guys remember Xenoclash back in the day, that's what this is based off of. So if you guys remember Xenoclash, again, really no way to describe it to you. They do have it's combat oriented for sure. They've got multiple stances. You can use different stances. There's different abilities you can get, different weapons. Of course, you can even use your fists. They've got fist style. But it's the weirdest. You got to just go look at it and watch videos to understand what I'm saying. It's definitely unique. 100%.
Yeah, it's definitely watch some gameplay of it. It definitely looks like an interesting game. Don't know if I'd jump into it, but it definitely has some interesting sides of it. And they also showed War Hospital,
which is very cool looking strategy sim game where you have to actually another World War One game. We're getting World War One games. The Forgotten War, which was actually awful, one of the worst wars ever. But this one you have to strategize your hospital. You have to go out and hunt for like bandages and supplies during the middle of a battlefield. You have to control the hospital. You have to decide who lives, who dies. And then when they get healthy, you also have to send some of them. You have to make the decision if you're going to send some of them back to the battlefield, who gets to go home. Like there's like it's a whole hospital strategy sim set in World War One. Looks kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of interested in checking it out at some point.
Yeah, that could be interesting.
Yeah.
Then the next one was going to be Robin Hood and Gangs of Sherwood.
Yes.
Looks
multiplayer
like
co-op. Not gonna blow your mind, but go watch the video. Reminds me of the Dungeons and Dragons game that came out.
Dark Alliance.
That we played. Dark Alliance reminds me of Dark Alliance, but set with Robin Hood with a little twist to it, not straight up normal Robin Hood. You got your class characters, got your abilities, co-op, fighting, fighting sheriff, Little John and his army. And that's kind of what it is. It's kind of just looks like a fun game. So
they also showed off some more of Lord of the Rings Gollum. Again, a game that when they originally showed it seemed like it would be pretty interesting. And then the more we saw from it, it kind of got progressively worse for me personally. I don't like the art style that they ended up going for. That was a dramatic change. I like the original art style that they showed when they first were marketing this game. I don't know if they still have the video out there for that now. I tried to find it the other day and couldn't find it.
Probably not. I scrubbed it.
Yeah, probably. But
it's so different. It's so different.
It's way different than what they first shown, which is unfortunate. But again, if you guys are interested in that, again, Gollum is
be a lot of people.
integral.
It's a stealth. It's a stealth Lord of the Rings game, right? And there's going to be a ton of people. And shout out to all of you. Again, I love the Lord of the Rings. Read them back early 8th grade. I read the entire series. I've been reading them ever since. Love them. Love Gollum in the story itself. It's just the least likely character to ever want to play in a video game. Take that for what it's worth. But again, go watch the new videos. It's definitely going to appeal to some people. But go check it out. That's all I can say. It's just not going to be something I do. I just have zero interest.
Now, this next one was the one that was kind of like, I don't know what I was expecting. It kind of fell in line with what I was expecting, and that's going to be RoboCop. Now, RoboCop's one of those that I'm not going to have the what's a good term for it? The rose-tinted glasses for. Although I did enjoy RoboCop when I was younger, and I kind of enjoyed it, and I have enjoyed it as I've gotten older. It wasn't bad, and I like the idea of RoboCop. Although this game almost brings RoboCop to life too well. My issues with it is that it is too RoboCop. With the stiffness and the robotic nature and everything else. That's really the only negative thing that I could say about it. I mean, and it's just not something that I'm genuinely interested in playing. Though I can't sit here and just say, oh, well, they didn't do a good job, because the game looks like it'll be cool. The game looks good, right? The aesthetics. But other than that, it looks like RoboCop, which I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. I know Paul has a little bit of a different take on it, and I think the game looks like it could have some fun to it. If you want to see what being RoboCop is like.
Yeah. Admittedly, I have my rose tinted glasses on. Admittedly, I'm all about the nostalgia. I am all about RoboCop. Again, the unfortunate part, Steel, is this got pushed to September. And what's coming out in September?
Wow. Nah, that's not being played.
Yeah, it's not happening. I will be catching this on the 2024 train when it's on sale.
RoboCop versus Starfield.
Yeah, when it's RoboCop, it is RoboCop through and through. I will say, watching, I went back and watched the trailer because I didn't catch it when it first, and I heard people talking about it. They do have Peter Weller back, actually doing the voice, but his voice doesn't sound right. They need to work on the synthesizing of his voice as far as RoboCop goes. I felt that it didn't, like, RoboCop has no emotion, but there was some like energy behind RoboCop when he spoke, and in this game there's none. Like, it's dead. Like, I just was like, whoa, what did they do to Peter Weller? So that's the one thing I will say. But the rest of the game, this is double A porn for me. This is double A pure, I'm just gonna go be RoboCop and blow some people's heads off.
Yeah, or potentially. So, I mean, there could be a good game behind it. Again, it being too much like RoboCop, maybe this is a game that shouldn't have been made, an IP that shouldn't have been made into a game. But again, no. I don't say that about any game. And if it ends up being good, it ends up being good. But it may be a shot in the foot if they end up releasing around the time of start. Just to be honest.
Yeah, again, they're not. They don't. I mean, people are gonna pick. I don't even know what the price point of this thing is gonna be. I'm imagining it's gonna be like $30 or something. I hope it's not like 50, 60 bucks. If it comes out like $30 range, people will still pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
gonna be one of those games you're gonna sink hours and hours and hours into. It's gonna be one of those games you pop in, play for a little bit, and then pop out.
Yeah, 1,000%. Let's see. That was pretty much the Nacon event from there. Other than that, let's see here. The only other thing that we had in the docket for today, that at least I had in motion, was the conversation of Jim Ryan apparently not caring about the deal. He just wants to block it. Now this has been a point. This point has came out this week, although there's no real, let's say, validity to it, right? It's a lot of hearsay. There's nothing on audio files or documentation saying that he said these things. It's more from Lulu Shen herself, who is basically at the top of Activision Blizzard, where she stated that in a meeting that they had, where Jim Ryan stated that they didn't want to cut a deal, they just wanted to block the merger. Now, we have talked about this previously, so in a multitude of different ways, not specifically, so I don't have necessarily anything to add to the conversation. But again, like I have mentioned before, I do think that this adds validity to the fact that there's just no real argument to be had of why this deal should not end up going through, right? At least not right at this moment. There may be something in the future that could be an issue, but again, these bodies were made to be able to go back on these deals later on if there is an issue that ends up arising from any such scenario, right? Cloud becomes too big, they start monopolizing, it was part of the deal, they can reopen this case and say, hey, Xbox, Microsoft, you said you weren't going to do these things and you did them. That's a problem and we need to address it. But as of right now, again, if you want to say that it's embarrassing to Sony, that it's irreparable damage, or they really don't have any grounds to stand on now at this point, I get it. I do agree, but I also think that this is just something that he has to do, man. He's doing his job in its full totality and not being sorry for it. Hey, my job is to block your deal.
That's what I'm here for. I don't care about any of that extra stuff you're talking about, because at the end of the day, no matter what deal gets cut, it's not going to be a benefit to Sony. The only benefit truly is that they'll still have access to those games. But as far as like the marketing goes and where the money is split and all that, it will be in the hands of Microsoft. And as a competitor, it's never a good feeling to know that the person you're directly in competition with is or may end up getting an advantage of some sort. Although right now that advantage is not clear. There's no universe where that advantage has reaped its head yet, or any notion that it's going to end up going that way. And that's kind of my standpoint on it thus far. Especially since we have spoken on this topic on multiple different facets, touching it on the same way. I don't want to necessarily just repeat things that I've said previously, but I think that this is exactly another case of that. Hey, I mean, I think to me and Pong, this is something we knew already. Now, of course, why would you want to? But it is funny to see if that is true and that's what he said. That Yes, it just shows you the true light of where the industry is, man, and the type of business dealings that happen. How you feel? How are you feeling about that conversation this week of Jim Ryan coming out and saying that we don't want a deal, we just want to block your merger?
I think it. Even if you want to say, Steele, that was the end goal all along, and we talked about that obviously from the beginning, that Sony potentially never was going to do anything but try to block the entire deal. I still think it hurts Sony's credibility, or should hurt Sony's credibility in the eyes of the regulatory bodies. Because one of their complaints that came out this week was they stated that Microsoft was dragging their feet in negotiating a deal, that they were only talking deal when they felt that the regulatory body's opinion was against them. Okay, if your main man, Jim Ryan, is coming out and saying something like this behind closed doors, then you were never going to negotiate in good faith in the first place, ever. So your complaint to the regulatory bodies about Microsoft and whatever you think that they were trying to do from a deal standpoint is gone. It's wiped off. You never were going to negotiate in good faith. So therefore, none of that matters. None of your complaints about how Microsoft did or didn't approach you with deals matters. At least that's how I would look at it from a regulatory side if I was in those rooms. The minute I heard that and I asked Jim, is this true? And if Jim said, yeah, okay, well then this whole section of your complaint is now invalid. It's irrelevant. It's invalid. It means nothing anymore. So let's get down to business. You're here to stop the deal. Great. Do we have grounds to stop the deal?
Nope.
That's what it comes down to. No, we don't. And that's why I think the deal is going to go through. Again, love or hate Lulu, to have somebody again giving us the behind the scenes look at this is fantastic. Again, corporate on corporate violence. I'm here for it. I don't care who it is. Corporate on corporate violence. Because again, no corporation is my friend. No corporation is my friend ever. So therefore, I'm all about getting bloody noses, kicking people in the balls. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. That's why this stuff is fascinating to me.
Yes.
And the fact that Lulu came out and did disclose something, which we will assume because there has been nothing from Sony's side denying that this was said. The fact that Lulu came out and said this shows you the damage that is complete now between the relationship between Activision and Sony. The damage is complete. Sony went scorched earth, Jim went scorched earth, and Activision and these people at the top especially. Again, we talk about the human impact for all the devs of what this is going to mean for them if this deal is blocked or if this deal goes through. But the people at the top who are in the position to make millions upon millions of dollars with this deal going through, Jim Ryan has kicked each one of them in the balls and said, yeah, no, you guys don't get your money. I'm not going to allow you to get your money. And I don't care what it does to our relationship. That is now burnt to the ground and broken. So Sony crossed the line long ago of the point of no return. They certainly did, and they're showing that right now. They have nothing to lose by going all in on this, and they're throwing this nonsense. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink and a bunch of fucking shit against the wall, hoping that it sticks at this point. That's why you see them coming out here this week and or I should say from the documents that were released this week, stating that Microsoft would purposely put bugs in the PlayStation version of the game. Bro, you gotta be kidding me. Again, projection is all the rage right now with Sony when it comes to this deal. They are literally telling the regulatory bodies what they have already done or what they would do if they were in the position of Microsoft and own Call of Duty. They are literally saying, looking in the mirror and saying, what would we do if we own Call of Duty? Oh, we'd throw bugs in there. And like I said, I think it's already been done. I think it's already been done still.
Probably.
Again, I think I brought up the example. We have no proof. So again, I'm going to say this is all speculation. There's zero proof of this. But I would say a good example to question or to go, is Callisto Protocol. Callisto Protocol had a group, a large group, over 100 Sony devs work on it to help that team finish that game. It was a third-party game. They obviously paid for marketing rights. And all of a sudden, the game comes out, and oops, we forgot to put ray tracing in the Xbox version. Oops. There was worse performance problems on the Xbox version than there was on the PlayStation version.
Oh, we need to patch it.
We need to patch it. So that's one example where I would be like, is Sony speaking from experience here or what? So whether or not that's the case, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. We know Microsoft's not going to purposely put bugs in Call of Duty. What Sony is very scared of here, Steel, and we talked about this on other shows, and 3-Bit brought this up again last night too as well, is that if Microsoft does gain control of Call of Duty, and we're just going to, it's all the IP, but we're just going to focus on Call of Duty because that's
all that's ever being talked about.
That's all being talked about.
What's in the bathroom?
That will no longer be the lead platform when it comes to Call of Duty. We know they're built on PCs, but there's a lead console, and the lead console, because of marketing deals, because of the popularity of the PlayStation worldwide and the numbers out there, PlayStation is the platform console-wise that generally gets the most attention when they're working on these side-by-side third-party cross-platform games. That will change, obviously, if Microsoft and Xbox own Call of Duty. Xbox will be the lead console. Obviously, it's first party. Of course it's going to be. And we also all know that most of these third-party devs are not taking advantage of the hardware that's built in. And Jim, why he keeps going back to parity, why he keeps throwing this nonsense out there like, oh, they're going to put bugs in the game, they're going to make our version the lesser version, because from a technical standpoint, the PlayStation is more than enough powerful, but there are some advantages that the Xbox hardware does hold if the developers do take advantage of that. And again, with third party, that doesn't happen because that costs devs extra time and resources to use that functionality that doesn't go both ways. But if it is first party, of course Xbox is going to have Activision work on that version more. Of course they're going to want to take advantage of all the RDNA 2 features that they possibly can. And Jim knows, unless he is guaranteed absolute graphical parity, performance parity, that extra time and effort on the Xbox console, showing that the Xbox does have extra advantages in how it's built, will show up in the game naturally. Not that Xbox would hold back the PlayStation 5 version, but because the Xbox does have the ability to do some things that the PlayStation 5 doesn't when it comes from a technical side. And that's what Jim's really worried about. Jim's worried about a game like Call of Duty without any sabotage, just performing better and being the premium experience on Xbox. Not because Xbox does anything underhanded, but just because the Xbox does hold certain advantages over the PlayStation 5. And when they're a first party, of course you're going to take advantage of that. This conversation is ridiculous on multiple levels. But like Steele said, and I've said time and time again when we discuss this, I don't generally I can sit back and say this looks desperate. I can say that this looks pathetic from Sony's side of things. I can say all that. But if you really want to talk high-end business, Jim's doing exactly what he's paid to do in this entire scenario. Sony's attorneys are doing exactly what they're paid to do in this entire scenario, which is protect Sony at all costs. Protect our number one position at all costs. It doesn't matter. And that's exactly what they're doing here. Does it look desperate? Yeah. Does it look pathetic? Yeah. Does it look weak? Sure it does. But they don't care what we think. They don't even care what their fans think. They don't care about any of that. They don't even care about their third-party partners that they've been in bed with for a long time. Obviously, they don't care about any of that. What they care about is Sony's bottom line. And that's very dependent upon PlayStation. And so therefore, they're going all out. It's all guns. They're just emptying the chamber. They're going to give it all they can because the only real difference maker is if they can get this deal blocked. They're screwed. They might not get marketing deals back from Activision again after all this and after burning their relationship. They might not get those sweetheart deals anymore. But would it be better for Sony that Call of Duty remain third party? Yep, it sure would. It sure would, versus it going to their main competitor, Xbox. So they're doing everything they possibly can. It's ridiculous. I love it. It's corp on corp violence. This is getting good. We're going to have answers within the next 3 weeks to a month, or at least we'll have a better idea because we'll start hearing some more things out of the CMA and EC, which will kind of guide us towards which way they're going. And we're coming to an end of all this. We are. Again, whatever the FTC does after the EC and the CMA, if they both approve it, whatever the FTC does, doesn't matter. Microsoft is going to close over the top of them. They'll have to take it to court. We're still going to have the introduction of ABK as a part of Microsoft and Xbox. So whatever that happens there, it may slow some things down, but at the end of the day, it's not going to stop anything. EC and CMA will have decisions by the end of April 24th and 25th, I think, or 25th and 26th is when they're due for the final decision. But we'll know beginning middle of April which way this is going. So we're coming, Steel. We're getting to the point of decision time and where this is going to go. So
yeah, no, 1,000%. And Ham, in a lot of ways, I do agree. He says they may burn a relationship, but Activision ain't gonna stop making money from Sony. Please believe.
No, but they're going to take more money from Xbox because Xbox has bigger bank for a marketing deal in the future.
And I am of the adverse opinion, as much as Xbox does want the game to be everywhere. I am of the opinion that even if Call of Duty was available everywhere but PlayStation, I think people would adjust accordingly and make sure that they had access to COD if that's what they wanted to play. Because COD is that strong of an IP and will continue to be, no matter what. PlayStation doesn't have to be part of that conversation. But there are, as much as people on PlayStation would not like it, it could be vice versa. It could be the other way too. As much as people would not like that, people would move over. In droves, people would move over. I'm sure you would lose some of your base, but again, it just depends on how bold you'd want to be. That would be, it definitely would be crazy to see, and I'm not anticipating that, but I do think it could be possible for them to do it that way if it was really that serious. But fortunately enough, it's not. Fortunately enough, Microsoft has already made the point that that's not their goal. They never wanted to say that was they never said that was their goal. That was never the ambition. And matter of fact, every time that Microsoft or someone from Xbox talks about it, it kind of comes across like, why do y'all keep bringing up Call of Duty? Like, of course we get it, and of course they understand why you're bringing it up. But out of everything in this deal, Call of Duty,
it's the most important.
Oh, okay, well, we'll satisfy all those needs. Why? Because everything else matters way more than Call of Duty, and that's the central point of this conversation. So,
100%.
It's gonna be interesting to see how these things play out, and I'm loving what I'm continuing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I do think that is going to get towards the end of our show today.
Real quick, Steel. Quick.
Go ahead. Go ahead. What you got?
We got to touch on Paradox too, the Paradox show. That happened this week as well. I got to touch on that real quick because there was some Game Pass announcements. Again, games that are not going to be for everybody, but I love Paradox. Strategy, city builders, all that good stuff that I love. And Paradox now has a very close relationship with Xbox. Remember, this is the show that was sponsored by Xbox. So it was Paradox, brought to you by Xbox. That relationship is growing, and they made some big announcements here during the show. A lot of DLC for like Crusader Kings 3, Victoria 3, which was originally supposed to come out on Xbox and then never did, got pulled, and that's when there was a problem with the Paradox president at the time, and there was a fight supposedly with him and Xbox, and then he got ousted, and now Xbox and Paradox have renewed their relationship again, which is good for us. Anyways, that's a side tangent. So there's lots of DLC announced, but there was a couple big announcements coming out of this. The Lamplighters League, new turn-based tactical from Harebrained Schemes Studio, which is Jordan Weissman's studio. If you guys don't know who Jordan Weissman was, this was the producer and director of games like Battletech, Shadowrun. He started up FASA Studios, which was owned by Microsoft. They did the first-person Shadowrun game back in the day that some people hated. I actually personally liked. Mav liked. Jordan Weissman is big time. That studio got closed down. Jordan Weissman was Microsoft Games Director from 99 through 2002. He was an integral part for a period of time at Microsoft. Phil Spencer has said one of the biggest regrets he has is the closing of FASA Studios and losing Jordan Weissman. Jordan Weissman went on to start a new studio called Harebrained Schemes. Harebrained Schemes was picked up by Paradox. That relationship got repaired. Phil actually allowed Jordan Weissman to license the Shadowrun IP, which Microsoft owns, but they're not doing anything with, which is extremely sad. But they allowed Jordan Weissman to license it, and he created the Shadowrun trilogy, brought that back, the turn-based game that was highly rated over on the PC and eventually came to Game Pass, is in Game Pass right now, which I started playing. Jordan Weissman is a genius, okay? He's amazing at what he does when it comes to these tactical turn-based style games. He's got a new game. Him and his studio have a new game called the Lamplighters League. It's set back like the 30s, 40s, World War II kind of stuff, Indiana Jones type era. And this is going to be a turn-based style game in that mold. Looks fantastic. Guess what? Coming to Game Pass day one this year at some point. Then another big Paradox game is City Skylines. You guys heard me talk about this like a month ago when I picked it up and started playing it. City Skyline is gigantic on PC, mods galore. People build incredible cities. It's a fun, addicting game, city builder wise. People have been clamoring for City Skylines 2. Surprise, surprise, City Skylines 2 is coming. That was a huge announcement for Paradox. This is going to be a gigantic game. Even if it's not for you, again, just recognize for what it is. It's got a huge fan base. City Skylines 2 looks absolutely amazing. And you know what? It's dropping on consoles day one, and it's coming to Game Pass day one. This was a huge get. Even if you're not into these types of games, I totally understand. It's a huge get for Microsoft. Again, continuing the diverse lineup that they constantly have within Game Pass of day one titles. This is a huge moment for them to have this show up in their day one. So that was another gigantic announcement for them. Again, if it's not for you, I totally understand. I love Paradox. So again, more DLC for like Crusader Kings 3 is getting more DLC. Stellaris is getting more DLC, which is a fantastic 4X strategy game, space, sci-fi. My God, the fact that they got that on console, on the gamepad, it takes a while to get used to because there is so much going on in that game, but you can even create your own civilization in that game and give it attributes, and all that kind of stuff. You can create your own alien race and start it from scratch. Fantastic game. Fantastic game. That's getting some more DLC as well. But yeah, Paradox, I just want to throw that out there still real quick. Great show. Big partnership with Microsoft. This bodes well for the future. Could be something down the road. Paradox, again, in the PC side of things, is very big in certain spaces. And we know Microsoft wants to continue to build that PC side of things. And they aren't afraid to put their games onto console and go after the console market. This could be a company to watch down the road after ABK's through. Microsoft be making a move on Paradox, I think. Might be potential.
Well, 1,000%. 1,000%. Is Nick's asked a question, is Battlefield 2042 free on Game Pass?
Yes, it's in
Yes,
EA.
it's full,
If
yeah.
you have Game Pass Ultimate,
Gotcha.
EA.
That's what I was going to say. It's an
Yep.
EA Play, but yeah, you have
Yes.
to have that. You have to have Game Pass Ultimate to get access to it.
Yep.
And it also is in PlayStation Service too. So there you go.
And it's making a big comeback. People are I don't know if you've been watching. More and more people are talking about it though. Like, hey, like this is serious now. Like Battlefield.
Yeah,
is
no,
playing
I
extremely well.
and last time I played it, it was feeling pretty good. But even here recently, looks like they got some dope stuff going on in there. Now bringing it back to what, again, they brought back what Battlefield is supposed to be. It took them 4 seasons to do it, but we're here now. And it seems like a perfect time to never just jump in. And I definitely will. I got to make sure my EA app can open. Because, again, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, it acts however it wants. It's the worst app on PC right now. So, in my personal opinion, but I guess we'll see. And all right. Ladies and gentlemen, so with that being said, I think this is a perfect segue for us to get into our This Day in Gaming segment. The segment where we go about 30 years into gaming history, because gaming is art and should be treated as such. And again, it's always dope to see where we've come from to where we are today, just to get that representation, man. Because sometimes we do overlook that. Sometimes we're like, oh man, all these games need to be great today. But it's always dope to go back and look at what we have. All right, so let's get in here. If I can click the right thing, there we go. All right. So in This Day in Gaming, we're starting in 1994. In 94, we're starting with Art of Fighting 2, releasing on the Neo Geo. Excuse me. And then in 94, you had Kyudo Senshi B Gundam release on Super Nintendo. I didn't even know there was a Gundam game they released. Crazy. Then in 95, you had Chrono Trigger released on Super Nintendo. Got the Chrono Trigger. Then in 96, you had Art of Fighting 3 released in the arcade. Out the Art of Fighting. Then in 98, you had Castlevania Legends Game Boy. Yeah, everyone talks about Chrono Trigger. That's one of the ones that everybody always brings back up. All right. Then we go into 2003, where we had World Soccer Winning 11-6 International released on the PlayStation 2. Then in 2004, we had Monster Hunter released on the PlayStation 2. Are you muted? Gosh darn it. There we go.
You always do this. Oh my God.
I don't mean to.
Every time, folks. He wants this whole segment to himself. Just
when I change it from one, that's the thing that I don't like about it sometimes. When on one source it changes over and it's the same exact source that I pulled from the other one, and it's still whatever.
Now the chat pops up. I love the delay. Everybody's like, Pong mute, Pong silent.
He should be good. Yeah, he should be good now.
Should
My
be good
fault,
now,
ladies and
guys.
gentlemen. My fault.
Yeah, that's Steel again, trying to take over the show.
Hey, I guess so. You stupid. Then in 2008, Condemned 2 Bloodshot released on the Xbox 360.
A lot of people love Condemned. Not me. No thanks.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm not playing that.
Yeah,
That and the Hills Have I. I'm good. Silent Hill, I think it was.
Silent Hill. Silent Hill was okay back in the day. I could play Silent Hill, but
all right. Then in 2008, you had Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Ring of Fates released on the DS.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Final Fantasy. Then in 2008, you had The House of the Dead 2 and 3 return on the Wii.
Love The House of Dead.
Great game. And then in 2008, you had Wild Arms XF released on the PSP.
Great game. Wild Arms is a great series. Again, another one that deserves to still be alive as an RPG, JRPG. Let's go. Wild Arms is great.
Then in 2010, you had No Heroes Allowed released on the PSP. Okay, shout out to that. Then in 2010, you had Shin Sangoku Musu Multi-Raid 2 released on the PSP.
Okay.
Shout out to that.
I thought we were getting a nice long one there.
Nah, not a long one this time. Then in 2010, you got ZHP Unlosing Ranger versus Dark Death Evil Man on the PSP.
What the versus Dark Death Man? What? Really?
Dark Death Evil Man.
Dark Death Evil Man.
Sounds like
it's like a straight translation.
Yeah. It's like a quadruple entendre.
It's
okay.
Why these titles?
Then in 2011, Battle Los Angeles released on PC and Xbox 360.
Good movie. I'm sorry. A lot of people hated it, but Battle Los Angeles was amazing. You know which one it is, right?
Yeah.
With Rihanna.
Yeah.
Good movie.
Yeah, I didn't mind it. I didn't know they made a game.
Yeah, of course they did.
I guess that makes sense for that time, yeah. Then in 2012, you had Mario Party 9 release on the Wii.
Shout out to Mario Party.
Then in 2014, you had Altair Sha and Logi, Alchemist of the Dusk Sky, released on PlayStation 3.
God damn.
Shout out to Altair and
well, every time
Logi.
I hear Altair, I just think Assassin's Creed.
That's what I think too, every time. Then in 2014, you had Dark Souls 2 released on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360.
Yep.
Shout out to Dark Souls 2. I love that movie. I love that game. Sorry.
That movie?
We mentioned a movie earlier.
They should make a movie of Dark Souls.
They should make a Dark. I think that would be pretty cool.
Yep.
As long as somebody did it right. But I think
Elden Ring movie?
I think it'd be pretty cool if they did it right.
Yep.
A lot of CG in it, but it'd be dope nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2014, you had Hearthstone Heroes of Warcraft released on Macintosh and PC.
Shout out to Hearthstone. Used to play it.
Yeah, Hearthstone used to be fun.
I bought a few packs back in the day.
Then in 2014, you had Titanfall released on PC and Xbox One. Shout out to
Titanfall. Still one of the greatest multiplayers of all.
It definitely is.
All time. One of my
Definitely
favorites.
is.
Talk about doing mechs right.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Especially in first
feel.
person.
That's what I'm saying.
Dope.
Getting that feel
Dope.
of size and weight.
Yep.
The difference when you call it in, dropping them on somebody. Oh
Yep.
my God, man. The game.
But no better film.
Nope.
All right. Then 2014, you had Towerfall Ascension released on PC and PlayStation 4.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2016, you had Hitman released on Linux, PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One.
Sky L bringing that WBG. Talk that shit slander over here. Dark Souls starring Dirt Griggity. I tell you what, you guys are so mean to Dirt over there.
It's so funny though. And
It is funny.
he plays along with it. So
yeah.
it's that's what truly makes it funny because he don't be giving a damn. And it's just I grew up with that type. It's like you got to be able to make fun of yourself sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
which
shit that
is
people
dope.
come up with over there though, man.
Yo,
it's so wrong.
Oh god. It's fun. It's fun. Then in 2016, you had Ori and the Blind Forest released on PC and Xbox One.
One of the best Metroidvanias out there.
Still gotta give it a shot. Still gotta give it a shot.
It's gorgeous.
Then in 2020, you had My Hero 1's Justice 2 released on Xbox One.
My Hero 1 Justice 2. Okay.
Yeah, it's based off of My Hero Academia.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a fighter in the same vein of like has that. It's a 3D plane. It's kind of like the Naruto games.
I forgot that one, Blue Moon.
Somebody said Dirt is an extra ass space
In Starfield. Yeah, that's what they said. Starfield starring Dirt as space. It's awful.
Y'all are funny. Y'all are funny as hell. Then in 2020, was
that you, Skyel? Oh, shout out to you, brother. That was good.
Oh, that was you. You funny, Sky. Then in 2020, you had Ori and the Will of the Wisps released on PC and Xbox One. It's really dope that you had Ori and the Blind Forest and the Will of the Wisps drop same day, on this day and day.
I like when companies used to do that a lot, Steel, because that's what we always wind up finding out, especially the older times, like 90s and early 2000s. Mm-hmm. That's why we always you'll be listing and we'll have all the same type of game on the same date, just years apart, right?
Yeah,
teams like to keep that
date. Yeah, I think I kind of miss that, man. If we weren't at such a time where it was just like crunch is a problem, maybe we could have some more of those dates get hit. You know what I mean? Again, crunch is a funny thing, man. There's some beauty in it. There's also a lot of ugly in it, and you got to find your right way. A lot of great things have happened at the last moment.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Sometimes the most creative comes out of pressure.
So, with that, ladies and gentlemen, that was your episode 95 of Living Split Screen. I want to say thank you all for joining us today. And again, I will mention next Saturday, we more than likely will not be tuned in, although the chat is on the lookout for Pong to be able to do the show with somebody else Saturday morning or next weekend. So there's that.
I could take a weekend off too.
Shout out to the chat. But yeah, so Saturday morning, as far as Living Split Screen, again, I got an event that I'm going to with the wife. So we're not going to be here that morning, but since Exo Primal is happening that weekend, and some clarification, Diablo 4 this weekend is a closed beta. So only if you have purchased the game, pre-ordered the game already, you will have access to the beta.
Yeah, the following weekend is the open.
Yes. So that's something else to keep in mind also. But with that said, since Exo Primal's open beta is next weekend, please, and that's the weekend of, just in case you're listening to this on the back end, you're not in June listening to this saying, oh, it's going to happen this weekend in June. No, it's going to happen March 17th through the 19th. So if you guys want to come join in, come check us out, have a good time. But I'm planning on streaming and going live. I see that. I'm trying not to laugh. I'm planning on going live with the beta.
Wrong, Yobi.
So come in, check us out, come rock out. If you want to jump in and get some rounds in, just so you can have a feel of what the game may be. Maybe you're on the fence and you want some people to team up with. We'll be here live, raw, and uncut. I'm probably going to do it right here on the Living Split Screen channel for some Exo Primal open beta gameplay going on. So community, come on through, come check us out. Let's have a good time. And other than that, yeah, man, we'll definitely be back that following week. And again, ladies and gentlemen, greatly appreciate you all for tuning in today. And what does Yobi say? Because I was trying not to look at it from the corner of my eyes. He says, Living Split Screen. If you want to see dirt every day, just close your eyes and there you go.
Or Dirt. He's not even here to defend himself. Dirt, we love you.
Hey, Dirt
Sorry
would call
about
you
our
a
chat.
piece of shit. Just
Sorry.
saying.
You piece of shit.
It's
5 hours?
funny.
Yeah, it's close to a record. I don't
Well,
remember.
I mean, we
full
also
record.
we also had some technical difficulties there,
Yeah,
so
we did the
it,
background.
it is what it is. Had power cut off and whatnot, but we got back into it like some professionals, so we rocked it out. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for tuning in to episode 95. I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain. The T is a 7 everywhere. Google's the easiest place to type it in to find all of my information. But if you want direct access, I'm freaking the streets of Twitter. Hit me up in the DMs. Let's chop it up in a message. Or I'm in that part of that Xbox ecosystem, man. It's easy to pull up the Game Boy on PC. A lot of messages, whatever else the case might be. But again, if you see me online, send a message through, send an invite through. Typically, I'll respond because I don't like hiding. I'm just not one of those people who hide. I'll tell you straight up. But that is me, Paul.
Yes.
Get these beautiful people out of here. Let them know where they can find you.
Did you just say you're a freak in the streets of Twitter?
Maybe.
That's what I heard. I know you said frequent, but it sounded.
I might be.
I'm a freak. I'm a freak.
I might be. Who knows?
Okay.
You know.
All right. Anyways. Oh shit! Everybody, have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Obviously, thank you all for joining us. Great discussions into there. Big discussions. Steele and I went completely sideways. Had big discussions we weren't planning on because people jumped in the chat. Again, everybody kept it cool in the chat. You guys all handled it well. That's what we love to see. Again, we're open for different opinions jumping in. We're even open for a little bit of smoke jumping in here. I just wish people would explain themselves a little bit more, but sometimes, again, they can't. They're just coming with that side of things. But that's cool. And you guys did awesome. Love you all. Thank you for joining us yet again for a nearly 5-hour show. Yeah, with technical difficulties and a little bit of extra pregame stuff. But anyways, this was a great show. Steele, appreciate you, brother. Absolutely 100% for all the stuff you do behind the scenes every week to get this thing ready and rocking and rolling, man. Without you, there is no Living Splitscreen. So thank you, brother, again. And what a hell of a show. Big discussions.
Yeah.
Some discussions I wasn't planning on having. They make my brain work, man. Holy cow. I've done a lot of podcasting this week, and I got a lot more to come up here. So listen up, folks. Pong Soul on Xbox. Pong Soul on Twitter. Follow me. I'll follow you back. Tonight, it's the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel. Be there, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. Of course, it's going to be PTK. Of course, Fuzzy's going to be there, and myself. We're going to have a great time. Or we're going to talk all this talk and more, but it's a quick 2 hours. It flies by when we do it there. So be there tonight. We're going to talk some stuff, I'm sure. It's going to be a lot of Starfield tonight as well, as always. And then tomorrow, have an extra show with my other brother from another, Mav, Fun Speculation. We are going to be over on the Gamers Council. With Retry and Web Dave, of course, over on Outbreak's channel. That's Dave's channel. It's going to be streamed there, I believe, 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So we're going to have some good discussions there. If you haven't seen enough of me and Matt this week, which has been ridiculous, I will get some more tomorrow night. So be there, Gamers Council. Mav already tweeted it out. I'll retweet it out tomorrow again and remind everybody, but that will be an extra show. And then next week, it starts all over again. Xbox Factor Podcast, all good things green. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Mr. Boomstick is the man 5 days a week now. But Tuesdays, it is a great time. He always has awesome people on there. So be there, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. And then Thursdays, it's PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM, two-man show, unless we have a guest like we did this week. Again, Scalzi joined us for the first 2 hours. And if you don't know Scalzi, down to earth, cool dude. He is now actually a developer and a writer for a small studio that is bringing back old school RPGs. He is passionate about Bethesda. He's the person that found out about the trademark Spy Team, which we still don't know what it is. But Bethesda has re-upped that trademark. It is a game that is assumed to be in development right now. We're going to find out at some point, but he is passionate. He does videos about Starfield, does videos about Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Cool guy. So go check that out. Again, first 2 hours was Scalzi. Last 2 hours was just me and Mav talking about everything else. We had some rants in there and everything else. So go check that out. But PM in the PM every Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. And then Friday nights, it's always back on Fun Speculations channel for Xbox Ultimate. A great show. Last night we had Game Pass Dad on last night, which was fun as hell. He brings a different flavor, and we always have a good time with him. And we did a lot of talking. 4 hours last night over on Xbox Ultimate, which is not the norm, but we did it. So, anyways, everybody, or actually, it was a little 3.5, maybe something like that, whatever it was. Listen, it's Golden Age gaming, people. Nonstop games, plenty to play, so much. We got Starfield date. September cannot come soon enough. I'm being tortured right now, just waiting another 6 months, but it's going to be worth it, and it's going to be a fun ride leading up to it, but we got a lot to play in between there, now and there. So enjoy it, play what you love what you play, have a great rest of your weekend, and I'm going to talk to y'all real soon. Steel, get us the hell out of here, brother.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for checking us out. Y'all have a fantastic rest of your Saturday morning. Eastside Vandal says, I'm downloading Warframe because of Steel. Hey, man.
There you go.
Be aware. It's a lot of content in there. But nonetheless, y'all have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe out there, and we'll see you about a week from now. We'll probably see you next weekend for sure. Right back here with Living Splitscreen. Much love, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all stay safe. Peace.